What if Issei joined the Justice League and stood with Supergirl against the universe? A dragon, a girl of steel, a love beyond worlds.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined the Justice League and fell in love with Supergirl Part 5. Before we start, please go support Seki Prime 2024 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 81. The New Visitor. Manhattan, New York. January 17, 2018, 9:45 p.m. It's been almost 3 weeks since Issei and Kara took a vacation in England. It won't be long before they return to the city that never sleeps, maybe in a week or less we'll see them again. And speaking of the city, since we are still in the middle of winter, the cold white snow had completely enveloped both the streets and the buildings. Zaytenberg was on one of the rooftops of the tallest buildings in this district. The protection of the city at this time fell on Issei's team, who are still present in the city. Following General Astra's surrender of the Kryptonian forces of Chaos Brigade, crime caused by beings from another planet dropped by 90%, half of the prisoners at Fort Ross decided to surrender peacefully, while the other half continues to stay under the radar, either for the simple fact that they want to start over, or because they don't dare to face us, and I don't blame them for that. After all, what happened on that day made it very clear that they don't stand a chance even at their peak. Suddenly a powerful aura appeared next to me. I didn't have to turn around to know who it was. It would be very funny not knowing who she is, since she is the only Valkyrie who lives in the West. What do we have? There are a good number of second-hand shopping products at the 99-cent stores. I've seen a wide variety of summer clothes, and there are also cleaning supplies, fruits, and vegetables. Hearing Rossweisse's excitement, I slapped my forehead with one of my hands. I mean, some supernatural activity. There are some discounts that seem supernatural. Damn, Rossweisse, is there anything you need to tell me that isn't related to discounts? Oh, and there was a criminal attack at the mall. That did catch my attention. I turned around, seeing the rather serious look on the beautiful face of this 100-yen Valkyrie. I nodded as she continued her explanation of the murderous attack. What could it have been? Demons? Fallen angels? Aliens? Metahumans? Weaponized humans? They raised the price of a winter set that cost $119.99 to $124.99. For a second I felt like I lost the strength in my legs and had to sit on the edge of this rooftop. I'll never understand Rossweisse's extreme obsession with prices, but hey, what can you do, HMPH, at least this looks like it'll be another quiet winter night. Boom. And it happened at the exact moment I thought something like that. Something lit up the skies on this cold night. An asteroid. A meteorite. Or maybe it's a ship. Rossweisse gasped and we both watched as the ship plummeted rapidly straight towards the city. We both looked at each other face to face, and with a quick mutual nod, we both headed to the area where the impact would occur. The impact took place at Icon Stadium here in Manhattan. The aircraft had caused significant destruction in the middle of the athletics field, with flames erupting along the path it had taken when it collided. Rossweisse had already notified Azazel Tower of what had recently happened, and when the two of us arrived there, we saw that the ship in question was alien. Zez-kun, have you seen? That ship is identical to Kara's. My Valkyrie companion said, surrounding the ship with her Nordic magic seals, and she was right. That ship was identical to Kara's. We can both confirm this, as her ship is at headquarters inside Azazel Tower. Or well, the new Azazel Tower, since the previous one was destroyed by our good friend Zenobia. Rossweisse, can you check if there's anyone inside? My fellow Valkyrie nodded and new magic circles surrounded the ship. Rossweisse's eyes narrowed slightly as she concentrated, then widened in surprise. Yes. There's a person, a man. But that confirmation, I took Graham by its hilt, unsheathing the most powerful demonic sword, and approached the front of this ship. Be careful, we don't know if he's a good person. Rossweisse warned me, and her concern made sense, since it hadn't even been a month since we had to deal with our fair share of evil Kryptonians, who thank goodness weren't as powerful as Superman or Supergirl. On the other hand, the person inside this ship might not be a problem. It would take several weeks for them to become a threat, or they could be a prodigy like Kara, whose powers had a huge boost from the start. Zayaz. I carefully traced a cut in the door of the ship, as if I were opening a can of food without the tab. As I finished cutting, I could see what Rossweisse had confirmed. Yes, it was a man, about my age. His hair, like mine, was dark brown. He was wearing what appeared to be a long-sleeved red t-shirt. The most curious thing is that this person, his face shows certain similarities with that of Cao Cao, except of course for the fact that this man still has both of his eyes. During the morning of the next day, Superman, Batman, Azazel, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Ravel, Rossweisse, several fallen angels and I found ourselves in one of the medical areas within the new Azazel Tower. Here we brought our new guest, who was still in a coma. There were many mixed feelings as this man was very similar to Cao Cao, although it had already been confirmed that this was not the case. For quite some time now, Azazel and Batman, along with highly qualified fallen angels in the medical field, had been analyzing and studying this person, who had several cables monitoring his vital signs for quite some time now. "What do we have?" Superman asked expectantly, and the first to answer him was Batman. "From the tests we performed on him, aside from determining that his DNA is not human, we assessed that his cellular structure is quite dense. He seems to metabolize sunlight just like Kara and you, but at a more moderate rate." Batman paused and Superman raised one of his eyebrows. "Is there a problem with this young man?" Azazel was in charge of answering that question. "It seems that he is a Daxamite from the planet Daxam, a planet that shares the same solar system as Krypton. Although his physiology is very similar to yours and Kara's, there are very specific differences, such as the fact that kryptonite does not seem to affect him, unlike lead." That last thing Azazel said left all of us with the exception of Batman and the fallen angels who work with them with our mouths open. "Daxamite? Planet Daxam? I've never heard of that species. I thought Kryptonians only existed in Krypton solar system." Asia raised her hand to ask a question. "Yeah?" Azazel responded looking at our kind blonde friend. Why doesn't kryptonite affect him unlike lead? Is there something wrong with lead for this person?" Lead itself is a toxic metal, and it seems to affect Daxamites much the same way kryptonite affects Kryptonians, or perhaps even worse, since there's quite a bit of lead on our planet, unlike kryptonite. Although it's likely able to resist it to some extent if we allow it to remain exposed to the radiation of the yellow sun, though since it's the first of its kind, nothing is confirmed. Batman nodded and added after Azazel. "We already had the experience of dealing with an unwanted visitor from space last year, this time we have Azazel Tower, so I suggest taking all necessary precautions for when the Daxamite awakens. Is the artificial dimension 6.0 operational? We could keep him isolated there until he awakens and deal with him safely." There were several bitter smiles as we all understood that he was referring to when Kara came to Earth, but we also understood his point and accepted it without question. "Should we contact Ice and Kara? They deserve to know what happened." "I recommend that you don't do it, Kal-El, under no circumstances call them until they return." Azazel responded to Superman, surprising us all. In fact, even Batman was taken by surprise when Azazel said something like that. And that's mostly because as far as we all remember, whenever something happens, Azazel calls Issei without asking, and not only that, Azazel is the man who has protected and strengthened him in his own way. Did we miss something? "Why not?" Superman asked in surprise, and we all looked at Azazel expectantly. "Let me be the first to tell you to tell everyone Kryptonians and Daxamites get along worse than dogs and cats. Hundreds of years ago, Krypton and Daxam fought a bloody war to a stalemate, with thousands of lives lost on both sides. Both Daxam and Krypton claim the other started the war. And what is the relationship between Krypton and Daxam?" I decided to ask Azazel. "They are neighboring planets." Azazel answered me, and then Ravel gasped. "That means when Krypton exploded." Azazel nodded at whatever Ravel was thinking and said, "Yes, the safest and most likely outcome is that at that time, Krypton's explosion caused such devastation that the planet Daxam suffered and paid the price, as the saying goes. If I go, you go with me. So the destruction of Krypton would have affected Daxam to that extent. This person is indeed lucky, but I still don't understand how he arrived so recently." "And what is the reason for your recent arrival?" Zenobia asked with her arms crossed, staring at the Daxamite's neck. "I know that look." Hey. Calm down, Zenobia. I know he looks like an enemy of ours, but that's no reason to try to tear his head off with Xurandal. What can you tell us about the ship?" Batman asked Superman. It is true, while Batman along with Azazel and other fallen angels were studying the unexpected visitor, Superman had been busy analyzing the ship in the hopes that it was another Kryptonian using a special area within the new Azazel Tower. Looking at him, I realized something wasn't quite right. Superman then told us. "The ship is definitely Kryptonian, it belonged to a Kryptonian. I can't understand how a Daxamite took over a Kryptonian ship." Batman made an analytical expression that seemed to frown and said, "From what we know, if the destruction of the planet Krypton was so severe that it could somehow take the planet Daxam with it, it's very likely that at that time some compatriot from your no longer existing planet was on Daxam. This young man must have been luckier than him and escaped on this ship before the Kryptonian, that or possibly there was a fight over this ship. In conclusion, this Daxamite may not be as powerful as Kara's or Elru, but he's still just as dangerous as her in his own way." "Always so cynical, you can't help it, can you?" Superman said to Batman with a wide smile, as if he found this very funny. "Any clues about his recent arrival?" Irina asked, raising a hand just like Asia did a few moments ago. It appears the ship was detoured into the star well, a region of space where time stands still. It recently managed to free itself and the ship was on autopilot en route to Earth. Our planets have already become uninhabitable, so there's no way around it, we have to go back to Earth. Azazel said it very sarcastically with a rather wide smile, earning Superman a frown. Artificial Battlefield 6.0 New Azazel Tower. Later, here in the new artificial battlefield, we the Sekiryuutei team but without Issei and Kara, in the company of the Gremory group and also the Citri, began training. This new battlefield is much more advanced and spacious than the previous versions that existed in the old Azazel Tower. This is a very special battlefield, as much of the credit goes to Ajuka Beelzebub who, thanks to his advances with Kryptonian technology, Fort Raz, was able to expand the system for the raiding game fields, making them as vast as our solar system, and even simulating it almost perfectly. The 6.0 artificial battlefield is proof of this, being the prototype, so to speak. Azazel also contributed significantly to the development of this battlefield, as it was carried out in the new tower that also bears his name. Although in Azazel's case, it's more due to the House of El and the technological advances that had been stored within Kara's ship and those that she herself implemented later. That's why so many people are currently using this area to train at the same time without getting in each other's way. At this moment the simulation was similar to the scenario where Issei and Sekiryuutei fought last year. The closest to my position were Zenobia and Irina, who were 50 kilometers from my position to my left. Rossweisse on the other hand was 160 kilometers to my right, using an area similar to the waterfalls. The Gremory group was 450 kilometers from my location, and as for the girls from the Citri group they were 1287 kilometers away, and I say girls, since one of the two boys from the Citri group was here with me. Bang. Genshiro Saji, Sona Citri's pawn who consumed 4 pawn pieces to reincarnate into a demon, took a direct hit from my right hook, causing him to fly high into the sky before landing heavily and painfully on the ground. Ow. 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 That hurt, damn it did. Saji started to complain, putting both hands under his jaw, looking like he was about to cry. Seeing him in that state I sighed and said to him. I told you to dodge, why didn't you dodge? Saji, you need to learn to dodge faster. As if that were possible. You use the aura of that legendary sword to move at speed similar to Hyoudo's. Are you really going to say that? Hey, if you can't keep up with me, how do you expect to be able to keep up with Sekiryuutei? The moment I mentioned Sekiryuutei, Saji stood back up in a boxing stance and looked at me with a completely renewed determination and pure steel. Harder, Zatenberg. I'll try harder to sharpen my reflexes. Amazing, I barely mentioned Sekiryuutei and Saji stood up. The reason I'm here with Saji right now is because of that meeting at the Watchtower. After the defeat of General Astra's faction of Chaos Brigade, Sona Citri and Genshiro Saji approached me. You were able to help Hyoudou-kun achieve his balance breaker. Could you help Saji accomplish the same feat? If you do it, I'm sure you'll be able to awaken the power of another dragon. Please. Lord says Zatenberg. I do want to face Sekiryuutei Bale as my master's pawn. I need to achieve balance breaker. I want to face the strongest rookie with all my power. These were the words Sona and Saji told me that day. I had gladly agreed to help Saji, he deserves it after everything he did for us last year, for everything he did for Issei. Help him with the problem of the sacred swords that plagued Kiba, the battle that happened against Loki, the incident in Kyoto. This young man called Saji, the next opponent Sekiryuutei is going to face in the Young Devil tournament. I'll do everything in my power to help him awaken his balance breaker. I'm not sure if Saji can beat that man who was able to defeat Issei using only his fists, but it's worth helping him give it a try. Alright Saji, here I go. I took the hilt of Gram in my right hand and the sword began to release its powerful aura of dark crimson red. Saji, who was armed with all his sacred gears, sharpened his gaze at the sense of danger he felt from Gram, but did not back down. I'll make sure you awaken your balance breaker. We're 3 months away from the tournament finally resuming, and I've been training Saji throughout January, and I'll continue to do so. An important advantage that Saji has over Issei is that Saji already had control of all his sacred gears, and I didn't have to train him from scratch. Also, the nature of Vritra allows him to absorb and gain more experience than Issei when I was training him to awaken his balance breaker. Something I forgot to mention is that about 1,500 kilometers away, there is a complete simulation of New York and its surroundings, since the Daxamite was there, who was still in a coma, being treated in a medical area inside a building similar to the previous Azazel Tower, being guarded by highly qualified fallen angels who continued to analyze him while administering the same amount of solar energy that he would receive naturally outside of this place. But that said and done, throughout the time that followed, I trained Saji and will continue to do so until his final hour finally arrives. Chapter 82. Residence updated. Manhattan, New York. January 21, 2018, 10:45 p.m. My beloved Kara and I, Issei Hyoudou, were in England for 3 weeks. Tonight we found ourselves flying back to the city that never sleeps, with a pleasant experience and hundreds of memories we made on the other side of the world. We visited so many places in those 3 weeks. Big Ben, the Formula 1 circuit, Wales, history museums, Tower Bridge, the Tower of London, Windsor Castle, the Houses of Parliament, Irina's parents' home, and many other places. Ahahaha, I wonder what face Irina will make when she finds out that Kara and I spent a night at her parents' residence. And even though it was vacation time, Kara and I didn't neglect our training, at least the basic one, since I didn't have the opportunity to test my Cardinal Crimson fusion. Who knows what kind of disaster I could have caused trying to control the immense raw power of my crimson armor. I hope I can take advantage of Azazel Tower to try to learn more about my new power. In the distance I could see the hundreds of buildings on Manhattan Island with their shining lights, and even though I was inside my armor, I took a deep breath, feeling home sweet home of the Western continent. The first thing my partner and I would do right now would be to go back to our nice apartment and enjoy each other. Tomorrow we would go to the Azazel Tower to say hello to everyone and see what we missed, if anything important happened, obviously. We're almost there. Kara exclaimed excitedly as she flew above me, then we both descended to land, right in front of the building where we lived, but something didn't seem right. Did we come to the wrong building? For a second we both looked like a couple of fools in front of this building that was actually a huge luxury building with a penthouse and not an ordinary apartment building. I decided to check once more with the GPS inside my armor's HUD. No, this is supposed to be our address. Are you sure? I don't think this is the place. Kara wasn't very convinced, so I decided to enter this building and that's when it happened. Welcome, Ai-sama, Kara-sama. Welcome, Ice, Kara. Welcome, Ai-san, Kara-san. Welcome, Ice-kun, Kara-san. Welcome, Issei, Kara. Welcome, Senpai, Kara-senpai. Welcome, Ai-senpai, Kara-senpai. The people who greeted us at the entrance were Ravel, Zenobia, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Rossweisse, Kiba, Zez, Gaspar and Kaneko. Girls, boys, what does all this mean? What is this place? What have we missed? Since when has a building like this existed? Even in the entrance everything looks resplendent. What's more, here in the entrance I can see details that refer to a western dragon and also a phoenix. No, this can't be the building, it has to be a joke. I'm probably still fast asleep at Irina's parents' house snuggled up with Kara. If I open my eyes again I'll probably wake up and… It's not happening. This is real. Yes, this was happening and it was real. It turns out that while Kara and I were on vacation in England, Ravel, who owns the building, decided to do a complete renovation and updated it from a humble building to a luxury one with a penthouse included. But the dimensions of the building were the equivalent of a full city block, therefore that means that I was planning to relocate the other humans to another address, but I figured you wouldn't like that, so I offered them to live in this new building at the same rent. Ravel read my thoughts. So they're still living in this building and weren't kicked out. I guess Ravel's nicer than I thought. At least, that's how it was for those who willingly agreed to enter into a contract with Phoenix House. Those who didn't can look for another home in the coming months, unless they also enter into a contract with Phoenix House. Wow, Ravel sure knows his way around business. Hundreds of people used to live here. That means the Phoenix family just made a killing. Ravel, this is amazing. Without me realizing it, Kara had left me to explore this new building in detail, and she seemed to be extremely delighted. Well, no matter how you looked at it, this was comparable to a luxury palace, and I was still on the ground floor. But just by looking at the entrance, I realized that there are now amenities here that we probably didn't know existed before. It seems a bit exaggerated to me, to be honest. Since it was just me and my friends, I deactivated my balance breaker armor, and that's when I realized something else. Hey Akeno, what are you, Kiba, Kaneko, and Gaspar doing? Did you just come to say hi? Fufu, not at all. In fact, from now on we will also live here. Miss Phoenix gladly agreed to give us special rooms. Oh. So from now on, Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko and Gaspar will be living with me and Kara. This is amazing. We'll be living here too, Ice. In fact, we've been living here for a couple of weeks now. Zenobia spoke to me from behind me with a smile that said it all. Oh, you don't live in Smallville with Clark's parents anymore? Why? I thought you liked the atmosphere of… Yes, the atmosphere at the Kent farm is the best, but staying there would make them a target. It happened once with Diodora, so there's no guarantee our enemies won't find us there again. Asia explained to me, somewhat discouraged. Oh, I see, I understand, but is this really a safe place? But of course it is, Ai-sama. It might even be safer than Azazel Tower, you have the seal of guarantee from the Phoenix House. Ravel assured me, boasting a little about his family name. At that moment Kara returns after having taken a look at the upper floors and says. This is truly incredible. And how wonderful that you were able to keep the people who lived in the previous buildings. You truly are a blessing, Ravel. Bekeno stands in front of me and I can see in her eyes a strong intention to do lewd things. And it will be more fun when I have my cheating affair with Ice-kun. Oh. Aventura de Infide. Bekeno. Kara exclaimed quite surprised with such a bold statement that our friend made. Since when? Since when is Akeno so? SHOWSH. A strong draft passed by me and I felt my beautiful girlfriend hug me quite tightly from behind. What's going on? I could feel that Kara was hugging me with a lot of love and some strength, but her gaze there was something in her gaze that was directed at Akeno who was smiling and laughing, as if Kara's reaction was very funny to her. All our friends were around, the three of us watching intently this scene that was so strange to me between my girlfriend, my friend and me. That's when I realized that a beautiful radiated woman was missing to complete our circle of friendship. Hey girls, what's up with Rias? She's your king. Will she come live here too? The Gremory group laughs a little at my question and Akeno looks at me again, but with great amusement. Rias has a strong Japanophilia, she decided to stay in Japan for now, even if it is the last thing she does. Does Rias love Japan so much that she decided to stay there? Ha. Oh my Rao, are you serious? Kara couldn't contain her laughter when she learned that our radiated friend chose to stay in Japan. The dastardly princess with the crimson hair. They should be better called the Japanophile princess with the crimson hair. Oh my god, I can't stop imagining Akeno and Kaneko trying to drag Rias out of Japan as she claws at the ground and lets out wails with the power of destruction. Kara moves a little closer to me and whispers. Are you very sure there won't be any problems with them living here? Why would there be problems? He means that if it won't be a problem to have so many women interested in you living in the same building. Oh, is that so? Thinking about what Ddraig told me, I shrugged and said to Kara. It doesn't bother me, but I'll understand if it bothers you and you'd like to move. That was my honest answer, although deep down I admitted that it seemed like a better idea for us to live here, and the idea of living with so many beautiful women who were our friends appealed to me. A flame of desire I didn't know I had began to ignite. Shall I be honest with you? Kara put on a sincere, smiling expression as she whispered that to me. I nodded and Kara whispered to me. I love the idea of living here with all of them, as long as they don't interfere with our business. Oh, so as long as they respect our relationship, Kara wouldn't mind, on the contrary, she seems to like it. Oh, that reminds me. I stopped looking at Kara and looked back at Ravel. Where will Kara and I live, Ravel? At that question, my friend Ravel smiled very happily. The penthouse is reserved for you too. Penthouse. This will be your new home, Ai-sama, Kara-sama. I hope it's more comfortable than your previous apartment. All your belongings are already here. Ravel had led Kara and me to the penthouse of this brand new building, and the view was simply spectacular. The place was quite spacious, the living room was already at least 3 times larger than our previous apartment, the ceiling was made of a fairly dark tinted glass that could be easily illuminated. All our belongings from the previous apartment were already here, and our bedroom was located up a traditional staircase. Upon entering what would be our room, Kara and I gasped at the sight of how spacious it was, like another huge living room, and in the middle was a rather large bed that could easily fit quite a few people. Surrounding the bed were special curtains, and at first glance, it looked like a rather dark room due to the curtains blocking out the sunlight, although, well, it was already nighttime, so there wasn't much light at this hour. But it seems to me that this is simply too much. Oh my Rao. This is amazing, Ravel. Kara was quite excited as if she were a teenage girl receiving all the luxuries possible, then she took me by the waist and without wasting time she said to me with a quite suggestive voice. What do you think if we break in our new bed? The moment she said that, both Ravel and I blushed quite hard. Kara wasted no time in approaching me again, hugging me tightly, as if she were trying to squeeze me with her body. I could smell the sensual scent of her body and also that of her hair, her breasts pressing against my chest, stimulating me greatly. There was no doubt about it, she truly wanted to break in our bed right away. I felt her chin rest on my shoulder and Kara seemed to look closely at Ravel. Thanks for everything Ravel, but I think you can go now. Kara's voice was quite flirtatious and sensual. Ravel nodded, unable to overcome her blush, and left, closing the door to our room. I was still quite blushing and Kara moved away a little so we could look into each other's eyes. Kara. I didn't know what else to say at this moment as it happened in the blink of an eye. His lips crashed against mine, it was such a passionate kiss, and his hands ran over every part of my body. Kara stopped kissing me, making that erotic sound. Her exotic scent had completely filled my nostrils, and my breathing became a little labored. This wasn't something new, we had already experienced it so many times, so much so that my body already had this kind of natural reaction to his intimate contact. Even though it was only for a few seconds, I felt like Kara took her time contemplating the expression on my face, not even giving me time to kiss her back. Then she stands on her tiptoes and kisses me again, more passionately than before, with her hands holding onto my neck. Her lips felt so soft and stimulated mine quite a bit, the kiss, the passion, the intentions, the way she did it, her scent that kept seducing me, the softness of her entire body. Everything was so natural and perfect that this time I wasted no time trying to reciprocate. We both kissed with great hunger and desire. I didn't hesitate to firmly grab her butt, squeezing her divine Kryptonian buttocks, and together we moved toward the bed without ever separating our lips. MMMM. A moan of pleasure came from my beloved's mouth, and when we touched the bed, she sank down onto it, pulling me onto her soft body. Her head rested on the pillows, and then I felt her legs close a little tightly around my waist, urging me on, motivating me. Some time passed and we both stopped kissing so I could catch my breath. More. My voice was like a whisper filled with lust, and Kara looked into my eyes again, just as lustful and thirsty in her beautiful blue eyes. Yeah. I was in the same position as her, just by looking at her I could say I love you, but I didn't want to waste time on such obvious monotony, so I took the initiative, and this time I was the one who kissed her with great passion, and as if I had muscle memory, my hand slid all over Kara's body, undressing her. Her moan sounded so pleasurable, she was so delighted with what she was doing, there was no resistance to desire, neither for her nor for me. My body was hers and her body was mine, Kara did the same, and we let ourselves go, surrendering to love, desire, and pleasure on our first night this year here in our city. After what was a long and rather intense night, I woke up unable to move because a certain very beautiful blonde was using my body as her personal pillow. Kara was still fast asleep, her legs tangled between mine, the blankets tangled, and her head resting on my chest. There are times when she seems to float, but it seemed like that wouldn't be the case this time. Out of nowhere I felt like something else was crawling into this bed, it was like a third person was crawling on the bed. Ifufu. Good morning Ice-kun. She was a beautiful woman with long black hair. Is this woman Akeno? At first I couldn't recognize her since she is currently wearing her hair down, and I was so used to the image of Akeno with her hair tied in a ponytail. But this Akeno looked so sexy. She was wearing a thin cloth yukata and moved closer to my side, as if assessing the situation I was in. His eyes scanned my body in detail, which is so close to Kara's body. Hey Akeno, what are you up to? I can see that Ice-kun's body is quite resilient. Not just anyone could knock down a Kryptonian like Kara. Yufufu, your man's skin must surely feel better than I imagine. Just imagining what we could experience already makes me shudder. She's whispering some pretty lewd things to me while Kara sleeps clinging to my body. Is it just me or is Akeno getting quite erotic and lewd? I can't remember the last time she acted this way with me. She's a complete demon about to attack her prey. I could see that Akeno was looking at me with a very lustful desire and her face was getting closer to mine. Why can't I react? What's happening? Could this perhaps? Youist. Just before his lips made contact with mine, rays that were a beautiful crimson red came between them. Akeno. What are you doing? When did you come into my room? I timidly turned my eyes toward the source of that rather angry female voice. A beautiful blonde-haired woman stared at Akeno with very disgruntled blue eyes, the pupils threatening with a light crimson tint. Obviously it had to be Kara. She had woken up and boy is she scary. Akeno turned her gaze towards Kara and laughed a little at this situation. It seems someone woke up in a bad mood. Well, I didn't think you were going to try to touch my boyfriend while I was asleep, but it seems you're being very bold today. Kara had forced a very wide, mocking smile on her face, although I could feel a pressure on her body that was still very close to mine. In fact now I felt as if she was clinging to me more to prove something to Akeno. Supergirl has a strong desire to monopolize, doesn't she? Are you perhaps afraid that I'll steal it from you? I'm not afraid in the slightest. You know very well that Ice is completely mine, and neither you nor anyone else can change that feeling. I can feel a strange pressure emanating from Kara's body. Is she preparing for a battle? Are you so sure? Why don't you lend it to me for a while to see if it's true? Smiling, Akeno made that bold statement. Do you really think I'll fall for that? I can feel Kara and Akeno glaring at each other, while they seem to release sparks and sizzle all over the place. Did things really escalate to this point? On one hand I was happy, and on the other I was a little scared that in just one day this had become a battlefield. I'd better put a stop to this before. The FFFFF. Kara sat up in bed and forcefully threw a pillow right at Akeno's face. Even after the pillow fell off Akeno's face, she still kept a very smiley face, that's what I thought, but then her eyes opened wide. You are quite stingy, or should I say quite expensive, Kara. Akeno picked up the fallen pillow and threw it right at Kara's face. The pillow now fell into Kara's hands, and just like Akeno she began to smile. I'm so confused, are they fighting or having fun? I certainly didn't expect things to go this way this morning. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. After having breakfast with all our friends who live with us in the same building, Kara and I had to go to the new Azazel Tower located at the same address as the old one. I wasn't expecting that pillow fight between Kara and Akeno at all, it was a fun spectacle, and Ravel assured me that she will improve the penthouse's security systems to avoid unwanted encounters before waking up, although you never know what could happen. Kara even joked about covering the walls of our room with crosses and holy water. Leaving that aside, right now Kara and I were flying above our city since to enter the new Azazel Tower, we would do so through the hangar located at the top of the building. This building was much taller than the previous one. The new Azazel Tower is a 1,640.42 foot tall, 500-meter skyscraper with a total of 132 floors, 95 of which are designated for subsidiary offices and special non-profit organizations. Of the remaining 37 floors, 10 are used for supernatural activities, another 20 for fallen angel R&D projects, while the remaining 4 are for Justice League activities, and the remaining 3 for VIPs. Azazel sure loves to squeeze Gregory's budget to the limit just to have a building with his name written in the heavens, doesn't he? Kara told me as we both saw that at the top of the building it said Azazel with the A exaggeratedly larger than the other letters. I can't even imagine how much my teacher must have spent to have his tower completely rebuilt in less than a month. We both flew to the top of the building, then landed in the hangar section and entered through some giant automatic glass windows. Hi everyone, Kara and I are back. I greeted the fallen angels present here as I deactivated my balance breaker armor. All the fallen angels and humans who were present here working stopped and gave us a warm welcome. The way you greeted us made us feel very welcome. It's them. Is it just me or does Supergirl look much more beautiful than before? Ugh, I wish he would hang me with those steel thighs. Which of the two? Why not both? I'm glad I came here to see that super hot eye from another planet. Yes, in the distance we could also hear murmurs of fallen angels and lascivious humans, both men and women, mostly regardless of gender, looked at Kara very lasciviously, and it is not surprising, since she is too sensual and erotic by nature. And well, we already know what these fallen angels are like. Kara looked slightly uncomfortable, and so she quickly took my left arm with both of her arms as we approached the main table where Azazel was sitting. In front of him were countless high-quality monitors that monitored the entire continent and also the artificial battlefield that was reportedly immensely vast. Beside him was his deputy governor Shimhaza, and when they both turned around, Azazel smiled and said, "Ice. Kara. Welcome. Judging by how happy you look, you must have made love until you broke every bed in the UK." Azazel winked while smiling rather lasciviously in total approval. Oh ha 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 how I miss those kinds of perverted comments from my teacher. Both of us. My teacher and I shook hands firmly, even though I felt a little embarrassed by what he said. The one who was most embarrassed was Kara, although we both couldn't help but laugh a little at what she said. Anyway, my teacher wasn't far wrong with what he said. Kara and I did a lot of things during our vacation in England, especially at night. Especially that time we snuck into the Queen of England's palace and Kara and I felt a strong grip on my left arm, and when I looked at Kara, I realized that although she still felt embarrassed by my teacher's words, she realized that I still had in mind the experiences we had on the other side of the world. Later, after the greetings and the official presentation of the new Azazel Tower, my master informed us both of everything that had happened during our absence. It seems that our team, Zez, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse and Ravel, along with the Gremory group and the Citri group, have trained hard in this new artificial battlefield based on superior technology for future battlefields for the raiding game. And not only that. Since the beginning of this month, Zez has been training Saji hard to help him reach Balance Breaker, something he seems to have failed to achieve so far. We also learned that a Kryptonian ship recently crashed here in Manhattan. At first, Kara was quite excited at the idea of having another compatriot, but my master explained to us that the man inside the ship was not a Kryptonian, but rather a Daxamite. So our visitor is from Daxam. Kara said it with a voice that expressed a single feeling, disgust. This is the first time I've heard of that, what is it? I asked what my master Azazel replied. A world identical to Krypton. Capable of supporting life, and both orbit the same sun. Really? I thought Krypton was the only planet with life in that solar system. By the way, I realized that the presence of that Daxamite was not to Kara's liking. That's strange you never mentioned the Daxamites to me. I told Kara and she replied. Do the Hatfields mention the McCoys? Huh? It means they don't get along. Oh, is that right? In that case, I don't understand. For example, you and Albion, despite having that rivalry, you mentioned it to me. That's different. Because you're destined to fight him, duh. Good point. Kara took a breath and then explained to me. Hundreds of years ago Krypton and Daxam had a war to the death. Many lives were lost on both sides due to a useless fight that Daxam started. Since Azazel was in front of me I could see him roll his eyes, something Kara didn't see, although I let it go and asked. And what were they fighting about? Krypton was a world of democracy. A world of explorers, philosophers, and scientists. And Daxam was a monarchy with kings and queens ruling over a population of savages. We had a saying on Krypton about Daxamites. MTX, Coax Doxa. What does it mean? Literally death to the Daxam. Oh wow, they definitely don't get along. I looked at the screen that was monitoring the Daxamite Liv, who was still in a coma. As long as he remains in that state, he is not a threat apart from the fact that he is in another dimension, from which I highly doubt he would be able to leave on his own, although it seems to me to be very far-fetched to keep him isolated in a Gregory tower within a city within a continent within a territory within the artificial battlefield 6.0. How many times did I have to say inside? Okay, what are we going to do with him? We're not going to do anything to him because he's in a coma, and I don't think we have the right to question a patient who isn't even unconscious, but when he wakes up, I want to be there for him. Kara answered me immediately, and her eyes looked quite seriously at the screen where the Daxamite was seen. That. I want to be there when he's awake. What? You know the Daxamites are very evil, it's only natural that I want to be there, so he doesn't try to do something to one of our comrades. Oh come on, even if he wakes up he's locked inside the artificial battlefield. And I highly doubt that it is a threat at this point. But I would still feel more comfortable having the confidence to be present at their meeting. Kara is being too insistent. Are you really saying that for everyone's safety, or is it just because he's a Daxamite and you're a Kryptonian? In that case I'll be with you. Kara was surprised that he said that. You're sure? I smiled at him fondly and then said. Of course. I have to make sure you don't accidentally kill him. I said that last bit very jokingly. I'm absolutely sure I won't. Kara almost laughed at the way I said it, even though I continued to look at her with some suspicion, to which she responded with a loving and soft hit on one of my shoulders, and her look was quite flirtatious. Azazel also laughed a little and added. Anyway, the security systems within the CBA will keep him isolated, while the Gremory and Citri groups train within it at a distance equivalent to 5,000 kilometers. CBA? What does that mean? Refers to the artificial battlefield, these are the acronyms for each word. Ddraig explained it to me, which made me feel a little stupid for not understanding something so obvious the first time, and Azazel showed us on another of the high-end screens how big this new territory was, and boy was it vast and had a lot of potential for development. I immediately had an idea and saw my beloved Kara again. Hey Kara, we have to train, what do you say? She looked back at me with a rather beautiful smile. Of course, yes. I have to be there when he wakes up anyway, but before that, I want to do something. What thing? I just want to go say hello to my aunt. Oh. True. Astra. Kara's aunt, who is a criminal from Cow's Brigade, she is currently locked up in one of the special cells here inside this tower on the lower levels, and being Kara's only relative, apart from her cousin, she needs to see her from time to time since she is her family. Also I think she is changing for the better and is not as evil as she was that time when they fought. I understand, I'll wait for you at the CPA. I told my girlfriend with a smile. Kara looked at my face and quickly kissed me on the lips, a small show of affection that I gladly reciprocated, then she turned around and walked toward the elevator to see her aunt. Well Ddraig, it's time to start our first day back in our city. Of course. Come on, buddy, let's have fun. Chapter 83. A very intense comeback. CBA 6.0 New Azazel Tower. January 22, 2018, 9:35 a.m. After Kara finished speaking with her aunt, she and I, Issei Hyoudou, began our training here at the New Azazel Tower, using CBA 6.0. This time, however, there was a difference. Our opponent was the supreme ruler of the fallen angels, my master Azazel. My teacher decided to prove how much we have improved as the most well-known duo among the three factions and the Justice League. He's currently using his artificial balance breaker, and I'm using my balance breaker scale male form, with the power doubled 25 times. Come in, both of you. Azazel gestured to us defiantly, and we both launched ourselves at him at the same time. Fly Ash. Kara and I rushed at Azazel using the maximum divine speeds we possess, and all the distance against my master was reduced to zero. Oz. With a single movement, Azazel summoned a spear of light and with it made us both deflect away from him, missing our attack altogether. We both turned around, but by then Azazel had already disappeared and a stream of immense spears of light bombarded us both from above this battlefield. Those spears possessed an immense amount of power and were too fast. Kara and I dodged all those spears by performing zigzag movements with the divine speed that we both possess, and those spears mercilessly bombarded the ground of the battlefield, completely disfiguring it. TCH. My teacher is really taking this seriously. Hey Ice, what is the day you should take the most care of yourself? Whispering those words, Azazel positioned himself behind me. Cold. I felt a strong shiver run through my whole body. The day after. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change Star Superluminal. Just before receiving the blow from Azazel, my armor changed into its superluminal Trihexa form and I was able to move so fast that I disappeared in front of Azazel and then reappeared behind him ready to attack him. Now I have you, master. Boon. I punched him with my left fist which was filled with aura, but as I punched him, my master vanished. Was it a mirage of speed? An illusion? Or is he faster than? Concentrate, Ice. Kara exclaimed, and that was when my master Azazel appeared in front of her to hit her, but Kara was able to react in time and both blocked their respective physical attacks. Shock. HMPH. HMPH. Good reflexes, but you rely too much on your eyes, Kara. Kara looked at Azazel with a somewhat arrogant smile and her eyes shone a beautiful crimson red. You. She then attacked Azazel with her heat vision, but Azazel was able to dodge it with his great divine speed that even I in my superluminal Trihexa form was having a hard time keeping up with. It seems I have no other choice. Boost. The power of my Trihexa form has doubled, I can feel my body overloading with too much power. Now I could clearly see Azazel, and from the moment I located him, I chased him using all my speed until I finally caught up with him. Aion. I slammed my aura-filled right fist into Azazel head-on, but he stopped my fist in its tracks, using only two of his left hand's fingers. You should know that in that form you are only able to surpass my speed, but not the other stats. That's right, I need more strength to attack him. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Change Solid Impact. My armor changed again, now being my super strength and invulnerability form. Both of my fists were now in their solid impact forms, and with them I began to pressure Azazel. Or so was what I thought, but now it happened that Azazel was easily able to dodge all my attacks without problems. Ahahahahaha. Oh come on Ice, now you're lacking speed, even with a boost from your speedster form, you know you lose a lot of attack speed in this form. TCH. Welsh Dragon Superluminal. Change Star Superluminal. I reverted to my previous Trihexa form to gain more speed in my attacks, and in doing so, Azazel stopped dodging me to start blocking. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. And now you lack attack power. Azazel was laughing his head off at my difficulties. He was playing with me. Well, maybe what I lack is more power, so I have no choice. Boost. My power was doubled for the second time and the power of my Sekiryuutei aura skyrocketed even further. Tracks. I did it. React. Azazel's hands that were covered by the gloves of his artificial balance breaker armor began to crack and break the more of my attacks he blocked, and that was when I caught a glimpse of Kara who was coming towards us, plummeting down to gain quite a boost of speed. We have you Azazel. 1 second and 1 second Azazel would be brought down. Duo. Ugh. Azazel disappeared in front of me and the one who received Kara's onslaught was me. Bye. Kara had rammed into me so hard that I crashed brutally to the floor with her sitting on my lap. Ouch, this really hurts. Ice, I'm sorry, how are you feeling? Kara was sorry for what happened, then she stood up and helped me up. Don't worry, I've survived worse. I raised my right thumb saying that, even though my body felt quite sore. Azazel reappeared and with a snap of his fingers, his artificial balance breaker armor deactivated. That's enough for now. Really, we can still. Azazel gestured for us to stop and said. I know they still can, but it won't do any good to flatter this while they keep making the same mistakes. Huh? What do you mean mistakes? Azazel looked at me and continued saying. Starting with you Ice, you make too many mistakes when using Trihexa. Should I do it? Does he do it? Kara and I looked dumb when we asked the same question and I deactivated my balance breaker armor. Azazel then explained. What's the point of shouting out each of your forms when switching? Doing so only takes longer and leaves a gap for your opponent to counterattack. Stop playing dumb and start switching as fast as you can. Huh? Is that my problem? Kara seemed to think about Azazel's remark for a bit, then she looked at me and nodded. You're right. You should stop doing that and start doing that. As fast as I can. But for me it's pretty fast how I do it. You can't be serious. It's important that I say which form of Trihexa I'm going to use. Right, that is a very inefficient form. You should get used to Trihexa's changes happening more involuntarily. The first time you used your Cardinal Crimson fusion, you didn't have to say what Trihexa's forms changed. They came naturally, and that made you more efficient in that battle against the Kryptonian. That's true now that I think about it. When I fought Non, I didn't have to shout out the specific changes. In fact, I didn't even have to shout Ascalon for her to appear. She responded to my thoughts and came to me at the perfect time. Azazel continues with his explanation. So far you haven't had any problems since you've faced opponents who can't easily keep up with your speed, but if you were to face someone faster or just as fast as you, you'd lose before you could even make the switch. Hearing that discouraged me a little. So I shouldn't anymore. At that moment Kara looked at me very lovingly and patted me gently on the back. Please don't get discouraged. I'm sure you can improve even more and be a little faster at making those changes. We just have to keep practicing. Yes, we will continue to improve to be a better version of ourselves every day. I feel much better now. The illegal move Trihexa consists of 3 different forms. Stop using them separately and make them work in sync. Your speed form is the heart of Trihexa. Use it not only to attack and dodge quickly, but also to use its speed to perform the switches with the other 2 forms before your opponent even notices. I'll try, Master. Azazel looked at Kara. As for you, Kara, your mistake is relying too much on your eyes to see your opponent. You need to let your other senses help you identify them. You're a Kryptonian, so all your senses are already sufficiently developed. Don't forget to use them. Kara looked at Azazel somewhat confused. What depends more on my senses? Azazel nods. Also, you seem to think too much before attacking. Oh. But doesn't the idea of an attack come from planning? Are you telling me that what I should do is attack more spontaneously and without thinking anything through beforehand? I'm just saying you need to be more confident when attacking, you don't need to overthink it too much. Oh, I understand, I'll try. I just need to trust myself more when attacking. Have more confidence when attacking. Thank you. Azazel turned around. Well, I'll go relax for a few hours. You guys are free now. Azazel said goodbye by raising his only hand and by means of a magic circle he disappeared. I think he'll go drink at a bar like usual. The good thing about having Azazel as our boss is that he's very laid back with us. While thinking that I sat on the floor. I guess this will be enough training for now. I can feel some fatigue in my body from using boost with Trihexa. The strain that ability puts on my body is definitely much higher than when I use my normal balance breaker, so I need to improve that as well. Kara, who was next to me, slowly approached me and carefully lowered herself onto my lap. Oh wow, yes. My legs were crossed and now she was on my lap, now that's the best. How I love having her on my lap. Although her gaze is straight ahead, I can feel that she is smiling quite flirtatiously, and while she was still on my lap, I wrapped my arms around her, my lips pressed gently against the hair on the back of her neck, and as I breathed in, I could smell the magnificent scent of her hair. It's such an erotic and sensual scent, and her body is so soft and stimulating. Oh, how I love having her like that with me. I can feel the heat in her body rising, and it seems like Kara is enjoying it more than I am. I could stay here with her all day and never get tired. Aren't you forgetting something? What are you talking about, Ddraig? You just got home, didn't you? Oh, that's right. Later we have to go visit my parents since we're back from England. I could feel Kara getting more excited at that news. Of course we'll go visit them. I love your parents very much, and they love me. You'll see, we'll have a great time. Of course, how can you not love them when it seems like you're more of a daughter to them than I am? As I recalled all the interactions Kara had with my parents, I grimaced. They love you more than me, that's a little annoying. What I said made Kara laugh and she patted me gently on my lap in response. Does it really bother you? Just a little bit. Kara laughed more. I knew it bothered you. She was making fun of me, and she did it with such an adorable laugh and smile. As she continued to laugh, I felt a strong desire to kiss her, so I crashed her lips against mine and kissed her passionately. Her eyes widened in surprise, and almost instantly, she reciprocated. Her sweet scent was impregnating me, and we both let ourselves go. With my left hand I took advantage and grabbed one of her breasts and squeezed it in the way that stimulated her so much. Her moans became more intimate and the passion with which she kissed me intensified. I love playing with her body while I have her on my lap. Kara got more comfortable on my lap and I felt her sweet soft tongue taste my lips, trying to go inside my mouth, but before she could do so I separated her lips from mine and looked into her eyes with great amusement. She was surprised that I cut off our kiss so suddenly. Why did you do it? We're still at Azazel Tower, I'd rather go somewhere more private. Oh yeah. Kara laughed again and cupped my cheeks in her soft, super strong hands. You know it's hard for me to resist your kisses and your overwhelming personality. The same thing happens to me. And even more so when you see me with those eyes and that smile. Now I was looking at her with so much love and affection, my smile must have been quite silly. I would like to make love to you all the time in the world, you excite me too much. Saying that, Kara looked at me with more love and affection, her smile was quite loving. The feeling is mutual. I also get really turned on when I'm like this with you, and I'd love to make love to you anytime. You guys spill so much honey it makes me want to stay in hell. Suddenly we both heard a third person with great envy and pessimism. We both looked at each other and then turned our gaze to the newcomer who was Saji. Serve. Yes, the person who appeared in front of us was Saji, his clothes were a complete mess and were totally tattered. Now that I think about it, he's been training with Zez all this time, and wow, he looks extremely beaten up. How long, what brings you here? Kara got up from my lap and sat next to me, while Saji sat respectfully in front of us too. Saji looks pretty down and tired. Do I need to know the key to achieving balance breaker? Huh? For the next half hour, Saji explained to Kara and me all of his training in order to achieve balance breaker. It all started after that incident in Kyoto. Saji realized the limitations of his Vritra promotion form and the need to reach the final form of his sacred gear, balance breaker. He plans to face Sererg as Sona Citri's pawn, but to do so he needs to reach his full potential, something that to this day he has not been able to achieve despite all the training he has done. Zez has been training him pretty well, but it seems Saji has just found a door that is very difficult for him to open. I understand, I've been in the same position Saji is in before. I even lost my balance breaker once. Ddraig always says that it has to do with the feelings and hopes of the owner of a sacred gear, changing to such an extent that they contradict the flow of the rest of the world. So you haven't made it yet. Kara seems to find it hard to believe that Saji hasn't succeeded so far. In fact I think he and Gasper are the only ones I know who haven't been able to awaken balance breaker yet unless there's someone else I'm forgetting. You need a change that contradicts the world, your world. I explained this to Saji, but then he looked at me like I had grown a second head. Hey. How about you explain it to him in words he can understand? Kara whispered in my ear and now I looked at her confused. What? Words he can understand. Didn't I say it in words he can understand? I guess I'll have to say it another way, but how? I stared at Kara and suddenly an idea came to mind, then I looked back at Saji and said. It's like making a very personal decision. Saying that I pointed to both of Kara's breasts. For example, which of Kara's breasts should he touch first? The left one or the right one? That. Saji blushed profusely and looked at me very closely, Kara also saw me with a strong blush on her face and an expression full of confusion. What are you up to, buddy? You trust me? Another example could be what do you prefer most in a woman? Her breasts or her butt? To achieve balance breaker, you have to know what you really want. For a minute there was only silence. I think I'm getting it now of course. That's how complex balance breaker is. That's why it's so hard for me. That. It just can't be. Did Saji really understand? What do you mean by that? Didn't you understand your own strange way of explaining it? I just said that to see his reaction. To be honest, I don't understand why he can't achieve balance breaker yet either. To me, something like that is as easy as breathing. How can I explain breathing to him if it doesn't require much explanation? Saji got up from the ground and felt quite motivated. Breasts and butts. Now it all makes sense to me. It's because I haven't been able to experience them yet that I haven't managed to open that door yet. For someone who enjoys a woman's body every day, balance breaker is as simple as breathing. Hi do I thank you. Now I feel like I can become stronger. Saji was shedding quite moved tears. Is it normal for me to feel bad about their situation? Nah, leave it with that understanding. Saji turned around and walked off to wherever he had been training with Zez within this vast battlefield. What you said still doesn't make sense. Kara told me with her arms crossed as she sat back down on my lap. And this is what the alien woman who gets her powers from the yellow sun says. Kara laughed a little and gently hit one of my shoulders. That has nothing to do with it, it's completely different. After a while, Kara said. Do you have any idea when we're going to visit your parents? I guess this afternoon. Perfect. I'm so excited. Yes I can imagine why. New Azazel Tower New York simulation. As night fell, a group of beautiful fallen angels were in charge of taking care of the Daxamite who was still in a coma with no apparent changes until he suddenly woke up. The first thing he saw was the fallen angel, and without thinking he choked her hard. He then throws her against a glass wall. Frightened, the Daxamite stands up and removes all the cables that monitored his condition and leaves the medical room inside this base, topless. In no time, he found himself surrounded by several fallen angels armed with spears of light. As he tried to flee, for a few seconds he inadvertently used his super speed and pushed one fallen angel against a wall. Then he easily threw another into a wall and another into the ceiling. He was shocked by the abilities he possessed and also by the fact that the fallen angels had wings. A larger number of fallen angels approached him. One of them was about to strike him head-on with a spear of light, but his arms were held back and the Daxamite was able to break the weapon without difficulty as it wasn't very powerful. He then threw the fallen angel down a floor and jumped in behind him. "Stop!" Another of the fallen angels shouted, pointing Gremory magic seals at him. The Daxamite, on the other hand, found his way out of the building by jumping through a window, falling onto the asphalt of the city streets, and then took giant strides, jumping hundreds of meters with the intention of leaving this territory, unaware that he was trapped. Notify the Supreme Governor that the Daxamite is awakened. Hyoudou Residence, Brooklyn. Dinner with my parents was just as I imagined. My mom and dad, as usual, loved Kara more than me and acted more like their own parents than mine. Everything was going very well, dinner was delicious, Kara and I told her about some of the experiences we had in England during our special vacation, and moments later, while Kara and I were watching some Netflix in the living room, both of us snuggled up, I received a call. "Hello. Issei Hyoudou, I am Vice Governor Shimhaza. The Daxamite is awakened and is trying to escape." Oh wow, just when we were enjoying this pleasant moment he just had to wake up, but oh well, what can you do? Kara, who is still on my lap, looks at me with an annoyed sigh. We were just at the best part. She was looking at me with those beautiful blue eyes that told me how frustrated and upset she now felt about this news. "I understand, we'll go as soon as possible." I ended the call with the Vice Governor of Azazel, then Kara and I said goodbye to my parents and headed as fast as we could to the New Azazel Tower. CBA 6.0 New Azazel Tower. Once inside the CBA, my armor's internal HUD showed me that the Daxamite's current location was the Dudley Observatory, or well, the simulation of said observatory. According to the information I received on my HUD, the Daxamite is trying to contact Daxam. It seems he still hasn't realized what happened to his world. As we approached, Kara rushed forward at a very fast speed. "Any answers?" The Daxamite asked a fallen angel working on the building's computers. "No." Swash. It was at that moment that Kara burst through a wall and subdued the Daxamite by grabbing him by the neck from behind. The Daxamite managed to get away from Kara and threw Kara hard to the ground, then tried to kick her, but Kara was faster and grabbed his foot and then threw him against a wall. This surprised the Daxamite greatly, who was unable to stand properly for a few seconds and looked at Kara with some fear. "I don't want to hurt anyone." He said it quite seriously in a language. "Wait a minute, Ddraig." That language was similar to Kryptonian, but I understood it like it was perfect Spanish. "So you get it now? I guess language classes with a Kryptonian helped you." "I believe it." Kara responded to the Daxamite by taking a fighting stance. The Daxamite rushed at Kara quite quickly and tried to hit her with a quick and not very precise series of punches that Kara easily dodged, using her already highly developed Kryptonian abilities, also abusing her super speed when dodging. As Kara dodged the Daxamite too easily, she had more than enough time to land a brutal kick to the stomach and the Daxamite flew until he crashed into the same wall as a few moments ago. "Quiet, Daxamite." The Daxamite stood back up with one hand on his stomach and looked at Kara with great surprise. "Do you know where I'm from?" "Yes, and you should have stayed there." Feeling irritated, the Daxamite rushed at Kara again in order to hit her, but this was too abusive for the poor Daxamite as he was facing Supergirl, who continued to dodge all of his attempted attacks and on more than one occasion also applied a counterattack at the exact moment as if it were a game of Dark Souls. Suddenly, Kara grabbed the Daxamite's left fist and used it to punch him in the face. Several times. "Stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself." Ahahahaha. Classic. The Daxamite was considerably stunned by blows that Kara gave him with her own fist, then she grabbed him by the ankle, began to spin like a whirlwind, and brutally threw him against another wall. This time he never got up again. After that, Kara came back to me, placing her hands on her waist. "The bone, dragon?" Kara asked him. "Perfect. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan." Shortly after Kara defeated the Daxamite, we made sure to lock him in a containment cell inside the real Azazel Tower. Now we were in the hallway on the way to the cell and began to argue about who should be the one to interrogate him. "I'll take care of him, Ice, I can handle him, I even defeated him." Kara crossed her arms, looking longingly at the doors that separated the two of us from the containment cell. "Are you very proud of that?" "Shouldn't I?" He asked with a sarcastic smile looking into my eyes. You are Supergirl and you defeated a man who barely knows how to control his powers. He would have done it anyway, even if he could have controlled all his powers. He's right. Seriously, Ddraig. Whose side are you on now? If it were any other kind of alien, I'd have no hesitation in letting Kara handle the interrogation. But since it's specifically a Daxamite, I don't know, I think he won't be very impartial and will be carried away by his emotions. Of course, and you, who are so impartial, would be a better option, MMM. No, seriously, Ddraig. Whose side are you on? I'm just telling the truth, go on, let him handle it and let's see what happens. While arguing with Ddraig, Kara kept insisting. Besides, I don't think there's anyone better to interrogate him than a Kryptonian. Saying that, she took a pose imitating her cousin Superman when he lifts his chest. MMMMM. Please Ice, let me do the interrogation, okay? For you. Go on, say yes. Kara looked at me with a smile and a rather adorable look. It's not fair, you're too adorable. She smiled even more adorable with her beautiful blue eyes. TCH. It's okay. Thanks Ice. Kara gave me a hug that was tight enough to crack the bones in my back a little, but it didn't bother me. In fact, it felt like some of my bones were popping back into place and I breathed a sigh of relief. After we parted ways, I went back to the headquarters where Azazel, my friends and the others were, and Kara entered the place where the Daxamite was locked up. I approached Azazel, who was sitting in his chair with a rather relaxed posture, with his feet on the main table, while he held a bowl of popcorn in his hands. Seeing me, Azazel snapped his fingers and a second chair appeared for me to sit next to. The rest positioned themselves behind us, and on the large monitors in the command center we watched the interrogation, which excited my master due to Krypton's past disputes with Daxam. You should get used to the view, you might be there for a long time. Kara told the Daxamite, the only thing separating the two was the special crystal in the cell, a special cell that easily contained the special superpowers like Kara's and the Daxamites. By the way, the Daxamite was sitting on the bed with his back against the wall, boredly watching Kara, rather the symbol she has on her chest. You made a good impression, Daxamite. Do you always show up like a Yuga Buga, trying to solve everything by hitting each other? Kara crossed her arms again without taking her eyes off him. How come you were on a ship from Krypton? Without reply, he said nothing. He just sat there, folding his hands. Aren't you going to say anything? Really? He still didn't respond. For a minute nothing happened. Kara let out a deep sigh, lowering her crossed arms, then turned around. It seems that her patience in front of him was quite short. Do they have Zakarian beer on this planet? Oh. Looks like he finally decided to talk. Kara stopped and turned around to look at him again. I say this because I could really use some Zakarian beer. The Daxamite was being sarcastic and Kara made an expression that seemed to roll her eyes, approaching him again. In my experience, most problems are solved with a little Zakariana beer. The Daxamite made himself more comfortable in his cell and Kara crossed her arms again, glaring at him. You will receive nothing. Kara sounded irritated and looking at Azazel. I saw him enjoying this as he eagerly ate the popcorn. Do you want some? He invited me his bowl. Oh yes, thank you very much. I gladly accepted and together we continued watching this curious interrogation. Is it because I didn't say please? The Daxamite said it in a joking manner, wanting to be funny, and continued saying. In some worlds, please isn't such a big deal. Isn't this one of those worlds? Kara was not amused and finally replied saying. No wonder you think it's a joke. Your entire race was full of egotists. And you know all about my race, don't you? Kryptonian blonde. The Daxamite responded sarcastically, sitting upright on his bed. I'm pretty sure that if looks could kill, Kara would have committed a hate crime against this Daxamite right now. Judging by that sanctimonious hieroglyph of yours. What? Shouldn't you have the answers already? Puzzled by these questions, Kara answered his question by saying. What are you talking about? The Daxamite replied. I know how your people see us. The higher and mightier Krypton looking down on the provincial fools since they attacked us without provocation. MMMMM. I thought it was Daxam who started that. Nobody really knows who started that war, and to tell the truth it doesn't matter much now. Azazel explained to me while Kara asked incredulously saying. Shall we attack them? She moved even closer to the cell glass. Yeah. That is. Kara was going to respond to that provocation, but calmed down at the last second and asked. Why were you trying to broadcast to Daxam? It was a distress signal. The Daxamite replied. Why would you send a distress signal? Kara asked very ironically. Because I need help. Do you understand? I didn't come here by choice. I just wanted you all to know I'm still alive. The Daxamite explained to him. Oh yeah, right, lost on this planet. I don't believe you. Kara answered him as if she didn't really believe him. Stop giving Kryptonian blowjobs. and start giving them, okay? The Daxamite said, and Azazel almost choked on the popcorn he was eating while laughing heartily. I like him, ha 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 ha. What a great reference to Tobey Maguire's lines. My teacher found it quite funny. On the other hand, Kara looked quite stunned and I saw in her an expression of anger that was very difficult to hide. The way he spoke to her was a breaking point. Keep going like this and you'll see what happens. Kara threatened and hit the cell glass hard. If it weren't for magic, that glass would have already broken. Oh, Supergirl is angry. There's no point in talking to you, you've already formed an opinion about me. The Daxamite said reluctantly, sitting back down on his bed. See you soon, your highness. Saying that, he lay back on his bed and sighed in relief, ignoring Kara. That's better. Fuck off. Kara responded angrily, turning around, having lost all patience she had. Oh, hey, I'd really love that Zakarian beer. Just consider it. The Daxamite asked, to which Kara responded by raising her middle finger with her right hand while exclaiming. Fuck your damn beer. Ugh, seems he forgot to tell the Daxamite what happened to his planet or ask for his name. It didn't take long for her to enter the command center where we had all gathered. The people who saw her became quite tense and worried, seeing how enraged she became after talking to the Daxamite. Kara stopped near where she was and gave a sigh filled with exasperation. I told you. Be quiet. Kara told me to shut up, still very upset, and looked at me with a rather angry look. A second passed and she continued ranting. I can't believe that son of a bitch treated me like that. What do you find funny? I don't know if that question is directed at me or at Azazel, who is trying hard not to laugh out loud while still holding his bowl of popcorn. Oh Kara, just breathe a little, okay? I carefully took her by the waist and pulled her next to me to sit on my lap. She agreed and stood with her arms crossed on my lap, looking away. Don't talk to me. I don't need to talk. The next thing I did was hug her as tight as I could while pressing my cheek against hers. A few seconds passed and I finally felt her calmer, then the next thing she did was to settle herself more comfortably on my lap, leaning more against my chest. Better? Kara nodded her head into my chest. I felt her anger wasn't that severe, although the frustration was still strong in her. I feel a little better. I guess it's my turn now. What's your turn? Deal with the Daxamite. Do you think you'll have better luck with the interrogation? I won't know until I try. He can be just as stupid as he is to me, so be careful. With a wide smile I nodded, then Kara raised her face to look at me, and I took advantage of that moment to peck her lips. Kara didn't expect it, and her body reacted very positively. She laughed a little, and being still embarrassed by what happened in the interrogation, she nodded before getting up from my lap. It is then that Azazel takes the floor having finished his bowl of popcorn. No, I'll take care of it. You stay here and make sure your girlfriend is in a good mood. He said the last thing in a very mocking way, winking at me, and then he left through a teleportation magic circle. Seeing that, Kara laughed a little and made herself more comfortable on my lap again. We'll see how Azazel fares against the Daxamite. Although when it comes to Azazel I won't know what to expect. Chapter 84. Welcome to the Golden Dragon's Ass. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. January 23, 2018, 12:15 a.m. After the failed attempt to interrogate Kara's oral, I, Azazel, decided to take matters into my own hands. I already knew that Kara wouldn't succeed and would just be pretty pissed off. She is a Kryptonian after all, and the guy I'm going to see is a Daxamite, and oh boy, they didn't disappoint me. Oh, it was so entertaining. Especially the references. But hey, it's about time the man in charge did his job. The doors leading to the holding cells opened and in the main cell sat the Daxamite, who was sitting bored and with a long face. He saw me and said, "Do you at least bring Zakarian a beer?" I approached until I was standing in front of the glass of his cell, smiled at him with my honest confidence and said, "Excuse the Kryptonian, you know how you two get along with each other with all that absurd war." The Daxamite grimaced at hearing me say that and said, "If that's the only reason for your visit, I'd recommend you leave here. Don't be so unfriendly." I answered him and without any hesitation I opened his containment cell. "Oh, can I go out now?" The Daxamite said ironically, staying alert and standing up. "If I have any freedom, I guess I should praise you for your wonderful action." The Daxamite added, adding more sarcasm. I raised a hand and answered him. "I'll give you two options. Let's see, what are they?" His tone of voice now reflected a bit of interest. "You can try to escape and fight all my boys for your freedom, or you can stay here with me and talk while we drink this." I snapped my fingers and what appeared in my right hand was a bottle of Zakarian beer. "So, what do you decide?" The Daxamite's eyes lit up at the sight of the bottle. "The choice is pretty obvious." The Daxamite smiled slightly as he said this without taking his eyes off the bottle. "I guess I can stay and drink for a while." Of course he would do that. Who in their right mind would turn down a good drink after all the potentially traumatic experiences they'd have had upon waking up? Do you want more comfort? I asked and made a magic circle appear under his bed, exchanging it for a rather comfortable and spacious sofa, which came with a small table with 2 beer mugs. "Feel much better?" The Daxamite replied, sitting comfortably on the sofa, grabbing one of the jars. I sat down next to him, and after opening the bottle, I took the other jar and poured it first for him and then for myself, filling both jars to the brim with beer. Then I put down the bottle and raised my jar to toast with it. "By the way, thanks for the Sekiryuutei beer. I didn't think I'd be able to enjoy it in these places." "You're welcome." We both clinked our mugs and slowly took a good gulp. After that, the Daxamite said. "Well, here we are. By the way, you haven't told me what your plans are with me." He now sounded quite relaxed, courtesy of a good drink I imagine. "First of all, I apologize for the precautions taken with you. It was necessary since when you woke up you would cause a ruckus regardless of your intentions. And how do you know I won't make a fuss now and go home?" "You mean Daxam?" "Yes, I want to return to Daxam." The idea of returning to his home planet was very realistic in his mind. He wasn't lying to me, although he understood how complicated that would be at this point. I'd better let him know right away. When Krypton was destroyed, the debris reached Daxam. "Yes, I know. That's why I left there so quickly." "Understandable. But you should know that some huge debris hit your planet's moon. That affected the planet's gravitational pull." "Wait, what are you trying to tell me?" "Daxam is still there, but it was devastated by solar storms. It's a deserted place. Krypton and Daxam. They don't exist anymore." "That?" For a moment the Daxamite was frozen by that information. His home, his planet, everything was destroyed, and that couldn't change. It must be a harsh reality check for him. TCH. Things are getting pretty gloomy, I'd better liven things up. There may be survivors on other planets, although the probability is very low, all the more reason to drink this delicious beer, right? I smiled as I refilled both jars with Sekiryuutei beer. "Yes, you're right." The Daxamite responded by accepting a second round, we both clinked our mugs again and drank slowly again. When he finished, the Daxamite seemed more relaxed and looked at me as if he wanted to ask me a question. "What's going on? What do you plan to do with me?" His tone of voice was quite serious in that question. "See whether or not you are a threat to Earth." "A threat? Why would you think I'm a threat to this planet?" He was quite offended by that, and so I responded very calmly. "We've had peculiar experiences with several visitors from other planets. Last year, we dealt with a group of genocidal Kryptonians, and before that, Thanagarians who wanted to destroy this planet." "Ah, I understand now." The Daxamite said, understanding. "I guess it makes sense that you see me as a threat after experiencing something like that." He added in a calmer voice. "Do you know the meaning of clean slate?" "Yes, I think I've heard that before." He answered, although not very sure of himself. "We'll help you adapt to this new planet, its people, and deal with the new powers you have. In return, Gregory will make sure you lack nothing, be it food, water, shelter, and most importantly." I raised my jar again. "Alcohol?" I added with a rather mischievous smile. The Daxamite smiled very honestly. "I like that part." He raised his mug again and we gave a third toast to alcohol, and may it never fail. That was the most real concern of the moment. "My name is Azazel. I am the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. I am Mon-El, the heir to the throne of Daxam. I am the son of King Largand and his wife, Queen Ray. It is a pleasure to meet you, Azazel." Smiling, I got up from the couch. "Follow me, Mon-El, it's time you met the rest." Mon-El got up from his seat and together we left this place to go to the command center. Haha. I just hope he doesn't try to cause a ruckus with Kara. Later that morning, in a training room inside my building, not on the artificial battlefield, Mon-El told us about how he escaped from Daxam. At this moment the people present were Ice, Kara, Akeno, Ravel, Rossweisse, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Zez, a couple of fallen angels and me. Mon-El, the prince of Daxam, was sleeping comfortably in his palace that day with a beautiful Daxamite woman, and everything came crashing down when he felt everything start to shake. A royal guard entered his room and alerted him before it was too late. His Daxamite partner asked to be taken with him, but the royal guard made sure that he escaped as quickly as possible without looking back. When they left the palace they saw a real hell, the sky was on fire, while debris from the planet Krypton constantly fell. Mon-El had been traumatized by seeing all his people suffer, but his guard had nerves of steel and led him to a Kryptonian ship belonging to the then ambassador of Krypton. The ambassador was taken by the royal guard, who pointed a gun at him, and the ambassador said, "Please, I need to go back to Krypton." The royal guard, however, said, "Your world no longer exists and it has destroyed ours. This is your punishment." And without hesitation, he executed him. with a laser shot to the chest. Mon-El had reacted too late and the guard made sure the prince entered the ship immediately. Many of his people also wanted to escape with him on the ship, but there was only enough room for one person on it, so once inside the ship, the guard made sure that no one else approached the ship and demanded that Mon-El leave as soon as possible. Mon-El didn't want to leave his guard, but he had to, before it was too late, and then after so much time here he is, on Earth, being cared for by my organization. So your royal guard murdered the Kryptonian ambassador, so you could escape with his ship. Kara said those words almost as if she felt pain in every word. I could see in her eyes that the story of how her compatriot was killed had struck a chord with her. Mon-El nodded, his gaze visibly uncomfortable as he watched the crimson-red fire Kara was trying to control in the irises of her blue eyes. It was as if there was a lump in her throat and her face was a rather angry expression, especially now that Mon-El and she locked eyes. That? Mon-El asked Kara. She crossed her arms and, while continuing to glare at him, said. The Daxam royal family was the worst. And their son, the prince, was rumored to be the worst. The spoiled brat of the universe. Now, looking at you, I realize it wasn't just a rumor. Kara just wanted to keep coming at Mon-El. If this is how someone from Krypton acts against someone from Daxam, it's no wonder they both started that war simultaneously. Hey, it wasn't always like this. Mon-El defended himself, to which Kara responded with a mocking laugh saying. Oh, really? Thanks for explaining, Prince. Seeing the growing tension between Kara and Mon-El, Ice intervened, saying ironically. It's true, their planets didn't like each other very much, did they? No. No. Kara and Mon-El responded at the same time by stopping looking at each other, although the displeasure was already as clear as day. Shortly after there was an awkward silence until Mon-El took a few steps towards me and said. I know it might be strange, but isn't there a response to the signal sent to Daxam? I'm not the only one alive, am I? Mon-El looked serious and slightly hopeful, as shortly after I broke him out of his cell, I helped him send a signal to Daxam, this time, a real signal. Unfortunately, there was no response yet and I highly doubt there ever will be. Although anything is possible considering what we've experienced over the past year. Not yet, I'll let you know if there are any changes. Thank you, Azazel, Mr. Azazel. HMPH. HMPH. You can just call me Azazel. Mon-El nodded, his expression changing to a happier, less depressed one. Enough of this sad stuff, huh? What do you do for fun here? Do you go dancing or hey, do you play Garada here? Everyone looked at each other confused and Asia asked. What is Garada? It's like football, but with dragons. Har responded to Asia, still maintaining a cold tone while looking at Mon-El with suspicion. Ice on the other hand, saw Mon-El in a more friendly way and said to him. We don't have Garada, but if you're looking for a dragon game, how about some Dragon Ball? I have my PlayStation 4 at home along with Dragon Ball Fighters. That's great, what if we go out and play that thing you said? Mon-El responded excitedly and at the same time confused, but then Kara told him. Actually, you'll be staying here in the building. Rossweisse nodded with an expression that suggested she agreed with Kara and added. Until we can analyze the extent of your powers, you'll have to stay here. It's for your protection. Mon-El looked disappointed but nodded saying. Okay, I'll do what you tell me. Now that we know everything about Mon-El, I said. Kara, go to the watchtower and inform your cousin of the details. Kara looked at me and nodded in agreement, her arms crossed. The next person I looked at and spoke to was Ice. Ice, be sure to keep an eye on Mon-El. Ice looked at me with a silly expression pointing at himself. Huh? Me? Why? You're the one who should be taking care of him. You're my assistant, you do what I tell you. Besides, I'll be busy. Lie. You just want to go drink and relax. Well, I'm leaving now. Saying that, a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath my feet and in an instant I disappeared from the building. Yes, let Ice take care of Mon-El, I've done enough for him, now it's my turn to drink and enjoy and drink again. CBA New Azazel Tower. For the rest of the day Issei Hyoudou, was supervising Mon-El who had been subjected to endless tests and experiments by Gremory to accurately determine all of his powers and their scope. He possesses super strength that is close to the average level of a high-class devil, super speed comparable to Kiba before he developed his balance breaker, invulnerability to almost all human weapons, as long as they are not lead-based, although the maximum range of his invulnerability is quite limited when compared to that of Kryptonians, although that is mostly due to the fact that he has only spent a very short time under the light of the yellow sun. Although now that I think about it, Kara in her early days already had her skills far superior if I compare her to Mon-El. In fact, her powers had been so overwhelming that she had to be kidnapped by the Justice League Trinity and had to live a couple of months in Themyscira until she could control her powers well. Well, Mon-El doesn't seem to have that problem, since he doesn't have enough accumulated power. For now, perhaps his lack of power is the reason why he doesn't have heat vision yet, and the icy breath he generates is almost like a normal homemade fire extinguisher. As for combat skills, they weren't bad at all once he got used to the powers granted by the Yellow Sun. Now that the tests of his powers were over, I started to make a compilation on my tablet that I would later give to Azazel. You don't have heat vision or X-ray vision yet, your ice breath is very weak, and you can't fly. On. At that moment Mon-El struck a block of steel with a strong blow, leaving the mark of his fist on it. But you are strong. Just like Kara? Mon-El asked hopefully. More like Kaneko, the first time I met her. And is she strong? Very strong. Good. Mon-El celebrated by raising both fists in the air, then grabbed a towel and used it to wipe away the sweat he had accumulated throughout the day. Your jumps are very good. You can leap very tall buildings in one bound. In short, you have the powers of a superhero. A superhero? Mon-El asked in confusion. It seems that term isn't familiar where he comes from. If Kara were here, she'd probably make another sarcastic comment about Daxam. A superhero is someone who goes out to fight crime and save people. The vast majority have special powers, but some don't. Some wear suits, others wear armor. Speaking of getting out, I'm going to go crazy if I don't get out of here. I need fresh air. The real kind. Mon-El stopped in front of me and looked me in the eyes. I could see that he felt overwhelmed and really wanted to get out of here. Yes, I understand, but you should wait just a little longer, okay? Or we could get into trouble. I bet if I go out I'll fly like Kara. Mon-El said it very confidently, crossing his arms. Nice try. Although if you really pulled it off, you'd probably end up. Hey boom. Just then, Mon-El and I heard a loud explosion in the distance. We both looked at each other again and then headed towards the source of the explosion. Upon arriving, we both saw Zez, who had a somewhat exasperated expression while dragging Gram across the ground with both hands, and on the other side, we saw Saji, who was wrapped in a deep emerald green light while being attended to by Asia. What was all that about? I asked Zez for information, approaching him with Mon-El. I wanted to see if he could awaken his balance breaker. He didn't, and he completely swallowed the cursed punch. Oh wow, poor little Saji. NGH, it's okay, don't worry about me, I am a gem. Shakily, Saji raised his right arm with his thumb up. It'll be harder than I thought to get it to balance breaker. Ice-kun? Zez-kun? Suddenly, I heard Kiba's voice, and the three of us turned our gaze towards the newcomer who saw with a bitter smile the situation Saji was in. You are quite strict with Saji-kun. That's strange, I just received a call from Sona not long ago complaining that I was being too soft on him. Zez responded to Kiba, and I couldn't help but imagine Sona with a whip threatening Saji to get stronger. Say excuse me. Mon-El looked at Kiba in confusion and quickly understood what he was asking. Oh yeah, sorry. Mon-El is my friend, Hyoudou. He is a reincarnated demon, Rias Gremory's horse. Kiba, he is Mon-El, the Prince of Daxam. He comes from what was once a neighboring planet of Krypton and has almost the same powers as Superman and Supergirl. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm wondering the same. They both greeted each other and suddenly someone else appeared in front of us using a teleportation circle. TCH. Looks like Saji needs to find himself if he wants to reach balance breaker. The one who appeared before us saying that was Azazel, holding the artificial sacred gear containing Fafnir's jewel in his right hand. Could he have been conversing with him? Mon-El wasted no time and said to Azazel. Azazel, I'm tired of being here, I need some fresh air. Azazel turned around, but instead of answering Mon-El, he extended his hand toward me. I immediately understood that what he wanted was the tablet, so I handed it to him and he gave it a quick read. My master gave a slightly disappointed sigh and looked at Mon-El. I didn't expect much from you, the lack of heat and X-ray vision is understandable. But really? You can't fly, kid, even baby Superman could fly, I think. Mon-El slouched, looking down at the floor. I'm sorry, I'm not that skilled. Azazel shrugged and looked at Saji, who had already fully recovered with Asia's help. Are you okay, Zez? I guess something is blocking me from getting to that point. Azazel thought about it for a few seconds and the smile on his face became quite playful. I think I know exactly what everyone needs. Master, what are you thinking? Restaurant bar Golden Dragon's back, Manhattan. This was the next thing that happened. Azazel contacted Surziches letting him know that he was going to take the Gremory boys and Saji out to drink and have fun after long days of training at the Azazel Tower. Along the way he asked him if he had the possibility of sneaking away and joining us, which he effectively did, and now he was also with us under the excuse that he would take care of Rias and Sona's relatives. This bar restaurant was created last year by Azazel. The name is inspired, if I am not mistaken, by Fafnir and his special contract with Azazel. Various supernatural or alien beings, as well as normal humans, meet here. It said that when Odin came to New York, he spent a lot of time here and in the brothels also run by the fallen angels. Those who accompanied Azazel were Monel, Kiba, Gasper, Saji, Zez, Surziches, Riser, who I called by sending him a message asking if he wanted to come and have fun at a bar, and me. I was just texting Kara to let her know I wouldn't be returning to our penthouse early. I understand, I love you, and please don't let Monel get you into too much trouble. That's weird. In other situations Kara would have told me not to let Azazel get me into so much trouble, but since Monel's arrival, she considers him more troublesome than Azazel. Kryptonians and Daxamites are a thing. And that's when Monel came back to me, carrying 2 jars of beer, with a pretty big smile on his face because he was really having fun. Here you go, Ice. But I haven't even. That's why I'm giving it to you. Monel pointed at both jars with a smile. Ice, for a Daxamite, it is a great insult to refuse a drink. Well, I don't want to be culturally insensitive. Something that happened not long ago is that Monel stopped calling me Issei and started calling me Ice. At first he didn't understand why everyone or well, almost everyone calls me that, so I explained to him that that's what my friends call me. Then he asked if I considered him my friend because apparently he already considers me his friend, so I told him yes and well, now he calls me that. I accepted the jar that Monel offered me, then came Azazel, Surziches, Riser, Saji, Zez, Kiba who also had their glasses loaded. Kiba and Gasper initially rejected the possibility of drinking, but since Kiba is not able to say no, we managed to convince him to do it very easily, while Gasper on the other hand, decided to drink something that would be quite soft. Then the 9 of us made a toast and started drinking. And from here on out all the fun began. The 7 of us entered a competition to see who could drink the most glasses of beer while being supported by the entire audience inside the bar. Kiba and Gasper decided to join the audience. Come on, Ice-senpai, you can do it. Ice-kun, you're almost there. Azazel. 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 My master Azazel tied for first place with Surziches. In second place are Monel, Riser, Zez and me. The one who came in last place was Saji. Next, we played darts, a very close competition that ended in a 4-way tie, with Azazel, Surziches, Monel, and Zez all hitting the target. Riser and I made mistakes because we were too confident. As punishment, the 4 of us made Riser and me drink a single drink. Deep, 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 deep. They said along with Kiba, Gasper and Saji, while Riser and I competed to drink that drink faster. No me glup gonna glup Sekiryu glup. Of course glup because glup to swallow whole glup, you know it well. Riser choked on the double entendre and that gave me the win. Next up was another drinking contest between the 7 of us, this time with smaller glasses loaded with very potent vodka, and as surprising as it was, Saji was on the verge of defeating Supreme Governor Azazel and the Devil Surziches Lucifer, but to win you not only had to drink them all, but also ring a bell, and Azazel was the one who managed to ring the bell a second before Saji, by making his rocket arm fly straight into the bell. Later, after we all took a picture together, Monel and I entered an arm wrestling challenge, both of us surrounded by our friends and the supernatural beings who know who we really are. Monel and I joined hands and started arm wrestling. TCH. Monel was strong enough to make me fall, he looked at me with a wide smile raising his eyebrows and very easily managed to defeat me. Cracks. 2. Monel almost ripped my arm off with his super strength. It seems that he still cannot properly measure his strength. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Looks like I'm stronger than you, Ice. Ha 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 ha. The supernatural beings started laughing and now Monel started mocking his victory. Buddy. Yes Ddraig, we won't let Monel get away with this. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The red aura completely enveloped me just as Monel turned around to high-five some fallen angels. Seeing the red aura in front of him, he looked back at me and his face was filled with surprise. Do you think you can beat me now, Monel? Monel's smile was quite wide and he and I went back to arm wrestling. When the second round began, Monel tried to quickly beat me, but he got a big surprise when he couldn't get my arm to move. His face turned red with exertion and he looked at me with considerable disbelief as the part of my armor covering my face disappeared, revealing my smug face. What the buck, I can't. His efforts grew and he moved an inch in his favor. Then I raised my red dragon aura and in 1 second I made him surrender. Of course very strong with your armor but without it, tell me what you are. A metahuman, the man who sleeps with Superman's cousin every day, a member of the Justice League, and the guy who just beat you in arm wrestling. Oh. All the supernatural beings screamed and then Azazel stood behind Monel and hit his shoulder. HMPH. HMPH. Now it's my turn, what do you say, Ice? Huh. Mon-El stood up from his seat allowing Azazel to sit and he positioned his non-artificial arm on the table for us to play arm wrestling. Unless you don't have the manhood to face me. Oh. Whenever you want, Azazel. I accepted the challenge immediately and with the sound of the bells we began this game. TCH. My teacher is different from Mon-El, in fact now I feel like I'm Mon-El and my teacher is me in Balance Breaker. Oh come on Ice, don't hold back, do your best. Boost. 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 My power was doubled to the maximum making everything around me shake and I was about to defeat Azazel, but at the last second, he raises his aura and in just an instant he made me surrender. Azazel. 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 The strength my master had was unmatched in his defeats and he was so powerful that when he defeated me, he also deactivated my balance breaker. Well anyway he is the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. Ddraig encouraged me. That's when I feel someone gently tap my right shoulder and when I turn around I see Serziches who smiles widely at me. Ice-kun, let Ani-sama take care of Azazel. Hey? Will Serziches go against Azazel? Hey. What are you trying to do Serziches? Come on Azazel, I guess the supreme ruler of the fallen angels isn't afraid to face the new Lucifer. Azazel's smile grew wider and within seconds they began to arm wrestle, raising quite a bit of aura. This time the entire city began to shake due to the clash of the powers of my master and the new Lucifer. Did you think I wouldn't notice you sneaking away Serziches? At that moment we all felt a powerful presence and we all turned to see that person who turned out to be Grafia whose gaze was colder than ice. Azazel and Serziches stopped their competition and at that moment, Serziches felt true terror. Grafia Yoe. She walked up to Serziches and grabbed his cheek, pinching him so hard that it shook everyone in the bar restaurant. Oh. Grafia, I'm sorry. It hurts. The new Lucifer was dragged into the underworld by his own wife literally. We lost Serziches, but the night was still too young, so the rest of us continued having fun. Thanks to Azazel, we got a VIP table for the 8 of us and everyone started sharing some funny or embarrassing past experience. It was then that Riser touched on a very old topic between him and me. And that's how the damn Sekiryuutei stole my fiancé in front of my entire family and the Mayu's family and the other nobles. Hey, in my defense, you brought Kara into this. And there's no version of the story where I'd let you keep her. But you took Rias away from me, damn it. Rias. And the worst part is that you didn't even take her away from me because you love her. I'm so offended that you took her away from me and didn't make her your girlfriend. And the worst part is that it seems like she wants something with you. Riser put both hands to his head, stretching his hair. And how pretty is that Rias? Mon-El asked Riser. Riser brought one of his hands close to Mon-El's, forming a demonic magic circle around it and from it emerged a virtual image of Rias' Gremory. Mon-El's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets at the sight of Rias. Don't buck with me, it's hot. You see. And she wants something with ice. Azazel began to laugh loudly. Not just Rias, Akeno too. He added showing a picture of Akeno. Wait a minute, Azazel. Why do you have a picture of Akeno? She's your friend's daughter, you damn pervert. TCH. I'm offended that you think things the wrong way just because I have an image of Akeno. Why do you have her in the first place? Aren't you satisfied with the women you have and have to resort to the daughters of your colleagues? Perverted, wise master. All our friends started laughing. Oh by Rao Azazel, it's totally understandable that you have an image of Akeno, just look at her. Mon-El was more fascinated with Akeno's image than with Ria's image. I don't have your image for that's what I said. Azazel continued to defend himself against these accusations, but we only laughed at him more. And you're telling me that she, like Rias, wants to have something with ice? Mon-El asked again, to which Azazel responded by nodding his head very confidently. Mon-El then turned to look at me, a hint of anger in his expression. What the buck, ice? They're hotter than Kara's Orel. Just look at those boobs. That pissed me off so much I pointed at Mon-El with my left hand. You say that because she's a Kryptonian and you're a Daxamite. Besides, Kara is just as hot. Mon-El also got really upset and pointed his right hand at me. Don't buck with ice. It's not the same, Kara is beautiful, but those Rias and Akeno breasts are worth sucking for a whole day, I swear, they're the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life. They're huge. I love Kara's Orel. You have no idea what you're missing. Mon-El relaxed quite a bit with that and took a big gulp of his beer. What are you trying to get at? With a rather lascivious expression, Mon-El drank all his beer, then put his glass down on the table, making a loud noise with it, and while looking me in the eyes he said. I mean, you're missing out on a magnificent opportunity to be the king of your own harem. The king of the harem? I feel like I've heard that term before. Azazel and Riser took a sitting position with their arms crossed and nodded their heads showing their agreement with Mon-El. Zez, Kiba and Gasper just smiled bitterly, and Saji he was already asleep from drinking so much. Mon-El continued telling us. Yes, you see, on Daxam there's a concept that Krypton despises, and that would be the harem. And a harem king is a person who can afford to have many girlfriends at once and be one of the most envied people in the entire world and every world. On Daxam, there were some kings who even had their own harem, my grandfather included. Now it was Riser who took the floor. I used to possess an entire harem, thanks to the evil pieces. I was even able to make my little sister Ravel part of my harem until I was defeated by you, Sekiryuutei. You'll see, one of these days I'll repay you for the humiliation of that day. Ahahaha, keep dreaming Riser, keep it up. I could teach you a lot about harems. Throughout my life, I've formed multiple harems. It's also said that the Sekiryuutei have had harems, isn't that right, Ddraig? Azazel added, glancing at my left hand, the back of which was now shining in an emerald light. I'd already mentioned this to my partner since last year when he and his partner went looking for Rias' Gremory. And now he's practically surrounded almost all day by women who are very strongly attracted to him. Eh? Now. Azazel, Mon-El and Riser were looking at me as if I was some kind of villain, while Kiba, Gasper and Zez were looking at me as if they felt uncomfortable by the situation I was in, and Saji well he was most likely already in his 8th lucid dream. Guys, don't just stand there and say something. Come on, support me please. Kiba. Gasper. Zez. It is true that Rias One-sama has been very interested in you Ice-kun as Hazakeno-san, but of course you have my support. She may be my master, but if it is for you, I will gladly give you my sword. That was a very bad choice of words. I thought so. They were already late. I should have guessed. Azazel, Riser and Mon-El told Kiba, each looking at him with a raised eyebrow and a very similar look on each one. TCH. You had to help me, not make things worse. Hyoudou-senpai on this side of the continent, speaking like that can be seriously misinterpreted. Gasper whispered to Kiba, who didn't seem to be aware of what could be understood from what he said recently. Zez on the other hand raised his left thumb up and said. I'll help you, Issei. You know what they say, if you can't eat that much meat, I'm here to help you. Ahahahahaha. We all laughed together, and as the night continued, we continued drinking and telling stories, not paying much attention to how many hours had passed or how the night actually ended. Issei in Kara Penthouse, Manhattan. Well, since Ice won't be back anytime soon and I have nothing else to do. Kara said to herself as she turned on the TV and her partner's PlayStation, and seeing the list of games, she simply smiled, grabbed a controller, a pair of headphones, and got comfortable on the couch while loading Dragon Ball FighterZ. One of the things that also happened while Issei and she were in England was that she got a bit addicted to gambling because of Issei, and now that he wasn't there, she would most likely start playing and platinum it, along with a long list of games that Issei hadn't platinumed yet. Chapter 85. Détente. Hyoudou-kun. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. January 24, 2018, 10:55 a.m. My name is Gasper Vladi. This day since I opened my eyes was very different from usual. After spending a morning here in Azazel Tower, I realized that everyone's gender had changed. Except for me. The men had become women, and the women had become men. This is a very strange situation, only I hadn't changed my gender. I'm still a man. Why is that? And why am I the only person in this strange world? When I went to the headquarters where I-senpai's classmates, or my Gremory group mates, usually are, I saw a crimson-haired boy who had apparently arrived recently. Ah, Gasper, you're finally back. The way she spoke to me, there was no doubt about it, it was Rias One-sama. I can't believe she turned into such a handsome guy overnight. She has a tall figure and crimson hair with beautiful deep blue eyes. I also couldn't take my eyes off his face, he was such a handsome man that even other men would fall in love with that face. Would you like to have some tea too, Gasper? The one who said that to me was a man standing next to this male version of Rias, his expression fresh and his hair black. Is that Akeno-san? Wow, she seems to act so calm. I don't know what to say. Hey Gasper. If you're a man, you should act like one, or do you want to stay in the middle? Hey Zenobia-kun, what's wrong with you? You're always slacking off, aren't you? Now those who appeared were a man with a wild character, his hair was short, blue with a streak tinged with green, and right next to him came another man with blonde hair and a character that was noticeably quite calm. Are those Zenovia Senpai and Asia Senpai from I Senpai's team? Wow. Zenovia Senpai has the appearance of an athletic and muscular man. She was taking a rather bold stance and on her face was a look filled with boredom. On the other hand, Asia Senpai simply had the features of a man with a body that was slender. Zenovia. Asia. I found the manga we were talking about earlier at the store. Check this out. The samurai of the Vatican is Oda. We all thought he was dead, but he was transferred to the Vatican. The next person to arrive here was also a man, his hair was orange-brown. It can't be Irina Senpai, even though she's a man, she still has the same energy and angel aura. Oh. Well done Irina. Thank you, Irina-kun. As I listen to the three of them, it seems their names are still the same, which in turn doesn't make much sense. One moment. Does that mean Kaneko-chan has also become a man? I wonder what Kaneko-chan will look like as a male Nekomata. Since she is a man, has she become a little man with a handsome boy's face? Until now I haven't seen anyone who looks like him, and that bothered me. So when I kept looking back and forth. Crunch. Crunch. I heard a rather strange and odd sound. After a few seconds I found the place where that sound came from, and what I saw was a giant man with cat ears and a cat tail. No, don't tell me that. This man with cat ears who is about 2 meters tall, a mountain of muscles, he who is eating something, I can see that what he is eating is a bone, and he uses his powerful jaws to bite it. Rias One-sama looked at him and said while laughing. Will you eat the bones again? Does it have a lot of protein and calcium? Dineko-sama. Dineko-sama. Dineko equals Gato Grand. Don't tell me that really this giant guy is Kaneko-chan. And not only that, Rias addressed that huge guy as Sama. Their fingers are too thick. I'm so shocked that my body started to tremble. My precious friend Kaneko-chan has transformed into a super giant monster. Ash. The large flash of red aura was seen from the large glass windows of the headquarters towards the hangar. I'm here. The couple of people entered the headquarters and approached us. Senpai. He hasn't changed his gender like I have. What the hell is going on here? Good afternoon. Hi, how are things? We're here. Hello. Senpai was accompanied by 4 women, one of them was holding his left arm. At first I mistook that woman for Supergirl, since it is usually Kara Zor-El who always accompanies Senpai by taking him by the arm, almost always the left one. Plus this woman is a beautiful blonde just like Kara. In fact she was very identical to her hair is long and silky, her body is slim, she is a tall girl, and on top of that she has big breasts that seem to be similar to Kara's. If I didn't know Kara, I would say she was Supergirl. Everything would point to her being Supergirl. A beautiful woman and I made eye contact. Then she spoke to me. Hello, Gasper-kun. The other 2 women standing next to Senpai were very similar to each other, each with beautiful black hair, a very beautiful and feminine face, slim figures and a pair of breasts that could compete with the Akeno-sen I know, and the woman who was further back was blonde, like the blonde woman who was taking Senpai by the left arm, but this other blonde woman looked very conceited and seemed to give signs of being a diva, and her blonde color was very strong. At the greeting of the first blonde woman, Senpai's main companion, I said. Yeah, hello, Senpai. I didn't know what to call her, so I called her Senpai. Actually I don't know what to call Senpai's companions, because I don't really know them, but I have this weird feeling in my stomach that I do know them, and that in turn scares me a lot. Rias One-sama sees Senpai who is accompanied by beautiful girls that I have never seen before and said. Good morning, Ice, Yumi, Zez, Monica, Risarina. Yumi. She's Hyoudou-senpai. This is so amazing. Kaneko-chan is Dineko-sama and Hyoudou-senpai is a beautiful girl right now. Monica is Monel. Zez is still called Zez. So that means Risarina the diva is Riser. CBA New Azazel Tower. I've been thinking about it and maybe I should move from Japan to New York, plus we need to be prepared for the match against Agares we lost against Sona, we can't afford to lose again. Rias-sama began to tell us keeping her arms crossed while Akeno-san nodded with a very cheerful smile that gave chills. I think the weather here is identical to where I come from. But why am I the only one in this world? I wonder if one of the gods said he'd fit in better in this world than the other and therefore sent me here. However, the biggest mystery is, why hasn't Senpai changed gender? Perhaps Senpai was also sent to this place. I remember him telling me and the others yesterday at Guy's night that he accidentally traveled through the multiverse that time. Did he do it again? But that wouldn't make any sense. Because he's really attached to Hyoudou-senpai and not to Supergirl Kara-senpai. Hey Gasper. You need to pay more attention. Ooh, the one who said that was Rias-sama, she or he is still a very strict person both in this world and in mine. Suddenly, a flash of red aura descended from above and she landed with a superhero fall, which is bad for the knees, but apparently not so bad for someone who endures the daily battering of a Kryptonian. Calm down, Rias, I know you'll win, it's Ikari you're facing, not Sekiryuutei, although I partially understand your concern, since you still have how many servants? Rias looked at Ai-senpai, rolling her eyes. 4. I suggest you start looking for more servants instead of training and planning, especially if they're women with huge breasts. There are plenty of options, and why not a superhero too? You could be my pawn, and judging by your courage you might consume all 8 of my pieces. Monica and Zez would also fit the bill, Monica being my missing rook and Zez my missing knight, and as for the bishop it could be Asia, her sacred gear is really good. Ha. Yeah, I guess so, although as you well know, I'm not interested in that kind of life. Oh, it seems that the Ai-senpai of this world is not interested in joining the Gremory clan either, although he shows some perverted tendencies similar to those of the Ai-senpai of my world. His fetish for beautiful blondes, the thing about women with big breasts, and his personality. That's a good thing, I don't want to think of a different version of the Ai-senpai I know and admire. If the Sekiryuutei were to join us there would be a great deal of benefits. That's what Akeno-senpai said. Suddenly I saw Zenovia-senpai in the company of Asia-senpai and Irina-senpai. The 3 of them went together with Ai-senpai. Nah, it would be best if Ice-kun joined the Lord's ranks. Don't talk nonsense, Irina, if Ice did that he'd end up becoming a fallen angel. Ahaha, I think in this world Zenovia also knows Ai-senpai very well. Ai-san is fine as long as he remains Ai-san. Asia-senpai said it with a wide smile, acting like the Asia-senpai of my world. I am a princess, I have no intention of becoming a servant. Yeah, same here. But Rias, what about Zenovia as your horse? He's all brawn and no brains, but he'd be very useful to you. Ahahahahaha. Everyone started laughing at Zenovia-senpai, who turned red and looked angrily at Zez-senpai. TCH. Here we go again with those Zez, I'm smart too. Not to mention being pretty good looking. Or do you need to see how I swing my ex-urandal? That last thing Zenovia-senpai said, raising her eyebrows several times, as if it were some kind of daring insinuation that made Asia-senpai blush profusely. Zenovia-kun, stop being so indecent. Asia-senpai is so embarrassed, it seems that even as a boy he doesn't like that kind of thing. You better keep training, Zenovia, with that heavy and enormous butt of yours it seems that it is difficult for you to move. Monica told Zenovia, whose face turned redder than before from embarrassment. Both she and Zez went with Ai-senpai, it seems that they get along very well with him, maybe too well, especially with Yumi, who was already on Ai-senpai's left before I realized it. She was acting so cute and intimate around him. First Yumi, now Zez, also Monica and maybe Risarina, you sure do love to monopolize everyone, Ice. Oh, it seems that Zenovia-senpai is complaining about that, seeing that all the girls who are boys in my world are together with Ai-senpai. This still seems so weird and bizarre to me. I hope I can return to my world. I'm really scared of the possibility of staying in a world where my classmates are men and Hyoudou-senpai is the only girl. I don't want that. Yumi, you always seem to be indulging Ice too much. Well, I don't have to interfere in other people's personal affairs, so fine. When Rias started saying that in a somewhat serious tone, Yumi's face turned almost as red as Ai-senpai's armor. Oh, I think I understand now. In this strange world, Hyoudou-senpai is Ai-senpai's partner and not Supergirl, but it seems like he has a harem. A harem that in my world would be a reverse harem. I am that Yumi's face blushed even more as she tried to hide behind one of Ai-senpai's dragon wings. It's clear she has strong feelings for Ai-senpai, but Ai-senpai is still hiding inside his armor. Could it be that he's distracted? Seriously, why does everyone prefer Ice? There's more than one handsome guy here. Zenovia-senpai muttered those words as if she couldn't make sense of it. Well, I think they are made for each other. That's true. Ice-kun needs a woman like Yumi who is direct in everything. Apparently Asia-senpai and Irina-senpai approve of the relationship between the two of them, a metahuman and a reincarnated demon. But this is so weird, plus the Ai-senpai I know already has a beautiful and straightforward wife. Where's Supergirl? Well, now that I think about it, maybe it's better if she doesn't appear after seeing what happened with Kaneko-chan and seeing how Superman is. I can't stand seeing Supergirl as Superman and with a body similar to Deneko-sama's. Rias, it seems that love has already blossomed on this side of the world. Well, it's a relationship that grew between my best friend and the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. As king, I have no complaints. Akeno-senpai and Rias-senpai are in favor of both of them. Is it possible that the relationship between Ai-senpai and Hyoudou-senpai is as developed as the relationship between Ai-senpai and Kara-senpai in my world? Well, I guess this is fun. It's so fun to see Udo-senpai no, Yumi-senpai as I-senpai's main partner. Could it be that the two of them live in the same building where my world's I-senpai lives with my world's Kara-senpai? Rias-sama made a dry coughing sound and returned to the conversation. Now, about the raiding game we'll have against Ddraig trying to get more servants would be the best idea. Are you completely sure, Ice? Are you 100% sure you don't want to join my party? Besides, your relationship with Yumi might be better with you joining our group. Oh well yes I'm pretty sure, although now that you mention it, I got curious to know how much I'm worth now. Rias nods with a wide smile and forms a crimson magic circle around I-senpai, and after a few seconds her gaze turned into a bitter expression with a deeply furrowed brow. Their reincarnation value for someone to try to reincarnate you would require mutant pieces, 8 normal pawns wouldn't work on you, unless half of the pawns were mutation pieces I guess. Oh wow I knew I-senpai's value would be quite high, but I had no idea it was so high. But it makes sense. I-senpai, like me, has a lot of potential, and my world's Rias-sama had to use a mutation bishop piece on me. Is my value really that high? Ddraig. Really? I-senpai wondered in confusion as he looked at both of his hands. I think he is now mentally interacting with his celestial dragon. It's your fault for not doing things in time. Really, Rias? You chose to wait until the very last minute and now we're in the finals of the tournament. Akeno-senpai confronted Rias-sama, and upon hearing that, she pouted and said to her. Well, I trusted the rest of my servants would come of their own accord, you know the will of the evil pieces. It's not like I can just pick anyone and fill out my party overnight. Are you really going to scold me for that? I'm your queen, scolding you is part of my job, and I know I do it well. You're quite the expert when it comes to speaking. Even in this strange world the way these two Onosamas treat each other hasn't changed. Whenever Rias complains about the number of servants, Akeno-senpai scolds her. They continued discussing clan matters. Well, we can't keep kicking ourselves in the face, we have to keep working hard to defeat Ddraig. You are definitely the best queen. I love you, Akeno. Rias-senpai put her arm around Akeno-senpai's neck and smiled. Oh wow, it seems they've finally come to an agreement and are acting like siblings. It reminds me of the time I-senpai was drinking with Udo-senpai. I remember that day like it was yesterday, but I highly doubt that happened too. Flash. A person appeared out of nowhere like a flash of golden light. It was a beautiful woman with black hair, she was wearing a lab coat. I have something that might interest you all. Wait a minute, Azazel. Oh my god, you're a bit hard to keep up with. There is a silver-haired man behind him. Wait a minute, he called the woman Azazel. Azazel, the supreme ruler of the fallen angels, is a woman here? Then that means the silver-haired man who just entered and is standing behind her is Rossweisse. What's going on, Azazel-sensei? What are you up to now? I've finished a special experiment that might interest you. Check this out. Azazel-sensei quickly changed into his lab coat. A magic circle appeared on the floor of this place, showing a laboratory table. On top of the table was some kind of rare rifle, whose power source seemed to be something that glowed with an intense pink light. Azazel-sensei took the rifle with both hands and pointed it at all of us. This rifle is capable of firing a beam that can change a person's gender. If you're hit by the beams from this rifle, men can transform into women, and women can become men. If we use this, we could transform you into very beautiful women. What do you say? Are you interested in knowing your feminine side? I think so. Hahaha. Hahaha. Wow. We all applaud Azazel-sensei for his crazy mad scientist experiments. That's an amazing weapon. Master, you are amazing. I-senpai at some point approached Azazel-sensei and began to praise him, and even though his armor also covered his face, I could see that his eyes were crying with quite a bit of faith. So how would you prove that Without warning, Azazel-sensei fired his rifle at Akeno-senpai. After being hit, Akeno-senpai's body slowly began to change. The moment the light disappeared, Akeno-senpai returned to the same body he remembered her with, that of a beautiful girl. Even her clothes changed into the clothes she normally always wears. The fallen angel's technology is another wave. Oh. We all said after seeing that. Ooh, Akeno, you've become a girl. Rias-sama said that while blushing. Really, let's see, I'll make a mirror. Akeno-senpai created a full-length mirror and looked into it. Dark hair with a ponytail, my breasts became too big and heavy. Hey, Akeno, that's no way to talk about your body. Why don't you speak in a more reserved and polite manner? You look very beautiful. Rias told him. Okay, just give me a second. My name is Himejima Akeno. Nice to meet you all. Yufufufu. How about that? Wow, now she's the same Akeno-senpai I know in my world, and not just because of her looks, but because of her way of behaving. Akeno-senpai, how beautiful. Linda. They are older girls after all. Come on, let's all try it. All the boys were excited after seeing Akeno-senpai. I'm next. Zenovia-senpai rushed over, sensei aimed his rifle at him, he was hit by the lightning immediately. After the pink lightning disappeared, Zenovia-senpai took the form of the Zenovia-senpai from my world. Oh yeah. My breasts are huge. I lost my other exurandal, which makes my lower body feel very empty, but it might be easier to move around if I get used to this body. Stop saying those kinds of words. Rias-sama was next. So, will I become a girl too? Sensei, please take care of me when I become a girl. Don't worry Rias. Yeah. Rias-sama was struck by the lightning too. He turned into a beautiful girl with crimson hair. Ah. It's the Rias-sama I know. Her beauty surpasses 8,000. Rias-sama saw herself and started playing with her hair. This is what I look like when I turn into a girl. A girl with long hair and big breasts. It seems like I'll be very popular with boys. If I were born like this, Otu-sama and Aka-sama would surely spoil me a lot since I'd be very pretty. Rias-sama laughed as she said that. Should I speak in a more reserved manner? Ahem, nice to meet you. I am Rias Gremory, the next heir to the house of Gremory. Now, my lovely servants, let us all continue this game. How could I possibly do this? After listening to Rias, we all sighed in admiration, that way of speaking suits her very well, but there is also a person who is looking at Rias-sama with her mouth half open and without her armor, that is Ai-senpai. Noticing Ai-senpai like that, Rias-sama approached him and waved her hand in his face. Hey, what's going on? Hey. After hearing her voice, Ai-senpai approached her and took her hands. Phase 2 of Rias Gremory. Why are you screaming so suddenly? Your womanly appearance. It's also the same appearance of the woman who is ideal for me. Please go out with me. Wow, he just confessed, we were all shocked, Rias-sama was so shocked that her eyes started rolling around. It seems Ai-senpai is in a very serious situation. What will happen now? This situation never happened in my world. At that moment someone approached the confused Rias-sama and the excited Ai-senpai, then. Thud. Someone hit Ai-senpai with a metal beam. After being hit by the metal beam, Ai-senpai fell to the ground. That must have hurt. The person who hit Ai-senpai was Yumi-senpai. She has teary eyes as she holds the metal beam. Ice-kun idiot. You said, Yumi is my type of girl. I never want to see you again. After saying that, Yumi-senpai ran out of the CPA. Why Yumi? Wait. This is a huge misunderstanding. I was kind of dumb when I said that. Please wait. Ai-senpai started running after Yumi-senpai. It seems their relationship in this world is complicated. At that moment Azazel-sensei saw me. Hey Gasper. Can you come here for a moment? Yes. What's going on? Sensei was pointing at me. My group and ICE team members were so interested in changing genders that they forgot about the two of us. Sensei pulled me into a far corner and spoke to me in a low voice. Are you still a boy? When we all became girls, we became weak. Do you still have your memories? Sensei spoke like he does in my world, he certainly does. Sensei. Do you have memories of my world? Well, that's because. Sensei scratched his head, then said to me. Yesterday when we were drinking until very late we started talking about really random things and the topic of how it would feel to change gender came up, so I came up with the idea of experimenting with some kryptonite. The result was that the green kryptonite changed to a strange pink color, and while I was playing with it, my experiment failed and changed everyone's gender, even their memories became bad. Even I became a woman. So all this mess is your fault, Sensei. Sensei shut my mouth before I could finish speaking. Lower your voice, yes, that's what happened. I'm sorry, I know I just got you involved in this blunder, and it might not be the last. But even I didn't imagine this could happen. Why hasn't Ai-senpai changed? Well, he's the Sekiryuutei. Probably the power of his dragon combined with his metahuman status and the Omega's properties created a very strange power in him that can't be altered. But anyway, thanks to that, he's having fun with Hyoudou right now. Sensei, it seems he's fine with her. Even if she's guilty, they get along, but that brings me to the next question, where is Supergirl? I don't know, he didn't show up at Azazel Tower today. He's probably still at home, I didn't have time to check those things out. What will happen now? Will everyone be able to return to normal again? Of course, that's why he created this rifle to shoot everyone, but his memories still don't seem to return. Well, it seems your experiment failed again. I'll do something about it, so please don't be too hard on me. In fact, why don't we change your gender while we're at it? I'll turn you into a girl. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Sensei is tempting me. I admire Sensei's words, but what should I do? To really wish I had breasts. I really want to see myself with breasts. Yes, that's good, I'll create you a pair of breasts with missile launchers, you can shoot with them. I started thinking about launching missiles with my breasts. Sensei started turning the gender dial on his beam rifle. He's programming the weapon. At this rate my breasts will become weapons. I don't need useless things like launching missiles from my breasts. Really? So you want flying breasts to take you into space? I could call them big pointy space tits. Cool, right. I'm going to create you a pair of rocket tits that will be able to take you from Earth to space. That's no different than having missiles in your chest. I don't want to be a space vampire. I'll be too close to the sun and I'll probably turn to dust. I don't want that, after all I'm a vampire. I don't want to go to space. If I go to space with space boobs, I'm sure I'll turn into the barbecue of the sun. HMPH. HMPH. I see. Maybe you'll be happier being a muscle boy, you'll be Dagasper like that Kaneko over there. Wow. At that moment my gaze met Kaneko Daneko's. Crunch. Chew. She was eating a bone with her enormous teeth while wiggling her gigantic chin. No. Her main food is meat and bones. I'm a vampire who eats vegetables. Even if vampires have strong jaws, this is still very sudden for me. It was at that moment that Sensei pointed his rifle at me and fired. Understand? Someone is calling me. Daya-kun, wake up. When I opened my eyes, I could see a familiar girl. She has a small body. Kaneko-chan. Hey Kaneko-chan. I hugged her without thinking, that's because. Calm down, Jaya-kun. What's wrong? It seems you've been having nightmares. If you want, you can talk to me about it. Kaneko-chan reassured me while stroking my head. It's a good thing it's Kaneko-chan and not Daneko-sama. I'm happy, apparently it was just a dream. I told her about the dream I had. Kaneko-chan seemed interested and listened very attentively, her ears perked up. It seems I arrived at the sensei's tower headquarters room before everyone else and fell asleep. I had such a strange dream at that time. I also felt that sensei's words were true, but I'm glad it was just a dream. As I looked around, the others arrived and started talking to each other. I'm glad everything is normal. At that moment, I heard a sound like a creaking noise. I started thinking and looked for the place where the sound came from. Kaneko-chan was eating bone and meat. I feel like I have no strength in my jaw, that's why I'm chewing this for training. Ooh. Détente. Kaneko-chan will convert into Daneko-sama. Suddenly someone else came in, drawing attention. Hey guys, I came up with something cool this time. He's Azazel-sensei. Thanks to the Mayu, he's a man. He is holding in his hands a ray gun. It's a special rifle loaded with a rare form of kryptonite that allows gender reassignment. It turns boys into girls and girls into boys. Senpai looked excited as he listened to sensei's words. Really? Master, you're really cool. Quick. I have to use it on Kiba again. What? Me? Hyoudou-senpai pointed at himself. Sensei points the rifle at Hyoudou-senpai. Okay. Kiba, turn into a girl. Don't worry, I won't fail this time. Senpai said again. This time that's what it means. Sensei's eyes met mine, then he gave a carefree smile. You know what I'm talking about, right Gasper? At night I couldn't sleep for several reasons. By the way. After seeing Hyoudou-senpai as a girl, senpai got overly excited, causing Rias-sama and Akeno-senpai to feel some envy towards Hyoudou-senpai. Later. After a day full of my experiments and using Rias and Ice's group as my guinea pigs, Azazel, returned to my large private office to drink some of the special sake I brewed for just these kinds of moments. Suddenly someone came in and when I turned around while sitting in my chair, I saw that it was Ice. He wasn't affected by the beams from my rifles, and it seems his memory became proof against memory erasures. I suppose being the Sekiryuutei gives him a certain immunity that I'll have to put to the test later on. What's happening? Everything last night and today was so much fun. Right? That's why I say we should have more fun. Maybe next time I'll build a UFO or a Transformers. With your luck, you might end up creating Unicron. Well, I wanted to give you this before I left. Ice handed me a picture frame. Oh. I said goodbye with a big smile and left my office. In the box he gave me was the photo we took last night at the bar restaurant Golden Dragon's rear. In the image I was smiling while holding 2 jars of beer. Next to me was Serzich's holding a jar of beer while wrapping his other arm around my neck. In front of me, and more crouched down, was Ice in the middle, wrapping his arms around Kiba and Zez's necks, who were smiling at the camera just like Ice, each holding a glass. Mon-El was located in front of the three, but more crouched down, being accompanied by Saji and Riser. At night, we all had a lot of fun. I hope there are more nights like last night. Oh, now that I remember, I think we all forgot about Saji. The poor guy must still be asleep in the bar restaurant. Issei in Kara Penthouse, Manhattan. After Issei Hyoudou, left Azazel Tower, I headed to the bar restaurant where I found a still asleep Saji. I made sure to take him to Ravel's building, where he would later be transported back to Japan. Now I went back to my penthouse and before entering I heard noises and laughter coming from the living room. Kara, I'm back. Upon entering the room, I happily greeted my dear girlfriend, but then I was a little surprised to see that I wasn't alone. Ah, hello Ravel. So you were here all the time, huh? Kara and Ravel paused the video game and turned their happy gazes to me. We've been waiting for you all day, Ice. Was everything okay at work today? Good evening, Isama. Yes, I didn't want to leave Kara-sama alone, so I kept her company while we played your video games. I hope you don't find this a problem. Ravel looked so cute acting nervous. She was wearing a pure white short-sleeved blouse that seemed almost transparent. Oh. Ravel looks so beautiful, and her clothes are so transparent that I can see the bra she's wearing. Her shorts were also quite short, and with her crossed legs, they gave her a rather erotic touch. Like Ravel, Kara had her beautiful blonde hair styled and a short-sleeved white blouse that revealed her dark-colored bra. The difference was that she wore a blue skirt instead of shorts, but the blue skirt was so short it barely covered a quarter of her erotic thighs. They both looked so erotic, so sensual. At that moment I sat down between them and Kara had a light flirtatious laugh as she shifted closer to me, her legs crossed and a controller still in her hands. Hey girls, is everything okay? Did you notice anything strange today? They both made a confused face that was almost too adorable while they kept taking their eyes off me. Oh, I feel so lucky. Ravel shook her head. Why? What happened? Kara asked me equally confused. It seems they were saved from my master's experiments by staying here and playing all day. It's no big deal. I told them with a calmer smile. Please tell me. Kara insisted with a very beautiful smile, her pupils shone a beautiful blue and her eyes became deeper due to curiosity. When she wants to know something there is nothing and no one to stop her. It was just crazy stuff with my teacher. During the day he did a weird experiment that turned men into women and women into men. It seems you weren't victims of it for being locked up here all day. Oh really? Really? They both sighed very calmly, knowing that they were not swept away by my master's crazy experiments, and then laughed a little at the situation. It didn't affect you, did it? Kara asked with a very funny and joyful expression. That's the funny thing, Azazel couldn't alter my body, I guess being the Sekiryuutei gives me some immunity. It makes sense, Isama is Isama and will remain Isama. Ravel didn't think about it too much, but Kara kept thinking about what I said, and after a couple of seconds she started laughing out loud, shaking her head. Then I saw that the game they were playing was paused, so I told them both as I got more comfortable. The next winner can use my lap as a seat. Kara and Ravel tensed a little and their faces filled with emotion. I accept the challenge, my love. I accept the challenge, Isama. They both looked at each other very defiantly and resumed their pending game. It seems that they took the idea of using my lap as a seat as a very personal challenge. Chapter 86. Parasite. Svalbard, Norway. February 7, 2018, 2:55 am. At this time of night at Thorl Arctic Station in Norway, as a severe snowstorm battered the facility, a dangerous discovery was about to happen. Dr. Jones, there's something you have to see. The doctor informed the scientist in charge of the station. Has the thawing accelerated? At this rate, it'll put Helsinki underwater within the next decade. Sir, no. We don't know what it is. The doctor led Dr. Jones to a laboratory inside the building where a dead wolf was being studied on a work table, which also included a microscope and a monitor that served to better study the dead animal. The frozen wolf. With a stone spearhead in its body. Dating back to 3000 BC. So Bronze Age Vikings visited Svalbard. Hey, we study climate change here, not archaeology, doctor. Dr. Jones only cared about climate change, global warming, and ecological disasters. History was not his profession, and he seemed somewhat disappointed that the doctor had spent resources on that type of discovery. Touch it. The doctor insisted, making Dr. Jones sigh with some exasperation. He put on surgical gloves while the doctor continued explaining. This wolf was trapped in the ice for over 5,000 years. I understand. Dr. Jones nodded and proceeded to touch the animal, noticing something unusual. It can't be lukewarm. Nearly an hour later, Dr. Jones was studying this wolf in the company of 5 scientists, including the doctor. Throughout the entire study process, security cameras inside the station were filming them, recording the discovery. Dr. Jones made an incisive cut on the animal with a scalpel. 1 hour off the ice, the tissue is soft and body temperature is normal. After saying that, he left the scalpel on another table and the doctor asked, "What the heck survives 5,000 years under ice? Besides a parasite?" Dr. Jones answered that question with another and put his right hand inside the wolf in search of anything that was not normal. It was then that something abnormal inside the animal gripped Dr. Jones' hand tightly, causing him true terror. "Hey. Help me. I. The other scientists tried to help him, but it was too late for him. Golden Dragon's Back Bar Restaurant, Manhattan. At a reserved table at Azazel's special bar restaurant, I, Issei Hyoudou, was having a date with my girlfriend, Kara Zor-El. For this occasion, she chose a rather hexy black dress that left her upper back exposed. She also wore high heels that left her at my height. Her blonde hair, as always, was perfect, loose and a little wavy, which made her look even more beautiful. As for me, for today's date I chose to wear a red shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbow, an open v-neck, black dress pants, along with the same black dress shoes. The last time I had a date with Kara was in England. Since we returned I've been busy helping Mon-El with his powers, going out with Zez to have fun, other times I did it with Kibba or Gasper, on certain occasions I also went with Saji and others with Riser, and the rest of the times I did it with the trio from the church. Asia, Zenobia and Arena. I also used to have tea with Ravel and serve as a tour guide for both Rias and Akeno, who had decided to move to Manhattan. Although Rias cheats as she uses her powers to make sure that her room is not only like in Japan, but also has the scent and essence of Japan, so when she is in her room, it seems like she is actually back in Japan. You could say she went to a lot of trouble to bring Japan with her. Oh, and I've also been to Rossweisse discount stores from time to time. You could say I've been spending all my time with all my friends in different ways, and my time with Kara had been reduced to bed. And now, after so much time, we were finally going out on a date, although, well, things here didn't turn out the way she had hoped in the first place since. Aldebaran rum. Deadly to humans, but a very refreshing cocktail for my good friend and his rather expensive sounding girlfriend Kara. The one who said that was the person who currently worked at this bar restaurant as a mixologist, Mon-El. At the time, Azazel found him a job that would be suitable for him. He wasn't going to put him to work things that were boring for him, like 80% of the jobs we humans are, although I'm actually a metahuman, and since Azazel and Mon-El share a fondness for alcohol, he put him to work here, and boy did he love it. Kara glared at Mon-El for a second, then lifted the glass with her right hand and examined it closely, then sighed and shook her head, looking back at Mon-El. "Prince, you're being abusive. What's wrong with that? Besides, I'm treating." Mon-El defended himself with a shrug. "This is the fourth drink you've bought us. Thanks, by the way," I said to Mon-El, raising my glass with my left hand, and Kara turned her gaze towards me with an expression that said, "Really? You're welcome. I feel lucky to have good friends in my life. It makes my time here on Earth less lonely." Suddenly a group of fallen angel women signaled to Mon-El, who smiled like a gentleman when he saw them. "And the fallen angel women are the best." He then went off to flirt with them, which I found quite amusing, and Kara sighed, now feeling relieved that Mon-El was going somewhere else. "Sorry, I forgot to mention that he works here." We both looked into each other's eyes again, ignoring everything around us. Seeing those beautiful blue eyes is like a personalized paradise for me, but nothing compares to the beautiful view I have of her sensual cleavage. "Oh, it's okay, it's not that the drinks bother me, what worries me is that you're such a good friend of his." "Because?" Kara was a little embarrassed before answering. "I felt like he was going to be very influential on you, and I was scared that you would become someone like him. He's not a bad person once you get to know him." "I know, but he enjoys life in a rather radical way, too much for my taste." "Don't worry, I promise I won't be influenced so easily." Kara smiled very happily. "I know I can trust you, that's why I'm with you." We both raised our glasses and made a toast, then drank it. My drink was smooth, yet it felt quite strong and cold, and Kara on the other hand. Oh my god, that was fast. She drank it all. "How do you feel?" Kara didn't answer me, she lowered her head, and I saw her beautiful blue eyes wander from side to side, then she looked up and said to me. "Floating." "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." This was so funny I laughed, but Kara laughed even more hysterically. Apparently, the cocktail Mon-El brought us was too strong for her than it was for me. Gregory and Daxam origin alcoholic beverages are something else. Later, as we were leaving the bar restaurant, Kara awkwardly got up from her chair, her legs no longer seeming to respond properly. She fell onto my chest and stayed leaning on it while I carefully held her waist. "Wow, Kara." She didn't answer me, she was already fast asleep, and with a very flirtatious smile on her face she stayed close to me. I took care of paying the bill and left the bar restaurant carrying Kara in my arms and carried her to my car. It was the first time in a long time that I actually used it. Since I had that hellish training with Old Tannen, I stopped using it since I almost never needed it, and I know of a fun series of 3 superheroes in which a certain green sports vehicle always ends up exploding. The whole way Kara was in my arms, I held her as tight as I could and carefully lowered her onto the passenger side. I then got into the driver's side, closed the door, took the wheel, and just before I started the engine, my boosted gear materialized without me wanting it to. You drank a lot too, leave this to me. Oh right, I forgot, hahaha. My master had already upgraded my vehicle a while ago and gave the steering wheel an additional improvement so that it could link when it came into contact with my boosted gear, which would allow Ddraig to be the one to manipulate it for certain cases like the one I find myself in now. In just a few seconds we had arrived at our apartment building. Ddraig took care of parking the vehicle in the special garage, and once again, I held Kara in my arms and took her to our penthouse. Once inside our home, I carefully made sure to help her take off her dress. She wasn't completely asleep yet and kicked a little to take off her heels. At the same time, she tried to hold onto my body more tightly once I took off her dress. Next we went to the bed, where I gently laid her down, then took off my shoes and lay down next to her with her still clinging to my arms. We were both at peace, she more than me, and with her face resting on my chest and the sheets wrapped around us both, I told her. Good night. MMMH, I know. I understood his adorable babble and we both fell asleep. Tonight, we both slept more comfortably than ever before. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. It was around midnight when I, Azazel, and others were summoned by Rossweisse. By now, almost all of my fallen angel boys are having their happy hours, drinking, making love, gambling, or who knows what. Those who reappeared at my building were the Virgin Valkyrie without a boyfriend from the 100 yen, Ravel, Zez, Barakiel, who was visiting Akeno, and Kiba. What do we have, Ross? An Arctic research station in Norway. Rossweisse explained while she worked, typing on her computer. The boyfriendless Valkyrie showed us what had alerted her on the large monitors at headquarters that monitored everything happening in the world in real time. What we saw was a very recent alert transmission that somewhat resembles a cheap horror movie of modern times. Please. Help. He's not human. And that was the end of a woman's call for help. Rossweisse explained to us. After this distress call, no one has been able to contact them. The government has placed the entire area under quarantine until Gregory or the League investigate. Okay, Barakiel, Zez, go with a team there. Understood. Okay. Svalbard, Norway. In Norway, it was still nighttime and the northern lights could be clearly seen. It was a very beautiful sight due to the part of the hemisphere it was in. Barakiel led the way, using a flash of light to illuminate the path. Behind him followed Zez, who wielded Gram from its hilt with both hands. Behind him followed a group of mid-class fallen angels, each equipped with dark suits and light weapons. The station was located below some glacial mountains. When the group led by Barakiel arrived at Thorol Station, they immediately advanced towards the laboratory where this incident happened, and the first thing they saw was that the door was stained with blood that was still fresh. On the floor there were a total of 5 fallen bodies, that would be 6 if you counted the wolf who was still on the investigation table. The monitors were damaged, and apparently there was nothing alive apart from Barakiel's group. The fallen angels continued on their way, seeing each body. Barakiel and Zez approached the body that apparently belonged to the woman from the broadcast, and upon seeing her, they were both surprised to see her face in a cadaverous state, as if all the life that was in this person had been completely absorbed. Have you ever seen anything like this? Zez asked Barakiel, pointing the tip of his sword at the victim's neck, to which the leader of the fallen angels replied. Not in this world. It was then that a noise was heard from the other side of the table with a dead wolf, and it put the entire team on guard. Who's there? Get out now. Zez said, followed by Barakiel, and the whole team went around the other side of the table, where the dead wolf was, and found a survivor who was about to go into shock. Cold, I'm cold. It was Dr. Jones, and there was a lot of blood under his nose. The fallen angel touched him gently and, after checking the doctor's condition, said to Barakiel. He has 1 minute left before he goes into shock. Well, we'll take him to Azazel Tower right away. Barakiel responded by creating a gigantic teleportation magic circle beneath his feet and immediately transported everyone back to the tower. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. Back at the tower, the doctor was immediately treated in a medical area by fallen angels highly qualified in the medical field and who often work together with Asia to enhance healing effects. Evidently, they all kept their supernatural nature hidden. They all died, right? This was the first thing Dr. Jones asked Barakiel and Zez, who were still with him in the medical area, while 3 other people were in charge of the activities within the medical area. I'm sorry. Zez said, taking pity on the man. He's been through a lot in the last 24 hours. I'd like to keep him under observation. Barakiel suggested, and Dr. Jones looked at him with some fear. The global warming never stops. The planet is being destroyed. And not by some space invasion, an army, or something of inexplicable origin. It's because of us. we believe nothing will happen. He paused and now looked at Zez, but his eyes weren't looking at him, but at the sword he had stored in the scabbard hanging on his back. An action that didn't go unnoticed by the young true wielder of the demonic sword Gram. My colleagues gave their lives to stop these changes, and I'm still here. I have to continue in their name. Barakiel nodded reluctantly. First we have to ask you some questions. Yes, I understand. I'll be at New York University. Zez nodded, not very comfortable with the doctor's language, since he felt that something was wrong. Gram warned him in his own way. Okay. Dr. Jones left the medical area and moved toward the building's exit, but just before leaving, the doctor felt as if something was trying to come out of his stomach, something was churning inside him, inciting him to vomit. Carefully, he walked until he leaned against a pillar, his face looked too pale, and when he opened his mouth, a strange parasite in the form of a larva or a rather thick leech was inside his mouth. The parasite came out of his mouth, crawled across the doctor's face, and in a very disgusting way it got inside his ear and advanced until it reached the doctor's brain. This whole experience was very painful and traumatic for the poor man, but after a few seconds, the pained expression on his face changed to one of relief, and upon recovering, he continued on his way out of the building, which now conveyed to him a feeling of danger and imminent death that he had not been able to feel before. Sekiryuutei x Supergirl. The next day here at New Azazel Tower, we, Kara's Orel and I, Issei Hyoudou, went there to start our workday. In Kara's case, it was to improve her combat skills and further develop her reflexes, and as for mine. It was my turn to start training someone else, Mon-El, whom I just knocked down for the 20th time this morning, with a very strong blow while in balance breaker. Mon-El was slammed into a wall, and the wall itself was brought down along with him, and a group of fallen angels happened to pass by and saw the Prince of Daxam lying on the ground. Ouch, that really hurt. Mon-El then realized he was being watched and immediately tried to compose himself by saying, "Ah, I slipped. Come on. On your feet, Mon-El." Again. I continued to jump from my position while holding both fists in a boxing position, waiting for his next move. "Whatever you say." Mon-El stood up and ran as fast as he could towards me. Those fallen angels peeked out through the gap Mon-El left with his body. The Daxamite advanced against me with his super speed at its maximum. Yes, he was fast, but his charge attempt had no technique, and that's why it was very easy for me to dodge him at the last second, and with the help of my armor's tail, I made him stumble in a way that looked quite ridiculous. Mon-El fell and hit another wall, and upon impact he seemed to be hurt by the impact, giving me an idea of how good his invulnerability to things was. That was worse, again. Mon-El jumped up, flexing both arms while lying on the ground, and quickly got back to his feet. He walked toward me taking a defensive boxing stance, to which I responded by crossing my arms and bringing forward the claws on the dragon wings of my armor. "Come on, give it your best shot." I challenged him, and Mon-El, with all his pride as a prince, charged at me, trying to hit me using first his right straight fist, then his left one, and his right one again, but each attempted hit, I counterattacked with a perfect block using the dragon claw that I had on each of my wings. It was then that he stopped trying to hit me with his fists and grabbed both claws of my two wings tightly, but in doing that he lowered his guard, and I took the opportunity to grab him by the ankle of his left leg by wrapping the tail of my armor around it, using it as if it were a rope, and in doing that I caught him so off guard that I propelled him into the air and ended up brutally slamming him against the floor behind me. His body made a rather loud noise as it was slammed against the ground. "Is it difficult?" "I'm not well," Mon-El insisted, getting back to his feet. I turned my back on him and walked a few steps away from him. Again. Mon-El took a second and then ran at me as fast as he could, and this time at the last second, I raised my aura and punched him as hard as I could in the chest, knocking all the air out of his lungs, and then slamming him back into the ground, burying his body. "Okay, was it because I interrupted your date with her several times yesterday?" "Of course not, you're my friend, although if Azazel had made Kara your instructor, maybe he would have taken it a bit too personally with you today. Do you need a break? Do you need a spatula to unstick yourself? Just give me a second." With great effort Mon-El stood up and cracked his neck from side to side. "I accept defeat." "Ahahaha. Oh come on, this is serious, you have to get stronger so I can continue with my pending training, plus you need to be prepared." "Ahaha. Prepare me for what? So you can thermonuclearly beat me up again? That's what we say here on Earth when you humiliate someone, right?" Mon-El said that as if it were a serious joke towards him as he walked in circles around me. "I'm training you so that one day, if you so desire, you can make a difference." Mon-El stopped with his hands on his waist and asked me while looking at me seriously. "What if this isn't for me?" "What thing?" I asked, deactivating my armor. "Being a hero, I don't know, I feel like I don't have the heart of a warrior. I used to be a troubled prince and spent my days surrounded by alcohol and women. And I used to be a normal guy whose goal was to lose my virginity to a very beautiful, busty girl. I know it's very complicated at first, and there are times when you think you're wasting your time, but believe me when I tell you, when your time comes you'll be a great hero. Are you serious? Of course. Mon-El remained silent, his gaze downwards. His training time was over, and he decided to return to headquarters before starting his own training, so he could improve Trihexa, but not before saying a few last words to her. No matter what you've done in the past, you have a second chance now. Don't waste it, okay? Department of Natural Sciences, New York. As night fell, in a laboratory within the apartment, after strange events occurred within Dr. Jones' body, he decided to perform a blood test using the laboratory's microscope. The body seems to absorb my red blood cells, rewrites my DNA and renews itself. We've become two united entities, something that is the sum of both. Jones. He was called by a person who entered the laboratory where he worked. You should go home and rest. After what happened. I add that I take a dim view of Jones' obsession with work. What happened was extraordinary. It gave me the energy to continue my work with even greater passion. The world won't end in a day. He insisted as he inspected the laboratory. It won't happen today. But it will happen soon. I'm right. The world is changing, and not for the better. The other person disagreed and told him. You should take more than one day, Dr. Jones. Your misguided obsession with climate catastrophes might be accepted in a different institution. Do you want to fire me? You know you were at risk. No. Dr. Jones stood in front of him and added. No, we don't accept it. We? You and who else? Us. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. That same night in Azazel's building, Zez continued investigating the incident that happened in Norway, and when he finally found something, it was with Azazel and Barakiel. I analyzed the other laptops of the scientists who died on Thoril and found a video of an autopsy on Dr. Bailey's computer. He informed the two and they approached him. Rossweisse, who is in charge of monitoring supernatural and extra-normal activities, was in charge of transmitting what Zez found to the large monitors in the room. Here it is. What the heck survives 5,000 years under ice? Besides a parasite. Hey. Help me. Are you okay? That's when everyone saw Dr. Jones grab Dr. Bailey by the neck. What are you doing? Leave her alone. Other doctors said, trying to separate him from the doctor, and while he was holding her by the neck, a strange violet aura energy that was in the doctor was seen passing to Dr. Jones, as if he was feeding off her. Dr. Jones. Please. He's not human. It's infected. Rossweisse and Zez said. Department of Natural Sciences, New York. On Azazel's orders, Barakiel and Zez went to the address Dr. Jones had given them that morning. Barakiel used a spear of light to illuminate the path. The two entered the laboratory where Jones works. Dr. Jones. Barakiel, this way. Zez called him after finding something in the apartment, a lifeless body. The two approached the now cadaverous body. Just like the other bodies we found in the Arctic. Barakiel said, creating a magic circle under the body. Now we know why Rudy Jones was the only survivor. It was he who killed them. Suddenly a third voice spoke. They won't stop us. Barakiel and Zez turned around, each on guard, and saw Dr. Rudy Jones. They won't stop what we'll become. With every word Jones said, he took a step closer to Barakiel, without fear. The planet is being destroyed by the human race, they only serve to make life easier for him. Like parasites. We will save it. Barakiel sighed and, clenching his left fist tightly, said to him. You're just another human who needs to be put to sleep like the dinosaurs. Barakiel threw a punch at Jones, but he held back to the point where Jones stopped his punch. That surprised Barakiel and his immense golden fallen angel aura formed all over his body, making the building shake completely. For a second Zez thought Barakiel was taking this too seriously, but the aura wasn't strengthening the fallen angel leader, it was actually weakening him. What a great power, we love it. Barakiel fell to one knee and began to breathe heavily. Zez, don't let him touch you, you'll die like the others. Jones released Barakiel and took a few steps towards Zez. Zez didn't back down, he grabbed Gram with both hands and held her in front of him with his guard up, quickly assessing the situation he now found himself in. Fascinating, there is more power in that sword than you can imagine, but I also have power, a lot of power. The aura of golden lightning enveloped Jones, his hands filled with lightning, and without thinking twice he discharged an immense amount of lightning towards Zez, who defended himself by creating a barrier of dark crimson red aura around him, using the power of Gram's aura. Uo. When the lightning stopped, Zez raised his barrier and, taking a quick look around the lab, he didn't find Jones anywhere, so he ran away. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. Less than an hour passed since Barakiel and Zez lost track of Jones. Barakiel had been immediately treated in one of the medical areas, now he had recovered, but the fallen angels who attended to him continued evaluating him in search of any abnormality in him. It's not every day that a fallen angel leader recorded in the Bible loses a ridiculously large amount of energy all at once. Well, at least not that way. Surely in the past Shuri left it drier than a glacier in the middle of the desert. What was under the ice is inside Dr. Jones. But I don't think it wants to kill him, it feeds on him. Barakiel informed Azazel while being accompanied by Zez, then Ravel and Rossweisse joined them. And we know what an alien it is. Ravel exclaimed and granted Rossweisse the explanation. A parasitic alien from the Engan system. It must have been trapped during the Ice Age. It finds a host and feeds on the energy the host comes into contact with, leaving them completely dry. Barakiel nodded seriously and said. But he doesn't just feed. When he came into contact with me he became more powerful. And not only that, he was able to fire lightning. Zez thought about that, and as he looked at Barakiel with his right hand resting on his chin, he said. It may be that by absorbing your energy the parasite is mutated. You are a fallen angel of the highest rank and possess the holy lightning. It was at that moment that Akeno came running in. Otu-san, are you okay? Akeno, I'm fine, a little tired but nothing serious. She found out what happened and came to see her father as soon as possible. If that parasite was able to strengthen itself and weaken Barakiel, then it might become even stronger if it comes into contact with Ice or Kara. We can't allow that. Everyone heard Azazel say that, and the supreme ruler of the fallen angels now said. Ravel, Rossweisse, you'll investigate other potential victims of Jones. Barakiel, Zez, rest and prepare for round 2. Count on it. Of course. I'll be ready. Okay. The four nodded, and then everyone left Barakiel so he could have a moment alone with his daughter. Zez Zatenberg. Already in the morning of the next day, Zez Zatenberg, went to the artificial battlefield. By the time I got inside I could see Issei deactivating his balance breaker, breathing heavily as he rested his hands on his knees. I don't remember the last time I saw you so tired. I said to my friend with a smile, and he raised his left thumb up with his gauntlet activated. Hi Zez, yeah gosh, trying to master Trina's quick changes is harder than I thought. Oh, so it's Trina. Exactly what is it that is so complicated for you? I asked, crossing my arms as Issei stood up properly. Maintaining my mental stamina, every time I use Trina in its superluminous form, I am able to increase the speed of my mind to the point where it seems like I am stopping time. Issei took a deep breath and continued explaining to me. I'm able to use that speed to perform a single change and deliver the finishing blow in either my Dragon Blaster or Solid Impact forms, but after that I get a terrible headache and I'm no longer able to use that kind of speed. I would recommend you pay Barry a visit in Central City. You may not have a connection to the Speed Force, but you are both metahumans. Maybe he can help you with the problems you are having when trying to make the most of Trina's super speed. Good idea. I'll make plans with Kara to go to Central City in 2 weeks. Why? Next week we reach the middle of February, which means it will be 1 year since she arrived on Earth. A rather wide smile formed on my face. I had forgotten that it was the 3rd week of this month, the date when she arrived on Earth. I was not present on those dates, and Issei, Superman and Batman were among the first people she came to meet. Since then Issei's life had changed completely and it was for the better. I'm happy for you both, you were both very lucky to meet each other. Hey, I was also lucky to meet you, without you I would have probably been killed before I could unlock Balance Breaker. You've mocked death so many times, and some say Batman has the script on his side. We both started laughing, then an idea came to my mind and I told Issei. Could you give me one of the jewels from your armor? Okay, Zez. As night fell, Barakiel and I went to the parking lot of the building where Mr. Rand O'Reilly was located. Ravel and Rossweisse had identified him as Jones' next victim, as the man sits on the board of the university where Jones worked and had secretly worked to remove him some time ago. Barakiel had already recovered and now we knew what we were up against, so we made a plan to set a trap for him. For our plan to succeed, Barakiel used his fallen angel powers to change his appearance to that of Mr. Rand O'Reilly, who was currently in the custody of fallen angels, who abducted him for his own good. Barakiel, in disguise, took the building's elevator down to the parking lot, then advanced toward O'Reilly's car. Mr. O'Reilly. Just when I was wondering where Jones was, he appeared behind Barakiel. He was not able to sense the presence of the fallen angel. Barakiel is quite an expert when it comes to hiding his presence. Barakiel turned around and Jones continued speaking. I never had the honor of seeing you in person, I am Dr. Rudy Jones. Jones attempted to shake Barakiel's hand, a gesture that he rejected and went unnoticed by the infected. You fired me. Jones said, resigned, and lowered his arm. Are you trying to get your job back? Because it won't happen. No. I came to stop him before he damages the world much more than he already has. Swash. Just then I moved forward with the speed of the wind from where I was hiding and stood with my guard up near Jones, who turned his gaze toward me. "You're infected, Rudy. Don't make it any more complicated. You have to come with me. Not before draining it." At that, Brachial with O'Reilly's voice tells him. "I'm afraid Mr. O'Reilly isn't on the menu today." Brachial then revealed his true appearance and took a few steps forward to stand beside me, brandishing a spear of light in one of his hands. "This planet doesn't like parasites. This planet is dying and we decided to save it." Jones tried to attack me with a strong right hook, but with great strength and resistance, I stopped his blow with my left forearm, then I avoided any kind of physical contact and managed to hit him below the jaw with a fast and brutal roundhouse kick. Jones went flying and crashed into a concrete pillar. If he were a normal human his age he would be dying by now. But no, he was much tougher than a normal human at the moment, and that's why he was able to get back on his feet, but even though he did he couldn't do anything, because Brachial arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye and used the base of his spear of light to hit him in the face with such force that he flew back and fell in a very grotesque way against the asphalt of the city streets. Brachial and I stopped with our guard up as we sensed a strange phenomenon in Rudy Jones. Breaker. The loud sound of clothes tearing was heard from him, and when he stood up, he revealed a pair of bat-like wings, as well as being considerably taller than he had been a few moments ago. What the hell? But things didn't stop there. Jones continued to mutate. His skin turned reddish, each of his fingers grew very sharp claws, and his head mutated into a fanged monster. His eyes turned dark, he lacked ears and nose, and when he opened his mouth, he revealed a tongue with a sharp mouth full of teeth that when opened revealed another and another and another. That was no longer human. The large amount of electrical energy seemed to form in his wings, and from one moment to the next, he spat out a very strong jet of pure electrical discharge from his mouth. Ooh-oh. Ooh. At the same time, Brachial, who is at my side, concentrates in one of his hands an immense amount of holy lightning and makes it collide with Jones' attack, but the difference in power, experience and technique was so ridiculous that Brachial won from the moment he attacked. The holy lightning overpowered normal lightning, and Jones was left engulfed in pain and suffering. The monstrous creature then fell unconscious and covered in blood. Mission completed. Brachial said so and approached the creature. I think he enjoyed every second or millisecond that he attacked. Suddenly, the creature woke up and grabbed Brachial by the neck, and the same thing happened as last night. He started draining his energy. Brachial. NGH. I quickly moved forward to help him, taking Gram with my right hand, but the creature's survival instincts overcame me, and with its other hand, it completely grabbed my torso, and I felt that just like Brachial it too began to drain me. I have to use. That's when the jewel I received from Issei comes into action, saving me from being this creature's dinner. Jones absorbs Issei's jewel, and in doing so his appearance becomes very reddish, his appearance mutates again, and a kind of tail forms behind him. He was turning into a parasitic dragon. And when he did a big smile formed on my face. Jones immediately released Brachial and me, stepping back in horror as his eyes looked fearfully at my demonic sword. Ugh. Phew. Yes, now that he's a dragon his fear of the stronger dragon slaying sword is worse. The creature quickly jumped and began to fly towards the large city. Seriously approaching you like that, Brachial? Look who's saying it, you did exactly the same thing, and unlike me you could have died. You're wrong. Saying that I showed him the Sekiryuutei jewel. Brachial looked surprised and calmer. So you were prepared. And now that he's absorbed her power he's become part dragon and therefore more vulnerable to my attacks. Manhattan, New York. Brachial and I tracked Jones to the streets of the Upper East Side. He had attacked another of the workers who had been in favor of firing him. Jones was about to absorb or devour that person until. Enough. On the other side of the corner, shouting those words was Mon-El. Jones turned around, seeing Mon-El, and the person he was about to attack ran quickly away from the street. Enraged, Jones now focused his attention on Mon-El. I'm already regretting this. Mon-El took a few steps back until he saw a pole, and without a second thought, he grabbed it with his super strength and threw it at Jones. Mon-El then ran towards it, but Jones easily stopped the pole, and by the time Mon-El approached him with his super speed, the creature grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. You're just a parasite. Jones wasn't going to absorb Mon-El, he had other plans, to devour his head. But before he could do so, Brachial and I sprang into action. Level 2 Curse Strike. Holding Gram in both my hands, I made a quick movement and fired a powerful slash of dark crimson red aura. The attack was so fast and deadly, especially for a creature that had taken on the properties of a dragon. Aeon. The large, sharp aura blast struck him in the chest with such force that Jones fell backward, freeing Mon-El. The Daxamite, who looked a little scared by the reckless action he did, quickly stood up and stepped back until his gaze met mine. Says, please, this would be a good time for you to call in the cavalry. That's the thing, Mon-El. I continued walking, staying in front of him, then I looked back and said to him with a smile. I am the cavalry. Roy. Jones got back to his feet and made a reckless leap towards me. He was going to attack me with his gigantic hands full of super sharp claws, and I waited until the last second and quickly made a counterattack by hitting Graham's sharp blade into the creature's hands. Aye. The aura of dark crimson red enveloped the creature's hands like a very deep and bleeding cut, which paralyzed it from the pain caused by my sword. The blood on his hands filled with thick blood smoke. Graham's aura was now so lethal to him that it burned his blood. In those few seconds that passed, I took advantage of Graham's aura to move at great divine speed and made a lot of deadly cuts on his legs. A deep cut diagonally to the left, followed by another equally deep cut diagonally to the right. I did that movement once, twice, and 3 times, and when I stopped, the 6 cuts I made acted as an additional cut, taking the form of 3 deep dragon claws, crossed to the left and right. Level 3 Graham Scourge. Jones fell to his knees as dark crimson smoke burned from every cut on his body. Suddenly, an immense amount of lightning emanated from his entire body. Careful. I quickly stepped back to Mon-El's side and used Graham's aura to create an energy barrier around us. Ooh. Jones released a shockwave of lightning throughout his body and in doing so lifted several cars, one of which was about to fall on a little girl. The energy barrier I created lifted it, and without thinking twice Mon-El ran towards the girl and stopped the car holding it in his arms. Better out of here now. Mon-El exclaimed, and an adult woman took the girl and carried her away from danger. Jones was about to unleash a second lightning blast, but a second before that happened. Boost. Brachial attacked from the air, firing immense amounts of holy lightning, bringing the creature back to its knees on the ground. Zez, let's get this over with. I understood perfectly what Brachial was asking of me, but before doing so I asked Jones if there was still any of the man in him. You want to change the world, and change is good. When you finally become what you were meant to be. But you were never meant to become this. Last chance, just surrender, or I'll send you to the afterlife. Ooh. Jones made a loud animal growl and advanced toward me, sentencing himself. He tried to attack me, but I made a quick movement using Graham's aura and the sword itself to hit him with a blow so strong that he was thrown high into the sky. I then took a stance holding Graham diagonally behind my back, channeling an immense amount of his powerful aura. The sword itself was bathed in its immense amount of dark crimson red aura. Hafner end. I sent an immense slash of dark aura towards Jones, who was still in the sky. The slash was so immense and bestial that it split into 6 giant slashes that each took the shape of the head of the Dragon King Fafnir. At the same time, Brachial, who was higher up in the sky, released an immense amount of holy lightning from his hands and shot it towards the same target. Hey boo. Both attacks we made collided towards the same target and caused a brutal explosion of mixed auras in the sky. We both made sure to contain and compress the range of the explosion so that it only affected the target. The entire city shook at the powerful aura unleashed. It was a few seconds filled with high tension until all senses went out. The explosion of aura was still fresh in the sky, but there was nothing left of Jones. He was consumed at an atomic level and no trace of his existence remained. We eliminated him. When it was all over I turned around and saw Mon-El, who was still shocked by everything that had happened. This? Mon-El asked and I nodded. I'm surprised to see you here. Oh, I was just passing by and well. You acted like a hero. I'm surprised too. I was actually planning on running out and telling Ice, but then I remembered something he told me and well. Thank you. Mon-El nodded and we shook hands, and shortly after Brachial landed in front of us with a satisfied smile. Now, the mission is complete. Kara's Orel and Mon-El. After the incident, Brachial, Zez, and Mon-El returned to New Azazel Tower. Brachial took care of the report while Zez enjoyed several smoothies. As for Mon-El, he went to a normal training room, with Kara following him. She found him practicing various types of physical attacks with a metal pole. Hello. Kara greeted him, and Mon-El stopped to look at her, surprised that there was no hostility in her voice. I heard you helped Zez and Brachial. It's not like I was planning on being eaten by a parasite. Kara laughed a little at the sarcastic way Mon-El said that, then moved closer to him. I am sorry I was misjudging you for being well. What? A Daxamite. Kara bit her lower lip, and Mon-El laughed. Ahahaha. Okay, it's not like I was a good person on Daxam. I was also upset since I felt that you were going to influence Ice with your planet's customs. I thought about it so much. What bothered you about the possibility of him getting a harem? Some things can't be avoided, like the fall of Anakin Skywalker. Kara was surprised that Mon-El knew about Star Wars. How come you? Azazel and Ice invited me to watch Star Wars in the early days, there were 6 movies. I understand. Kara took a breath and now told him. My name is Kara Zor-El, and I'm from Krypton. Like you, I'm a refugee on this planet Earth. I was sent to Earth to protect my cousin. But my ship went off course, and by the time I got here my cousin had already grown up and become Superman. At first, I didn't plan to be a hero, a champion, but I decided to accept my destiny and became Supergirl, and I use my powers to fight crime alongside my dear Ice. Friends? Kara asked, extending her hand towards Mon-El. He pretended to think about it for a few seconds and nodded with a warm smile, shaking Kara's hand. My name is Mon-El. I used to be the prince of my Daxam home base. I'm still learning how to use my powers with Ice's help. And yes, I accept that we can be friends, but I'm very much in favor of Ice getting the harem he deserves. Tracks. Kara squeezed Mon-El's hand tighter with a very cheerful smile. Just because we're friends doesn't mean I tolerate those things. Kara let go of Mon-El's hand, who fell to one of his knees and blew on his now red hand several times, and looked at Kara with an equally amused smile, as she said goodbye to him. Definitely she's the ideal type of woman for him. Chapter 87. A stop in Central City. Manhattan, New York. February 20, 2018, 6:15 p.m. 2 weeks have passed since Zez and Barakiel defeated the alien parasite and its ex-human host. At this moment, I, Issei Hyoudou, found myself elevated above the skies of the city that never sleeps in the company of my girlfriend, my beloved Kara Zor-El. I was currently in my super luminous Trihexa form, and Kara for obvious reasons was wearing her exotic and very striking Girl of Steel outfit. Last week we celebrated and fully enjoyed the first anniversary of his arrival on Earth, but we weren't alone. Superman and Wonder Woman were also present, as were all our friends. Now, she and I are preparing for our trip to Central City just as we agreed about 2 weeks ago. Barry knows we're coming, and he's probably already waiting for us with his special team. How funny that we both have our own teams. There's the Gotham City Bat family, the Central City Flash team, the Coast City Green Lantern group, and of course, the Sekiryuutei team, which is my team. Kara and I could have easily used the Watchtower to go to Central City, but that wasn't what we wanted. No, we would go to Flash City as it should be. Competing in a race. On your marks. I told Kara. Ready? She said after me. Out. We both screamed at the same time and took off with great divine super speed. Play aye Ash. My arms remained extended at my sides, and Kara extended hers forward. We both looked at each other with great amusement, maintaining the same speed and a strong competitive spirit. Who of us would get there first? The location would be the cortex of Star Labs, and when I saw that we had already reached Central City airspace, I descended, taking the lead like a super luminous line of light that crossed half the country with a curve traced toward Central City. But then, when I was going to be the first to enter Star Labs, Kara managed to stay head to head with me, and by just half a second she was able to overtake me upon entering the cortex, winning this race in her own style. We both stopped in the center of the cortex, and I had to make an extra effort to stop myself. I did it. I don't believe it. Seeing my expression, Kara smiled brightly and jumped up and down with excitement. And to think that a few months ago you could barely keep up with my pace. Last year, since I had Trihexa, I had been faster than Kara by too much of an advantage, but since she lost and recovered her powers, she had a brutal growth in all her abilities, being able to keep up with me even being in Trihexa. Don't belittle me, I beat you, just accept it. Kara insisted with a rather beautiful smile, landing very close to me. You beat me. I told you, now accept your defeat like the Seki you are and give me a kiss. Of course. The gloves of my armor disappeared and I took Kara by her waist to bring her closer to me, then the helmet of my armor was removed, disappearing in the same way as my gloves, and immediately I felt that fantastic and unmatched sensation when I pressed my lips against hers in a very good kiss. Kara completely surrendered to the kiss I gave her, responding in kind. She was in my arms, hers wrapped around my neck. This was a kiss that lasted several seconds, and when we separated I could see how blushed Kara was now. Her eyes, as always, are a beautiful deep blue, and as I felt myself lost in the infinite beauty within them, I felt a flash of light to my left. We both stopped and she leaned on me, we both turned to see where that light came from, and that's when we saw them. Barry Allen in casual clothes, arms crossed, and with a rather wide, mischievous smile. Cisco Ramon, who was also wearing casual clothes but with his own Star Wars themed outfit and a more mischievous smile than Barry's. A very attractive red-haired Caucasian boy who looked a year or two younger than me, accompanied by not one but two Harrison Wells. The Harrison Wells on the left was the one who took the photo of Kara and me with his cell phone. He was wearing a very elegant hat, and the other Harrison Wells, who was wearing glasses, was enjoying what appeared to be a very hot coffee with a cup that had the star logo on it. There was also a person who looked like a private detective. His hair was brown and he looked taller than Barry. Both hands were hidden in his pants pockets. And last but not least, a beautiful woman with brown hair who was standing next to Cisco and Barry. Her face, I felt like I had seen her somewhere before. "Hello, Seki and Supergirl." "Hello. Hello." We both nodded back to Barry and immediately moved away, embarrassed by the spectacle we made without first checking to see if everyone was here waiting for us, which was pretty obvious they would be waiting for us. The next second the rest of my armor shut down, and the detective-looking guy looked at me and Kara with a rather incredulous expression. "Is this a joke? Are you telling me the Red Dragon Emperor is younger than me?" "Oh? Huh?" Kara and I were confused by what this person said, but he turned out not to be the only one. "Yes, she even seems to be younger than my daughter when she got her powers." The one who said that was one of the Wells, to which I responded with an amused grimace. "Nice to meet you, my name is Issei Hyoudou, I'm 19 and yes, I am the Red Dragon Emperor of the Justice League. And I'm Kara's Orel, I'm also on 19, I'm Superman's cousin, and yes, I'm Supergirl, nice to meet you all and see you again, Barry, Cisco Frost." The beautiful brown-haired woman nodded with a grimace, raising a hand, and I looked at her again very closely. "I don't think so, it's impossible that it's her." "Oh. It can't be, she's Killer Frost." Over the next half hour, Barry introduced the members of his team, Team Flash. Starting with Cisco Ramon, his best friend whom we already met last year. His codename is Vibe. He is a metahuman whose powers allow him to vibrate. The Redeed is Wallace West, or Wally West. He has the same powers as Barry, and apparently his potential is greater than Flash's in his early years. The two Harrison Wells here are from other Earths. Starting with the smiling, more relaxed H.R. Wells of Earth 19, a novelist who found meaning in life by joining Team Flash in year 3 of The Flash. The other is called Harry Wells, he's from Earth 2, someone with genius-level intellect. His personality is very different from HR's, and it seems he joined Team Flash in year 2, but since year 4 it seems he's back to stay. The tall and literally stretchy man of the team, his name is Ralph Dibny, elongated man, he is the rookie hero of the team, he can stretch any part of his body, and even change the appearance of his body, who knows how. And finally, the beautiful woman with brown hair is Caitlin Snow, the team's personal doctor whose alter ego would be Killer Frost. Now I understand why she seems so familiar to me. There are more members of the Flash team, but they are not present now, such as a reporter named Iris West, the main detective of Central City, Joe West, Jessie Wells, the daughter of Harry Wells, Jay Garrick and many others, whether from this Earth or others. Once the introductions were over, I explained to Barry why Kara and I had come. Zez had told me that if I wanted to improve Trihexa, it might be best to have Barry help me, and to be honest, I think so too. After all, he is an expert in matters of speed and even has a young speedster apprentice. I understand. You need my team and I to help you improve your mental resilience to fully utilize your super speed, which is also key to being able to execute Trihexa's changes more quickly. Illegal Trihexa movement. Not bad at all, that name. Fascinating. The dark matter in the beam struck a supernatural object in you, creating a response that enhanced your physiology when executing said object. But this thing inside you, the thing you call Omega, the person who helped you achieve that evolution, I'd like to meet them. These advancements are beyond anything I could have imagined in decades or perhaps centuries of future technological advancements. Your level of endurance is far superior to any other metahuman we've seen. Well, Barry developed super speed, you developed super endurance. So super strength, well, seeing the advantages and disadvantages of super speed, if you ask me I'd say that super strength sounds way better, just look at that radiant and satisfied smile Supergirl has compared to. Hey. Barry and Wally glared at Ralph, each very embarrassed, while the rest of us laughed, perfectly understanding the joke he made. Even Kara, who also looked very embarrassed, laughed at the joke he made about the speedsters. And to make matters worse, HR played with his drumsticks and said, "And that's why Flash ends in a flash." I suddenly feel very lucky that the title of fastest man alive is still yours and not mine. Barry glared at Wally. As I was saying, I think Artemis is waiting for me, so I'll see you there. Wally quickly excused himself and left the labs in a flash. Central Park, Central City. Much later, after Barry agreed that tomorrow I would begin training to improve my super speed abilities that I possess in Trihexa, Kara and I checked into a luxury hotel, where we would spend the next few nights, including this one. Barry had offered to share his home, but we had to decline that offer for very personal reasons. There was still time, so together, Kara and I went for a walk in the streets of Central City, but not as the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl, but as Issei Hyoudou and Kara Danvers. We both held hands and went to the park whose life changed when the particle accelerator exploded. As we walked, Kara bought some popcorn and together we entered that beautiful place, although on our way I decided to avoid the path that would lead us to that water source where lightning struck me about 5 years ago. The place we did go to was near a lake similar to the one in Central Park in New York. Here, Kara and I watched a group of ducks swimming in the lake and she stood looking at them with a beautiful smile. I looked at her and then looked back at the lake, although I couldn't help but feel strange because of what happened many years ago. Suddenly I felt a very comforting and warm sensation on the left side of my cheek. I had received a kiss from Kara and when our eyes met again, I saw the concern in her beautiful blue eyes. "Are you okay?" Seeing those beautiful eyes I smiled. "Yeah, it's just that." I looked away again, seeing this beautiful park again, and continued. "It was here, like almost 5 years ago when lightning struck me in this park and changed my life." Kara remained silent listening to my words, then she took my hands and with a very animated smile she said to me. "You still can't stop thinking about it, right? Being here just makes me remember things I haven't thought about in years." When I looked back at her, she hugged me tightly and I felt even better. Her voice was full of affection as she whispered to me. "We've all been through difficult times, but the important thing is that you now have a good life and many people who compliment you, especially me." The smile on my face became very funny. "Oh, look at you, bragging about how important you are to me. Oh, really?" The expression on her face turned quite flirtatious when her gaze met mine again. "Of course I'm very important to you, don't tell me I'm not your favorite superhero." She added with some mischief on her beautiful, soft lips. "You're more than my favorite." Saying that, I pressed his lips against mine in a kiss that was quite intense from the start. I took her by the waist and pulled her into a strong hug. She responded to my kiss just as intensely. I felt her arms press around my neck and we both maintained this very intense and passionate kiss. The feeling of comfort grew, the happiness of having each other, of being able to share this life. My tongue licked her lower lip in the middle of the kiss, to which Kara responded by opening her mouth wider, allowing my tongue to enter hers. As our tongues intertwined, the passion grew even more intense and our eyes closed at the same time. Time ceased to have meaning and we continued our kiss, holding each other tightly. My tongue explored with fascination every detail and sensation within his tongue, something his tongue also did with mine. I could feel his saliva and mine bouncing back and forth and his hands were now tracing rather gentle caresses along my cheeks and in my hair. I couldn't tell which of us got carried away more than the other. It could have been me, it could have been Kara, but that really didn't matter. This was our moment and we enjoyed it to the fullest while we filled each other with that warm deep feeling of love. It was then that I felt the lack of air in my lungs, so I stopped kissing her, my breathing very labored. When I broke off the kiss, a trickle of saliva ran from my lips to the corners of hers. I couldn't say anything, I felt a bit agitated. Kara didn't say anything either although she wasn't agitated. The comfort was so good and suddenly Kara plopped into my arms, smiling at me in a very adorable and happy way. "We should." I tried to say but Kara interrupted me saying. "What should we do? Are you going to tell me to stop kissing?" I could see quite a bit of mischief in her beautiful eyes with that question. "Let's keep enjoying the walk or we'll end up going to bed earlier than expected." Kara took my hands again and her eyes looked at me with even greater mischief and sensuality with that flirtatious expression of hers. "What if we go to bed earlier than expected? Is that what you want?" Kara nodded, raising her beautiful face even higher. "I want that and much more." We both immediately arrived at our hotel room thanks to our super speed and I immediately pushed Kara against one of the walls. We both continued kissing with great hunger and lust. My armor disappeared almost instantly and in the same way we both got a little desperate when we undressed. I got rid of her clothes, she of mine. I wanted so badly to snap my fingers to make this go faster, but while the idea remained in my thoughts, we were both totally exposed and with a super strength push, Kara sent me straight to the bed. Her desires were much more intense and explicit than mine and her lips did not stop attacking mine. The next step was to try to control my boosted gear from appearing, which was always difficult but not impossible. My left hand found its way between my beloved's soft, hexy, long legs and between passionate kisses and unbridled desires, I made sure to use 3 of Kara's favorite fingers, ensuring I pleased and stimulated her even further. My tongue was still inside her mouth and when she felt that pressure she gasped, filled with great pleasure between gasps and moans. If Kara had been in the mood before, now she was dying for it. She made it very clear to me with her heavy breathing as she looked at me with eyes filled with pure love. The room was deeply imbued with the aura of my shared power, as well as the sensual and erotic aroma caused by the pheromones. The hours passed and by the time it was all over, I could see a small glimmer of light on the horizon through the window, letting me know that it seemed that either dawn had already broken or that dawn would soon begin. Oh man, I'm so sleepy I could sleep all day, but Barry promised to help me improve Trina today. Well, I guess you won't mind if it takes me another 5 minutes or 5 hours. Mid-morning arrived. When I woke up I felt Kara still resting in my arms. She was so comfortable and so at ease that she most likely wouldn't want to leave me. An idea crossed my mind, and I traced soft caresses on the middle of her back with both hands, to which she smiled quite happily with her half-open eyes. She was still peaceful and happily snuggled up. Seeing her wake up like this was very comforting. Good morning. Good morning, Ice. Kara responded to my greeting with a somewhat hoarse voice, clinging closer to me. Something tells me you don't want to leave the bed yet. I nodded lovingly as Kara shifted her body more comfortably and said. I don't want to leave yet. There are things we have to do with Flash. Saying those words I saw that one of her legs was still uncovered by the sheets, so the next thing I did was stop those caresses on her back and took her soft, precious and firm girl of steel butt with them and gave it a good squeeze, where you could still see the marks of these same hands on her buttocks from all the fun we had during the night. Kara's body felt warmer now, and she pressed her face harder against my pectoral muscles that she so enjoys using as pillows whenever we sleep. Yes, I know we have things to do during the day, but I'll buy you your favorite coffee, with several chocolates. That shook his body a little, to which he responded with a loud laugh as he raised his face to look at me again. You've convinced me. Kara struggled a bit as she got up from me, a little lazily, although her smile was still quite happy and satisfied. All good? I asked as I stood up too and immediately hugged her again, gently touching her back. In response, Kara hugged me too and looked at me with a grateful smile. Don't tell me Supergirl has pain in those legs. Don't get me wrong, I may be invulnerable, but your body and your love are strong enough against mine and even stronger all night. How does it really hurt? You say I'm your kryptonite? Kara laughed and thought about it for a few seconds, nodded with a rather adorable and flirtatious smile, squeezing me tighter with her arms. Yes. Come, I'll keep pampering you until you feel better. With that said, I took her in my arms and walked to the bathroom. The whole time Kara smiled at me in a very tender way. We both shared the same shower. I stood behind her, and as I watched her make those slow, gentle movements with her hands as she cleaned herself under the shower water, I could feel as if she were inviting me to be closer to her. Then I took a few steps so that I was also under the shower water, and I took her breasts in my hands, pressing them gently, feeling their softness and elasticity in my touch. Touching and pressing them became so erotic and stimulating for me, and Kara reacted by hunching her back a little, pressing her body closer to mine. Kara rested her head on my shoulder, and as she moaned with pleasure and content, she looked at me with her beautiful blue eyes that seemed to beg me for more. My hands responded almost immediately to her desires, pressing not only her breasts, but also every part of her that was sensitive to my touch, making her feel better and better. That continue Ice. It was then that I grabbed one of her legs and felt her shudder. Did you really feel discomfort? No, I don't feel like they bother me as much anymore. So you felt. Kara immediately laughed, bringing one of her hands back and wrapping it around my neck. Well, a little bit, now, I feel better. Can you let go of my leg? Yes, sorry. I responded by carefully taking her out of my hand and turning so we could face each other. It's the first time you've shown that kind of discomfort. I wonder why it's only now after so many months that this is only just happening. Does it have to do with the events that led to her losing her powers? I don't know. I'm worried that because of me your invulnerability won't be what it used to be. Kara saw the concern on my face and saw me more excited and happy, then she answered me. I know we've spent many hours in the night until dawn many times and I've never felt like this, but I think after everything we've been through, my body has become somewhat sensitive to you. I love being vulnerable with you. Oh. Beat. My heart started beating a little fast and I immediately hugged Kara as tight as I could. You make me feel vulnerable too, my love. Kara reciprocated my hug more tightly, making my back shudder a little, and with great eroticism, she whispered in my ear. I want you to keep touching me and pampering me more. My body was heated by her words, which were like a very seductive whisper, and when I found her face with mine, I pressed our lips together in a kiss that was very passionate and intense from the beginning. In the process, I took her thighs with both hands and lifted her on top of me. Kara responded with more excitement and passion, pressing her body even closer to mine and giving her all in the kiss we shared under the shower. Even though we were done showering, we didn't mind staying a little longer and continuing this stimulating and loving kiss. Star Lab Central City. The rest of the day was pretty quiet in the city. Kara and I went to Jitters, the place where I bought the famous Flash coffee for the first time, which Kara always likes, along with the chocolate candies I promised her. Then we went to Star Labs where I was trained by the fastest man alive. At first I was surprised by Barry's ingenuity as a teacher, something I had experienced with Zez, Old Tannen and of course my teacher Azazel. I don't count Ddraig since he and I are more like friends companions than teacher and apprentice. Each one had their moments. Zez helped me with the foundations to become a good Sekiryuutei. He taught me how to fight and use my powers correctly. He was there when I needed him most. Old Tannen on the other hand helped me greatly develop my power and resistance based on large-scale combats, where I almost ended up dead every day during those 31 days, something I would not have been able to do with Zez since at that time there was no Azazel Tower, and if he was very serious against me, I would have become a steak sliced by Graham. And as for Master Azazel, he not only helped me improve my physical abilities or my mastery with the boosted gear and the Omega, he also gave me special classes so I could improve my intelligence, since he was more worried about my lack of knowledge, since I hadn't enrolled in any university after my high school, and now Barry Allen, the fastest man in existence, was helping me improve my superluminal train of form so I could change forms faster and not suffer as much mental resistance drain. Blyosh. Barry and I were currently going full speed ahead on the speedway located inside the Star Lab Speed Lab. But we weren't the only ones using the track. My girlfriend Supergirl and Kid Flash also joined our race. Two speedsters, a Kryptonian and a metahuman Sekiryuutei, were going full speed on the speedster race track. At first glance you could see two large, very bright yellow lightning bolts, along with a red blur and a red line of light, each and every one in the shape of a ring along the entire track, and each one was going at a great super divine speed. I was using my maximum speed, and I could believe it was the same for Kara. But I wouldn't know the same about Kid Flash, since I don't know how fast this young red-haired speedster is, but Flash he was holding back, even though he was competitive enough to stay ahead of the race. The formation went as follows. Barry Allen is leading the way, roughly equivalent to a 5-second advantage in Formula 1 racing terms. Behind Barry is Wally West, who has almost a second's lead over Barry. Will he be able to use DRS? Then there's Cars or Elle and me, who one moment is ahead of me, the next is behind me, as if we're in an endless battle, with DRS for me, then DRS for her, and so on. Right now, Kara and I were tied, but I felt like I could go faster, so I turned to my beautiful girlfriend and made a defiant face and positioned myself ahead of her in the race. Kara easily read my expression, even though my face was covered by the helmet of my armor, and I felt a highly competitive intensity in her gaze, and before long she flew fast enough to catch up with me again. You think you're very fast, right? Kara was immediately able to go fast enough to get back to my side. She and I looked at each other again as we went full speed ahead of each other, and along the way she showed me her tongue as we tried our hardest to get there before the other. I still find it a little hard to believe that a few months ago she wasn't able to compete with my speed in Traina, but now here she is going side by side with me. It seems that the famous continuous exposure to the rays of the yellow sun has shortened the huge difference between our powers over the past few months. Her smile was very radiant, and in her eyes there was a very powerful humor that expressed her challenge and competitiveness. In the end, as expected, Barry won, followed by Wally West, and in third place, Kara and I tied. Uff. I breathed a little raggedly when this was over, and before I had time to deactivate my armor, Kara ran towards me and hugged me tightly and kissed my face, which was still covered by my superluminous armor. I felt a little bad, since with the helmet on I can't feel his soft lips or the great strength in his hug. Despite that, I felt how proud she was of herself for not finishing behind me, even though neither she nor I won that race, which in turn was pretty obvious neither of us would win, since it was Flash and Kid Flash. For now, no one can beat Barry in terms of speed, but I think Wally will soon completely surpass him and take the title of fastest man alive from him. My armor deactivated as Kara continued to hug me, and now I returned both the kiss and the hug, a gesture that she greatly appreciated and let me know with the laughter and smiles that enveloped her beautiful face. We didn't care that Barry and Wally were watching us. When we parted our lips, I told him. We were so close to losing, girl of steel. Her cheeks flushed a little, Kara looked me in the eyes with a strong competitive intensity and said. I'm going to beat you in the next race. My dear Welsh dragon. We were both about to kiss again until. Barry, Wally, Seki and Supergirl. Come to the cortex immediately, we have trouble. Hey, I was going to say that. The four of us heard Cisco's voice, then Harry's, and then Cisco complaining about Harry. Just as we were about to kiss, Cisco and Harry had to interrupt us. I just hope it's important. The four of us headed to the cortex where Cisco, Harry, HR, Ralph and Caitlin were already waiting for us. What's going on? Barry asked as the four of us saw on the computers a total of 4 moving targets approaching Central City. Are those meteors? Wally asked in surprise, to which Cisco responded by saying. Yes, they are meteors, there are 4 of them in total, and they are heading at high speed towards our city, from the north, south, east and west. HR asks. What sizes were we talking about? It could be a big impact, Alan and company go immediately. Barry spoke immediately, and Barry turned around and saw me and Kara. I quickly understood from his gaze what he meant. You don't have to say it, you follow, team leader. I told Barry, who nodded gratefully and said. I'll go north, Wally goes south, Seki goes east, and Kara goes west. The 3 of us nodded quickly. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. With my balance breaker activating immediately, enveloping me in a strong flash of red aura, the 3 of us left Star Labs at high speed, being directed by Flash. I went east and quickly caught up with the path traced by the meteorite, but then the HUD inside my armor revealed to me that this thing was not a meteorite, but rather the ship. No, rather, there must be a total of 4 ships. Shock. The ship crashed in a football stadium within the city shortly after I landed next to it and heard Barry's voice on my communicators. Friends, this is not. There was severe interference on the communicators. Barry? Wally? The last thing I heard was Cisco's voice, just as muted, so I carefully moved toward the ship. Ddraig, what do you think, Krypton or Daxam? It doesn't appear to be of Kryptonian origin, much less Daxamite. Be careful, whatever's in there is causing strong interference. The moment I touched the ship, a strange force of wide energy enveloped the ship completely and pushed me back with immense power. Luckily I was able to recover and stayed afloat in the air thanks to my dragon wings. Then I saw the ship open up and out of it came an army of unknown aliens. They were bipedal, with wrinkled skin and mouths full of very sharp fangs, a head in the shape of a skull circle, with the top of a very sinister reddish color. Each one carried a strange weapon in his right arm, and the moment one of them saw me when he raised his head. Brrrr. He roared together and the entire army that accompanied him scattered in seconds throughout the city. Ddraig. I understand, it's time for the whole team to get together. Chapter 88. Invasion, Part 1. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. February 22, 2018, 6 a.m. It's been 10 hours since Earth was invaded by this very strange alien race. The founding members of the Justice League, Azazel, Team Flash, the Gremory Group, Citri, my team and I, Issei Hyoudou, gathered in the command center of Azazel Tower. The reason is that it is the most secure building on the planet, capable of synchronizing perfectly with the Watchtower, leveraging both resources for a more precise search for this invasion. Also in the command center were the fallen angels and certain humans associated with them, working on the special computers, performing important activities and tests. But yes, it was the first time that the entire team met in this super skyscraper. Before we all gathered, Ravel and Rossweisse were gathering all the information they could about this event, and now that we had all regrouped, the boyfriendless Valkyrie and Princess Phoenix began to talk, showing on the big screens a very old image of a forest, in which there was an entity very similar to the strange aliens that Barry, Kara, Wally and I saw last night. After that image, the next thing the girl showed us was a very old black and white recording of a battle between military forces against those same aliens, and it wasn't pretty to watch at all. As we all listened to Rossweisse speak, Cisco was the most surprised to see that video and said. It's like watching a new alien movie, but without the tail and fangs. And without the acid. Mon-El added, making him smile. I don't know that species, maybe because it was too late for us at the time. John added, a little nostalgic for his personal past. At the same time, I noticed Kara's strange discomfort at seeing what Ravel and Rossweisse showed us. Everyone was paying attention to Rossweisse's explanation, which allowed me to pull Kara with my left arm without drawing attention to us. Kara immediately leaned against my left shoulder, and when we looked at each other I saw her smile calmly and lovingly. It was her way of letting me know that my gesture made her feel more comfortable. She took the opportunity to put her right arm around my waist, and we remained very close while we continued listening to our friend's explanation. Since humans had an encounter with them, they have been known as the Dominators. Hearing that name, Kara stopped leaning on me, as if she had remembered something while we were all still listening to Rossweisse. I'll ask what happens after Rossweisse finishes speaking. It doesn't sound like the name of a species that comes in peace. Kid Flash commented, and HR, who was next to him, nodded, playing with one of his drumsticks a little nervously. No. They're very aggressive. It was then that I decided to ask the following question. Since when do we know about these Dominators? Since the 50s. Ravel answered me, and Irina, who was not far from me on my right, said as if she had realized something else. It was them, in Redmond, Oregon. The government tried to cover it up. Almost all of us turned around in surprise at what Irina said, and she blushed quite a bit. What? I watch sci-fi. Irina defended herself as Ravel took one of the seats to work on the command center's main computers, while Rossweisse continued her explanation. In 1951, they appeared under the same circumstances. A ship crashed while trying to land without communication. We learned that they abduct humans to gather intelligence on them. They attacked and hundreds of soldiers lost their lives. Then, for no explainable reason, they left. That's when Ravel tells us. And apparently that contact was lost until a few months ago the Department of Defense received this. Ravel finished typing on the computers and now she showed us a frequency transmission signal on the screens. We are not a threat, human inhabitants. Understanding is our goal. Any action against us, as they did in the past, there will be immediate retaliation. The broadcast came to an end and Ravel said. We discovered that a total of 7 ships landed on Earth at the same time 10 hours ago, 4 of which fell in Central City. Barry gave a deep sigh and said. Of course, because not enough crazy things happen there in Central City. The Flash team grimaced and Caitlin asked the girls. Do you know what you want? Rossweisse shook her head and answered him. They've ignored all attempts at communication, but we know, as before, that the ships have scanning equipment to gather more information on us. Batman, who was always the most attentive and analytical to the explanations given by my friends, told us. They're looking for information about our weaknesses. The fact that there were 7 of them and that 4 of them fell in Central City implies that they're more interested in that place on the planet, a place where almost 98% of all existing metahumans originated. Next, he looked at me and Kara, then pointed at my girlfriend and said with that serious way of speaking. Is there anything important you want to share with us? Kara came to, surprised that Batman had spoken to her, and blushed when she realized that everyone was now looking at her. Yes, well. She took a quick breath, placed her hands on the sides of her waist, raised her gaze and said to us. I know they're pretty strong. I just remembered that I heard a lot of stories about them when I was a kid, and when I was studying at Argo in my academy years I learned more about them. Kara paused and looked at her cousin. They visited our planet before you or I were born. They experimented on many people and killed many more. Superman nodded with a half smile, and Batman spoke after Kara finished. We should use the artificial battlefield in this building as a training model. HR had an idea and raised his hand holding his drumsticks to get our attention. You know, since we're all in this together, I think it would be good to have someone in charge, you know, with not just the Justice League and the BA and High teams. Maybe we should, you know, have someone special in charge. HR said that as he went back to playing, moving his drumsticks in the air simulating a racing car steering wheel. Mon-El liked the idea and quickly gave his opinion looking at Azazel. Sounds good, we should vote. I vote for Azazel. Azazel was pouring himself some whiskey at that moment. HMPH. HMPH. I appreciate your vote of confidence, but I consider one of the founding members more suitable. What do you say? Cal? Yeah. Kara immediately responded by supporting the idea of Superman leading us all. Her attitude caught our attention again. Some of us looked at her with a smile and others with a frown, making her feel embarrassed by her exultation. Superman looked at Azazel and Kara with a very grateful smile and said. I appreciate this, but I choose Batman. I feel he's the most suitable. I agree, Batman will lead us. He is the best among us. He always has a plan. Yes, it is better that he guides us. They said. Diana, Barry and John. Batman remained neutral as we all looked at him again, and without changing his attitude he said to us. Well, as I mentioned, we have to be prepared for anything, Azazel. Could the training ground in this building be used to simulate a possible large-scale confrontation? Azazel nodded, taking a sip of his whiskey. Of course, I can adjust custom enemies so everyone can coordinate for a possible battle. Fine, do it. Batman responded by leaving the command center, but not before saying. I'll go gather more information at the Watchtower, Superman, and I will keep in touch. I recommend you do the same with Surziches and Michael. There's also a good chance the Dominators are interested in the sacred gears. Azazel and Superman nodded each in their own way, and the Lord of the Night used the special teleportation device in the command center to return to the Watchtower. Diana and Zenobia were the most motivated to go to the artificial battlefield. As soon as Batman left, they left the command center, and the others followed their examples. I was always impressed by the weight of authority that Batman exudes and the confidence he has when he speaks. Our opponent this time will be an alien army. Well, we'd already faced one last year, but that doesn't take away from the high tension it generates, and it seems to be a more dangerous one. As I thought about it, I looked at Kara, who seemed lost in her thoughts again. She and I were still in the command center, the rest had already left. Are you okay? I placed my left hand on the top of her back again, which brought her out of her thoughts. Kara looked at me with a rather calm expression. Her thoughtful expression turned into a sweet smile, and she said to me. Yes, I'm fine. Then her gaze was lost in me just as mine was in hers, her beautiful blue eyes, her bright platinum blonde hair, and the smile that always makes me fall in love more and more every time I see her. A few moments ago, she'd looked lost, and now she was calm. This rarely happened to her, and whenever it does, it's because she's reliving some memory of what she experienced on Krypton with her family or friends. This seemed to be that very case, so I did what I always did, I stood in front of her, clasped her hands in mine, and spoke to her while still looking into those beautiful blue eyes that I adore so much. Are you feeling nostalgic? Har raised her eyebrows higher at my question. Even though it's about the Dominators, I imagine this brought back some memories of the good times you had on Krypton. Hara didn't answer me immediately, she stayed silent without taking her gaze off until she told me. Yeah. It was a simple and honest yes, then he looked down at the floor, took his hands off mine, took a few steps forward and hugged me quite tightly, enough to test my endurance, as he rearranged some of the bones in my upper back. I wasn't going to complain about it, I'd gotten used to it. It is then that she, while keeping her gaze lowered, tells me. I'd like to go back to those days with my friends, with my classmates, my parents, I'd like to experience those good times again and feel the love of my mom again and my dad again. I never would have thought that these enemies would bring back those kinds of memories for my girlfriend. After a short while, I reciprocated the hug he gave me in the same way, although without his super strength, and I asked him in a soft voice. Do you need a moment? No, it's not necessary, I don't want to be alone now, I want to be with you. Hara responded immediately, turning to look at me with a smile. There was a lot of affection in her beautiful blue eyes, and after a brief moment, she hugged me tighter, placing her head on one of my shoulders. She let out a sigh and I heard her murmur. You're perfect for me, I couldn't have chosen anyone better than you. Ah, you're just exaggerating for the moment we're having. Hara laughed at my answer, and as she lifted her face from my shoulder, she looked at me with a rather cheerful and flirtatious expression. I'm not exaggerating, it's the truth, if I hadn't met you I wouldn't have known true love, I wouldn't have known the happiness I now feel with every fiber of my body, and every day I spend with you is the best day of my life, I love you. And every day I spend with you is the best day of my life, I love you. Hey. Suddenly we both heard someone say the same words that Kara had just said to me, we both froze when we heard them coming from a male voice, and when we looked in the same direction, we realized that we weren't the only ones left here in the command center. HR was there too. He repeated the same words Kara said to me, and he did it while holding some kind of pen in his hands, and he seemed focused on it with every word he said. What are you doing with that? Kara asked immediately without separating from me, causing HR to quickly turn his gaze towards us. Me? Oh. I'm just saving some ideas for a future novel I'm planning to write. You guys can go on with your thing, you can ignore me. Okay. I said, not knowing how to take it, then Kara looked at me again with a rather flirtatious smile, and without caring that HR was here with us, we gave each other a quick kiss, full of love and happiness, before accompanying the others to the artificial battlefield. HR seemed to mutter a few more things into his strange pen, and soon after, I guess, he too left the command center and followed us on our way. Unknown location. As night fell, in a certain building a large number of Dominators were moving what appeared to be an enormous metallic object in the shape of a pillar, on which was a strange jewel whose aura light was a very intense red color, similar to the one they have on the top of their skulls. One of the Dominators spoke using the gauntlet on his right arm. The device is ready. What are your orders? Bring in the human leader. This war will be over before it begins. Another Dominator responded, whose location was far away, outside of the solar system. CBA 6.0 New Azazel Tower. From the moment Kara and I entered the artificial battlefield along with the rest of our friends and companions, until night fell, we were all training in the way that best suited our current needs. For this occasion the artificial battlefield took a form that was 5 times larger than Earth, being half open field and half forest, along with immense lakes and a race track for sprinters that surrounded this entire field like a ring. Kara was training with Diana, having a practice match similar to the one she and I usually have on certain days of the week. Facing Diana did her good. Diana may not have the same speed that Kara or I possess right now, but her combat experience is simply unmatched. Elsewhere, Green Lantern trained with Rossweisse, Asia, Irina, Cisco, and Frost. John did enjoy putting Cisco on the ropes, as he was able to use his loopholes to evade certain attacks that could have easily knocked him out. Throughout the day, John showed great interest in Asia's talents and mentioned that she has a high probability of being the bearer of a ring of power due to her strong willpower. Rossweisse also took the opportunity to talk with her and Irina about certain magical equations and how each of them could improve their existing talents in that area. Frost showed his interest in magic, or rather, magic related to the cold, and John's creativity in creating various objects with his ring of power. Further away were Zez, Zenobia and Kiba having a sword duel where Zez and Kiba encourage Zenobia to be more creative when using other Excaliburs besides destruction, such as the super speed Excalibur, in order to compensate for the lack of speed she has when attacking. Zez and Kiba have also been helping each other develop new skills, with Kiba showing great interest in Zez's talent for manipulating Gram's demonic aura and using it as a powerful and long-range projectile, something Kiba is unable to do with his Sekin swords. It also seems that Kiba is trying to get a new balance breaker with the help of Zez, and unlike Saji, Kiba was showing great progress and talent in getting that with Zez. At the same time, Kiba's ingenuity seems to help Zez develop new techniques with his talent in handling Gram's aura as a powerful weapon. Kid Flash was the only one currently training alone, while using the entire artificial battlefield as a racing highway. He was going so fast using his godly speed that it was impossible to see him among the extensive ring of yellow electricity that completely surrounded the track. John meditated quietly, and Ralph took advantage of the moment to eat a lot of junk food, freshly brought from the cafeteria of the new Azazel Tower. I'm surprised he can't stuff himself with everything he eats. Is that some kind of power of his? Superman was helping Mon-El improve the range of his powers, and as for Barry and me, we were training together all day. Barry continued to help me improve my Trihexa, and after our training ended, I felt so exhausted that I fell to the ground, deactivating my balance breaker. I think for now I'll only be able to do this twice. Throughout my training with Barry, I was able to perform 2 perfect super speed shifts in my Trihexa forms, but a third is currently impossible for me, at least not in a row and without a break. Mental effort, stamina, and my energy are greatly consumed the faster and more powerful the shift. If I'm facing an extremely powerful enemy, I'll have to make sure I defeat them by any means necessary in the first shift after superluminal Trihexa. That's good progress, and for someone who doesn't have a connection to the Speed Force, it's impressive. Seeing you reminds me of when I was younger and barely knew about my powers, and in case you're wondering, I also accidentally got trapped on another Earth, Harry's home Earth, Earth 2, and I did so by accidentally traveling back in time to the First World War. Barry told me sitting next to me without his mask on. I looked at him carefully and he continued explaining. There I met a version of the Justice League called the Justice Society of America. Interestingly, there was a Flash, Jay Garrick, the doppelganger of my father Henry Allen. There was also a Wonder Woman and other variations of the heroes you and I know from modern times. Barry had a rather nostalgic look on his face. He must miss that other Flash, who's his dad's doppelganger. It was then that I also told him what I felt. Sometimes I wonder how Kara from that other Earth is doing, thinking that it's only her and her cousin who are the protectors of that whole world. Well, there are so many of us, and sometimes it doesn't even seem like enough. If you ever want to see her again, you can ask Cisco for help. He's good at traveling between worlds. In fact, his girlfriend is from another Earth, the same one HR comes from. He could help you visit Kara's Earth someday. I thought carefully about that proposal, and just at that moment a teleportation magic circle appeared in front of Barry and me. The symbol was from the Phoenix house, and the girl who appeared was Ravel. She was holding a large tray with several orders of Big Belly burgers in her hands. 2 special Flash-style Big Belly burgers for Barry-sama, and 1 special Seki-style Big Belly burger for I-sama. Thank you. Thank you. We both accepted what Ravel brought us and enjoyed every bite, along with the chips and drinks. Food chains will really make millions off these special orders for superheroes like Barry and me who consume too many calories. Ravel sat next to me, and after Barry and I finished eating, we decided to tell her how my progress was throughout the day. Ravel loves hearing about my progress, and today was no exception. Something just occurred to me. Barry and I nodded to listen to Ravel. This is a special way to use Trihexa. With the super speed of the super light form, it can be used not only to attack the enemy, it could also be used as a method to expand the range of support. I understand that the ability to duplicate the power is very limited in that form, but that does not mean that the power in that form cannot be used to support everyone through transfer, and the same could happen with the Dragon Blaster form. Is there any possibility that instead of being a shot of mass destruction, it is a support energy shot? In case there is a red sun against us, Superman and Supergirl will be vulnerable, but if you use the immense power of the Dragon Blaster as a support attack, you could give them a better power increase than the traditional transfer and balance breaker, taking into account that it is Sekiryuutei power combined with solar energy to a large extent. Barry and I, who had heard such a suggestion, we were speechless for a moment. But sounds pretty cool. We nodded at the same time. I see. So there's a possibility of using Trihexa that way too. If I could use the Dragon Blaster's shot as a transfer attack, then that form would have more versatility when it comes to team fighting. I have rarely used Trihexa's Dragon Blaster since until now I have only seen it as an energy shot capable of disintegrating everything. But if you can use it as a support shot, then you'll have more tactics with that form. Using Trihexa as both an attack and support, depending on the situation, will be very useful for all of us. And thanks to you I can reload the cannons faster, which would give me a major advantage when using the super light form and then the dragon blaster form. I looked back at Ravel and said with a smile. Thanks, Ravel, that was another good piece of advice. In expressing my gratitude, It was obvious that I had to help you even with something like this. Isama's team now lives in my luxury building and I'm part of his group. I would be very ashamed if Isama couldn't continue improving like the good Sekiryuutei that he is. Ravel blushed quite a bit as she said that. I think she has a very sun side. I stood back up and looked back at Barry. Okay, I feel better now. Let's see if I can transfer power using the Dragon Blaster. Of course. Barry also stood up and we were about to resume our training until. Everyone, assemble at the command center. Azazel's voice sounded in the sky, causing Barry and I to look at each other in confusion. Has he discovered something about the Dominators? What's wrong, Azazel? Superman was the first to ask when we all returned to the command center. Batman is also present, except he's still in the watchtower, and now we're seeing him on one of the command center's giant main monitors. Surzich's was on another screen, and so was Archangel Michael. Azazel explained to us. We intercepted a Dominator transmission in which they referenced taking over a human leader, and not long ago the country's president was captured. We were all surprised. We will not stand idly by, we must act. That's a trap, you know that, right? Batman warned Superman. He nodded in agreement and smiled somewhat bitterly. I know, but we can't let them hold the president hostage. Thanks to Supergirl, we know they're not here in peace. If they come, they'll be doing exactly what they want. We can't afford to let our guard down like we did during the Thanagarian invasion. Batman is right, it's the most obvious trap in the history of invasions. From what little we know about them, they've already invaded Krypton, which could suggest they're prepared to deal with Superman or Supergirl. But maybe if we all go together. Whether it's a trap or not, we will dominate the Dominators. Ha! That was a good one, Ddraig. We've dealt with metahumans, Thanagarians, evil doomsday clones, parademons, hellhounds from Apocalypse, fallen angels, high-class demons, godlike beings from Asgard, the wielder of the true Longinus, also Kryptonians, the present-day hacker Yuku, and you survived an encounter with Darkseid because of your girl. PFF, some alien scumbags calling themselves Dominators are just going to be another race we're going to take down. Wow, I had no idea you had a list of everything we faced last year. Someone has to keep score, plus it's fun watching you outsmart and outpace them. It's decided then, we'll go rescue him. If we all go there'll be a greater chance of saving him even if it's a trap. One way or the other. The Batman broadcast is over. It's decided, we'll save the president from being taken over by the Dominators. Queens, New York. Are you sure it's here? Zenobia asked the group. The president's tracker sent out one last signal here. Cisco assured us. The place we ended up going to was an abandoned factory in Queens. Interestingly, my team and I had already visited this place last year. It was on that occasion when we faced a group of humans who were part of the hero faction. Yes, it was that place, and the window that Zenobia broke at the time was still broken. Those who are with me now are my team. Zez, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse, Ravel. Team Flash. Cisco, Frost, Ralph. The founding members of the Justice League. John, Diana, Green Lantern. And also Rias Gremory's group. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba and Gasper. Flash and Kid Flash were scouring the entire district for any other signs or supernatural activity involving aliens. Superman and Supergirl did the same thing as they flew all over this district, using their eyes and ears to look for anything out of the ordinary. It is at that moment that Supergirl returns from her patrol, although her cousin continues flying over other districts. Flash and Kid Flash also join us again. It must be close, I guess. Kara told us as we landed and closed one eye as she looked at the factory. Yes, it's in there. My girlfriend assured me after a few seconds and looked at me with a very happy smile. X-ray vision. X-ray vision. Kara nodded at my question. Suddenly Ralph, who heard us, approached Kara and me with his gaze on Kara while smiling somewhat mischievously. Oh, so you can see everyone's little things with those pretty eyes. Eh? My brain went blank because the things Ralph said caught me off guard. Kara looked at Ralph, her face slightly red in embarrassment. No, ignore him. Frost said this with a cold sigh and Ralph looked at his companion with a frown. I was about to complain to Ralph about his comments. But then Kara stood there and asked her. Why are you called elongated man? Because I'm made of plastic putty thanks to dark matter and I can stretch a lot. Ralph responded by twitching his nose like a cartoon bloodhound's. There was one time he sneezed and half his face stretched to a meter. Flash said that with a rather wide smile. Understand? Ralph complained, pouting at Barry. Kara and I shared a strange look upon learning this. Ah, that's a strange precedent. She said this by placing her hands on her waist, and Ralph looked back at her. By the way, I don't think I'll call you Supergirl, it sounds kind of silly. Now we all looked at Ralph with rather incredulous expressions, especially the founding members who were present here. Kara raised one of her eyebrows at that impudence. You can call me Kara. Secret identity, it doesn't count. Cisco covered his face with one of his hands, as did Wally. Barry shook his head, and Frost remained silent, watching what was happening. What are you going to shout if you need my help? Blonde. Are you serious? Cisco questioned, looking back at Ralph. Yes, but I won't need your help, I'm Plastic Putty, 92, 59, 89. Ddraig did he just? He seems to know how to read women's measurements. What a great skill this man has. I'd love to have that one too. Wait a minute, how dare you check my girlfriend's measurements? Did you just say my? No. Ignore it. Barry immediately cut in and grabbed Ralph by the shoulders to force him away from us. Kara was now more angry than embarrassed, her eyes flashing a light crimson shade of light as she watched Ralph walk away from her. You already know what to do. Huh? Oh. Yes, that's true. Although I was currently in my balance breaker state, I took Kara by her shoulders with my left arm to keep her very close to me. Yes, listen to Flash. I felt Kara become quite calm due to the contact we had, and the annoyed expression on her face changed to a cheerful smile. Okay, I'll let it go for now. Shortly after, Superman appeared floating above us all. I've checked other districts, it seems the only known location is here. Now that he is with us, we all moved towards the abandoned factory. Upon entering the factory, we saw that the place was seemingly empty. Everything looked exactly as I remembered it from the last time I came here. It was then that I saw that in the place where the men of the hero faction had once stood, the president now stood with strange steel handcuffs binding his wrists. Look, the president. Green Lantern was the first to say it. I have it. Wally exclaimed and moved forward like a flash of yellow lightning that went back and forth, then by the time I realized it the president was gone as was Wally. Playosh. Wally returned in another flash of light, not even a second after he was gone and he was back. That was all. Don't know. This seems to me to have been too easy. I agree, mate. R. Suddenly a loud and strange sound began to be heard from different locations within this factory. They are approaching. Kara was the first to give the warning, and it was just at that moment that on the upper floors inside this abandoned factory, a group of dominators appeared who had a strange pillar-shaped device. Everyone, including me, was on guard, keeping an eye on them. Surrender now and no one will get hurt. Superman attempted to negotiate with them peacefully. Oh, come on. We know that won't work, and yet you still want to give them a chance. We knew they would come. The Dominator who stood before that pillar spoke, but he did not do so using his mouth full of monstrous fangs. Did you hear that? Because I heard it in my head. Cisco was the one who said that. Yes, we heard it. Diana nodded and cautiously we all took a few steps further into this factory. Well, if no one else is scared, I won't panic. It is then that I release a bit of my powerful Sekiryuutei aura that I possess in my current state, the balance breaker scale mail, and point my left hand towards that Dominator who had spoken to us telepathically. If you think you can hurt him to get what you want, you are very wrong. Likewise, the Dominator points his right hand at me and says telepathically. Hahaha. He's not the one we want. It's you. How did he say? The Dominator presses the strange red jewel on the pillar with his left hand and a gigantic pulse of energy engulfs the entire factory. It's a trap. Rias shouted, but we all acted quite late. It is there that all my friends and companions except for Zez, Barry, Wally, Green Lantern and John Johns begin to experience a very strong headache while their foreheads have a strange red light. Supergirl. I turned around and approached her who looked into my eyes with quite a bit of pain. Damn, it's starting to hurt me too seeing her like this. What do I have to do? Ddraig. Help me, buddy. This seems to be similar to when Myriad was released a few months ago, but it seems to affect everyone except us, the Speedsters, the Green Lantern, the Martian and Zez. I won't be able to run. Flash, Kid Flash, you have to. Shock. No sooner had I said that than the Speedsters tried to go after the device, but they ran into a force field which they couldn't break through and ended up being repelled back. It's a speed trap, we can't do it. Ouch, it hurts now and it will probably hurt tomorrow too. The next to try to get closer was John, but his intangibility didn't work either. We designed this force field to be proof against your powers. I'm starting to hate that voice, Ddraig, could you? Done, I've blocked the communication. Thanks, any ideas what we can do? I looked back at the alien device, and it was just at that moment that a brutal blast of heat vision hit me from behind. Cracks. The blow sent me flying out of the factory and I fell heavily to the ground. G-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. I heard Zez get knocked down and he landed near me. Dragon. Don't worry, the blow wasn't very powerful and I think we have bigger problems. Looking back at the factory, I saw the rest of my team emerging from the huge hole in the wall, which I had caused by jumping out. Kara, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse, Ravel, but not only them. Rias, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko also came out. Zez and I stood up and everywhere we looked all of them including Kiba had blank stares, as if they were being controlled by something similar to Myriad. Ugh friends, can we talk about this? Hey Buam. Rias released an immense amount of power of destruction between Zez and me. He and I felt cold at this level of hostility that almost hit us. I guess not. Zez said it sarcastically and then. Akeno shot an immense amount of accumulated power of holy lightning at us, Kaneko fired her senjutsu, Kiba released dozens of Sekin swords, Zenobia released large slashes of holy aura, Rossweisse tried to riddle us with an immense amount of very powerful Asgardian magic bullets, and Ravel fired immense jets of resplendent flames. Immediately my balance breaker was raised to its maximum capacity, and my senses were heightened to the point where I saw each of those attacks slowly approaching. Play Ash. I quickly grabbed Zez and walked away until we were a good distance away from them. Then I stopped behind the wall of a building 3 blocks from that abandoned factory. Zez broke away from me and took the hilt of his sword in both hands, then looked at me with a rather sarcastic expression. You sure did it this time, Issei. Are you serious? Yes. Seriously. We're in your city, the aliens seem to be looking for you, and immediately, inevitably we all end up in trouble. Boom. Hey boom. Zayaz. Various explosions and slashes of holy auras echoed quite loudly not far from where Zez and I were hiding. Well, you're right, yes. Suddenly there was a pause in those attacks and I said to Zez. Well, let's do it like old times. Zez nodded and looked back at me. The 3, our team leader. You. At that very moment some very powerful crimson rays pierced the wall between Zez and me, we both watched that very carefully and then Zez asked me. What was that? Kara angry and with heat vision. Zez smiled half-heartedly. Good. 3. We both came out of our hiding place, he with his sword and now on guard, and I with my balance breaker armor at its maximum power. All the jewels of my armor were now charged with immense amounts of aura, and my armor was enveloped in an immense red aura of power. In front of us the Gremory group advanced along with Asia and Zenobia, while in the air were Kara, Irina, Ravel and Rossweisse. They all had one purpose. Finish me and Zez off. And if things are like this for the 2 of us, that means John, Barry and Wally are. Shock. 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 Yes, the Martian and the Green Lantern are now facing off against the Kryptonian, the Amazon Queen and the Speedsters, their teammates. That man was right, this was a trap, and the worst part is that we knew it was one, and yet. Look on the bright side, mate. We will have a lot of fun. Oh wow, only you are capable of seeing a situation like this as something funny. If you want, we can switch and I'll take care of them all. Are you serious? No, but I bet it would be really cool if you could. Chapter 89. Invasion, Part 2. After Zez Zaytenberg, was thrown out of the factory by a magical blow from Rossweisse, Issei, and I woke up to see all of our friends and comrades under a mind control effect, courtesy of the Dominators. All of them had blank looks and were about to massacre us. Ugh friends, can we talk about this? Hey Buam. Issei tried to speak, but Rias released an immense amount of power of destruction between him and me. He and I felt cold at this level of hostility that almost hit us. I guess not. I said to Issei sarcastically and then. Akeno shot an immense amount of accumulated power of holy lightning at us, Kaneko fired her senjutsu, Kiba released dozens of Sekin swords, Zenobia released large slashes of holy aura, Rossweisse tried to riddle us with an immense amount of very powerful Asgardian magic bullets, and Ravel fired immense jets of resplendent flames. I was about to grab the handle of Gram. But the time it would take me to grab Gram isn't enough. All our friends' attacks would reach me before I could use my divine speed granted by the most powerful demonic sword. Zoom. When I thought it was all over for me, Issei grabbed me and took us away from all of them and Kiba at a great speed. The speed he traveled at exceeded the speed of sound by several times. Issei stopped until the 2 of us were behind the wall of a building, far from the abandoned factory, but still in the borough of Queens. That gave me enough time to be able to take Gram with my right hand, but with everything that was happening, when I took my sword I looked back at Issei. You sure did it this time, Issei. I complained, being as sarcastic as possible. Are you serious? Yes. Seriously. We're in your city, the aliens seem to be looking for you, and immediately, inevitably we all end up in trouble. Boom. Hey boom. Ayaz. Various types of explosions and slashes of holy aura resounded quite loudly, not far from where he and I were hiding. Issei thought for a second and then said to me. Well, you're right, yes. Suddenly there was a pause in those attacks. Well, let's do it like old times. I nodded at what Issei said and without stopping looking at him I said. The three, our team leader. Uo. As soon as I said that, some very powerful crimson rays pierced the wall between him and me. We both watched that lightning bolt very carefully. What was that? I asked Issei, to which he replied saying. Hara angry and with heat vision. Of course it had to be her. Good. 3. There was no point in starting the count with 1, we both left our hiding place, me with my sword and now on guard, he with his balance breaker raising it to its maximum power. Issei's aura was so powerful and in large quantities that Graham tried to vibrate with excitement. In front of us the Gremory group advanced along with Asia and Zenobia, while in the air were Kara, Irina, Ravel and Rossweisse. They all had one purpose. Finish me and Issei off. And if things are like this for the two of us, that means John, Barry and Wally are. Shock. 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 Huge brutal shock waves echoed across the sky, and I didn't have to be a genius to know that those were Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, Superman, and Wonder Woman fighting. Batman was right, this was a trap, and the worst part is that we knew it was one, and yet we fell for it. I was lucky because Graham's aura acted as a force field around me, otherwise I would be possessed like Kiba and Issei would be at a greater disadvantage. Wait a minute, why did Zenobia fall under the enemy's control? Damn Zenobia. Didn't it occur to you to protect yourself in time? You have like 6 or 7 super holy swords in that Xurandal. I'll take care of Supergirl and those who follow us, you take care of the rest, it's time. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Superluminal Change Star. Fly Eye Ash. Issei's balance breaker armor was filled with a very luminous red aura, and from one second to the next it became super thin, getting rid of all the armor on it. Now there were 4 large thrusters on his back. He immediately flew off with great godly super speed, looking like an endless line of red light, and was then chased by Supergirl, Rossweisse, Ravel and Irina. Supergirl, just like Issei, looked like a line of red light. Well, since Issei and them left, that leaves me with Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, Gasper, Zenobia and Asia. Swash. Kiba and Zenobia rushed at me at such speed that in thousandths of a second they were already in front of me, each with their respective swords. Shock. Shock. Wielding Graham with both hands, I brought it crashing down on Zenobia and Kiba's swords in a seemingly endless duel of thrusts. Awesome. Zenovia's speed. Her way of attacking. Is very different from the Zenobia I know. It seems that she employs the Excalibur rapidly ability that is part of Xurandal's scabbard in her movements to compensate for her lack of speed, and not only that. The amount of holy aura she is wielding is so much that she can use it as part of her divine speed fuel, which allows her to attack me with almost the same speed as Kiba. Blocking his thrusts is more complicated than I thought. But that doesn't make it an impossible task. There are a couple of thousandths of a difference between Zenovia's and Kiba's attacks. Also, while Kiba is faster than Zenobia, Xurandal's durability is far superior to Kiba's Sekin swords, and with every tenth of a second that passes, he has to keep switching his sword for another, while Zenobia doesn't have that weakness. But Kiba is not only faster than Zenobia when it comes to using his attacks, he is also performing new movements and techniques with his swords, and sometimes he tries to attack me in points that if it weren't for my divine speed and experience, I would have already regretted. As I block all of Zenobia and Kiba's frantic attack attempts, I feel a large shower of Senjutsu energy coming from behind me. I immediately understood that it was Kaneko, so with a quick jump back, I freed myself from Zenobia and Kiba enough to be enveloped in an immense amount of Graham's dark crimson red aura. That aura turned into a spherical energy barrier in which I hid to receive Kaneko's attacks. Bang. The Senjutsu attacks thundered against the energy barrier, which was unable to penetrate. It is then that I deactivate the energy barrier, and I realize a huge mistake of mine, and that is while I was fighting against Zenobia, Kiba and Kaneko, I completely forgot about Rias and Akeno, and now I found myself completely surrounded within an area in which countless magic circles with the seal of the Gremory house orbited. No matter how you looked, there wasn't a single safe escape route. Boost. Hey boom. At the same time, each of the magic circles released an immense amount of aura of destruction and holy lightning towards me. There is no escape. There is no choice. It's time to use the maximum and divine speed I can get from the most powerful demonic sword. Graham's aura completely enveloped my body, and from my eyes, it was as if all the attacks Rias and Akeno fired had been suspended in the place where they were fired. 1,000 demonic cuts. Graham was at full capacity. Using Graham, I slashed through the air, releasing an immense slash of dark crimson red light at my maximum divine speed. And another, and of course another. There were a total of 1,000 slashes in the air aimed in all the directions from which Rias and Akeno's attacks came. In less than a second he had generated thousands of slashes, unleashing thousands of attacks. Each had enough aura to neutralize each other, with the aura of destruction and the holy lightning. But the biggest problem with this was that Rias and Akeno kept releasing immense amounts of demonic powers, unleashing an absurd amount of their power of destruction in Rias' case, and the power of her holy lightning in Akeno's case. Almost a minute passed until they stopped the stampede of their demonic attacks. The number of cuts I made in that time frame reached a ridiculous 500,000. The aura I used in each attack was too much. Rias and Akeno's magic circles disappeared and then. Dooon. The sound of an immense holy aura was heard behind me, and when I turned around I saw Zenobia releasing against me an immense light of pure holy aura, similar to the one she used in Kyoto and in the old Azazel Tower. A quick sigh escaped me, and before being hit by the ridiculous amount of holy aura that Zenobia fired at me, I blocked that powerful stampede by creating a gigantic barrier of demonic aura with Gram that contained Zenovia's immense attack. Swash. As I was doing my best to hold back the blast of holy aura I was receiving from Zenobia, Kiba appeared behind me, and with great divine speed, he launched himself to attack me. But once again, I use Gram's aura to reach the maximum divine speed that is allowed to me, and I take a step back seeing that from my augmented perspective, Zenovia's attack was approaching again to impact against me at such a slow speed, but so slow that it gave me enough time to turn around and counterattack Kiba's attack attempts, breaking all of his Sekin swords with quick slashes. He was moving slowly before my eyes, and I took advantage of that moment to throw a quick kick in his stomach that sent him flying and crashing into a wall. After that I turned around again and a thousandth of a second away from receiving Zenovia's fatal impact, I contained it again as I had been doing. Zenovia's massive attack begins to lose a lot of power, but at the same time I begin to feel quite fatigued, and that's when a huge magic circle appears beneath my feet, firing a large number of chains that hold my legs, arms, and waist. I realized at this time it was Asia. She used Asgardian magic similar to Rossweisse's and released a bunch of chains to hold me with them. With some effort I managed to cut the chains that were holding me, using Gram, but the emerald green aura enveloped the chains I cut and regenerated them as quickly as I cut them. Asia is using her sacred gear to keep immobilizing me. Smaller chains take hold of each of my fingers, and for a second I let go of Gram, but in the next second I have her and I can't move and Gram is suspended in the air. That's when I see terrifying crimson eyes looking at me from Asia's position, and that person turns out to be Gasper. He just immobilized me with his sacred gear. While I am motionless I feel a terrible sense of danger, and in front of me, Rias and Akeno each begin to accumulate a very terrifying and immense amount of demonic powers. If I can't escape or block that attack I'll be destroyed. But I can't move. New Azazel Tower, Manhattan. What's going on? Azazel asked upon returning to the command center, accompanied by Mon-El and a newly arrived Batman who had finally left the watchtower. They tried to go save the president, but then Superman, Wonder Woman, Ramon, Snow, Dibny, Gremory, Himejima, Korda, Shidu, Rossweisse, Phoenix, Argento, Hyoudou, Vladi, and Zor-El fell into a trap set by the Dominators, and now they want to kill Alan, Johns, Stewart, Hyoudou, West, and Zatenberg. Harry explained to them while he along with HR, Azazel, Batman and Mon-El watched Issei and Zez face their companions, as well as the confrontation that was happening between Johns and Green Lantern against Superman and Wonder Woman, and in turn the confrontation that was taking place between Flash and Kid Flash against Vibe, Frost and Elongated Man. They won't be able to beat everyone forever. Batman said it immediately. We have to go there. Mon-El said in agreement and was about to be the first to leave the command center. Hey. Calm down, if you go there they'll. Ice and Zez won't be able to do it alone, especially with Kara against them. There are 3 of us, we have to go there. Mon-El persisted despite Azazel's protests and quickly left the command center. TCH. Well, since he's in charge of supporting Zez, I'll go support John and John. Azazel told Batman. Fine, I'll go try to stop the mind control device. Azazel and Batman were the next to leave the command center, and Harrison Wells' doppelgangers returned to watch the great battle from the large monitors in the command center. Although one looked more excited than the other. Johns and Green Lantern vs Superman and Wonder Woman. In the same way that Issei and Zez dealt with their companions, for Martian Manhunter and Green Lantern, it is the same or maybe even worse, since they face Superman and Wonder Woman, 2 individuals whose experience and power is very out of the ordinary. Superman, unlike Supergirl, has spent his entire life unconsciously repressing his powers to avoid harming others, which is why sometimes it seems that they are on the same level. But now that the Man of Tomorrow has fallen under the mind control of the Dominators, he no longer represses himself, and the being that would be capable of confronting him in this situation is the Martian Manhunter, whose strength seems to be almost at the same level. That leaves Green Lantern with Wonder Woman, a confrontation that would not be easy for John, who tried to contain her as best he could while she tried to finish him off. He began creating different combat weapons with his ring, but Wonder Woman managed to get rid of each of John's creations, and on more than one occasion she did so by clashing their bracelets at the last second. This caused Green Lantern to change tactics, reinforcing his entire body with the emerald green aura of his ring, and thus rushing into physical combat with the current Queen of the Amazons, causing hundreds of shock waves in the planet sky. Shock. 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 Blow after blow, the shock waves took on an emerald green color, and as the seconds passed, Wonder Woman, possessed by the Dominator's mind control, began to become more and more creative in confronting Green Lantern, her goal being to take his ring, and in the same way, Green Lantern's goal would be to try to take her lasso of truth from her in order to use it against her and thus reverse that problematic mind control. As their confrontation continued, the Martian Manhunter's confrontation with Superman continued to escalate. John tried to use his telekinetic powers to try to disconnect Superman from the Dominator's mind control, but it was as if the Dominator's device had been designed to block the Martians from disconnecting. It was like trying to breach a firewall, designed not to be breached. It is then that Wonder Woman manages to hit Green Lantern with such force that while they are high in the sky, she sends him plummeting into the ocean off the east coast, but before he can fall, a magic circle from Gremory stops his fall, and the person now standing in front of John is Azazel, who had been enveloped in a powerful golden aura of light. HMPH. HMPH. Okay, I'll take care of her. Azazel said with a rather cheerful smile, and the golden aura that was around him disappeared, revealing a golden armor with glowing purple jewels. Meet with Batman and find a way to disable that pillar, whatever it is. Okay, Azazel, but be careful. She hits harder than my grandmother when her novels are interrupted. Azazel laughed at Green Lantern's comment and instantly rushed towards Diana, and the two became two lines of lights in the sky that kept colliding with each other, causing shock waves that reached the ground endlessly. Green Lantern took a few seconds and then flew back to the abandoned factory where all this chaos began, and upon arriving there he saw Flash and Kid Flash in trouble since they couldn't use their powers well because the entire road was frozen and their bodies were hit by Vibe's continuous vibrations. John wasted no time and creates a gigantic punch with his power ring, and with it he brutally attacks Cisco, then quickly creates an energy barrier around Frost, and the speedsters begin to vibrate as fast as they can to recover from that complicated sensation. Ralph is about to attack John, but then Flash, now recovered, quickly advances towards Ralph and knocks him out with a strong blow that came faster than light. Batman then breaks through the roof of the factory and quickly descends to meet up with the two speedsters and the Green Lantern, who removes the energy barrier that was on Frost so that Kid Flash can then launch a quick and powerful beam at her that leaves her out of combat for as long as necessary. What's the situation? Batman asks Barry, to which he replies. The pillar is protected by an energy barrier that prevents speedsters from passing. John tried with his intangibility and he didn't succeed either. Ooh. Green Lantern fires an emerald green laser with his ring and his face shows a strong expression of maximum effort until he decides to stop doing it. It's pointless, it also seems to absorb energy from the outside. It's an impenetrable barrier created specifically to counteract all our powers. Not all of them. Batman tells Green Lantern, and both he and the speedsters look at Batman in disbelief. What do you mean? Is there a way to break through that barrier? Do you have any plan against this? Batman brings his right hand to the communicator in his cowl. Seki, you have to. Seki? Unanswered. Azazel, where is Seki? Batman stopped trying to communicate with Issei and switched to communicating with Azazel. According to the signal from his sacred gear, the response of the fallen Supreme Governor of the Angels was immediate. It's 30 light years away. With every passing second he gets further and further away. Can you communicate with him? Of course, just give me a moment while I try to contain your old lady. Not her. Oh. You took so long to answer. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew something was developing. Batman held his breath at Azazel's taunts and wondered what could have caused Issei to move away at that speed. Sekiryuutei vs Supergirl. A few minutes ago. I, Issei Hyoudou and Zez, face all our friends and companions who are under the control of the enemy. If we want a chance, we need to separate them, and what better way to do it than by taking the ones that fly. Ddraig, the time is now. Whenever you want, mate. I told Zez. I'll take care of Supergirl and those who follow us, you take care of the rest, it's time. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Superluminal Change Star. With great divine super speed, my balance breaker armor was saturated with an immense red aura, the power of the Omega was unleashed, and all the armor of my balance breaker was removed, revealing a new, much thinner armor covered by the Omega's special alloy. On my back some gigantic propellants were formed. Fly Ash. The super god-like speed with which I flew into the sky was insane, but I wasn't the only one who took off at that speed. To my left, Kara was chasing me at the same speed. We had already circled the skies around the planet several times, seeing day and night, and with each passing nanosecond, Kara flew faster and faster until she surpassed my maximum speed on Trihexa. Ooh. Kara turned around and fired a powerful heat vision at me, forcing me to stop in my tracks and step aside so I could avoid her eyes. His heat vision grazed very close to my neck as I dodged it. Then an Asgardian magic circle forms in the sky, and from there appear Rossweisse, Irina and Ravel. Looks like they followed me, which leaves the rest of the girls in Zez's hands. Rossweisse extends both arms upwards, and the sky fills with an immense amount of Asgardian magic circles, which reminded me of when she got really drunk in Kyoto and immediately gave me a bad déjà vu. Bong. From each and every one of those magic circles were thrown an exaggerated number of magical attacks that filled the night sky, all of them going straight towards me, and the magic within them seemed to be of all attributes. But that wasn't all. Ravel similarly concentrated a powerful blazing phoenix flame in her hands and with it fired a deadly jet of pure blazing flames. And if that weren't enough. Irina raised both hands to the sky and as she dropped them, she caused a great stampede of holy magic to rain down upon me. At what point did she charge that attack? Ugh, that's what happens to me for not paying attention. It's okay, with my speed I can. Swash. Cold. Suddenly I wasn't able to move a single muscle. This happened because while I was watching everything that Rossweisse, Ravel and Irina were shooting, Kara took advantage and released an immense amount of her icy breath on me, and it completely enveloped me in a hard layer of ice that easily took the size of an iceberg in the air. The cold itself didn't affect me, but the air around me had frozen to such an extent that I was trapped inside this iceberg that my girlfriend created with her icy breath. Hey boom. I took all the attacks from Rossweisse, Irina and Ravel. I can feel their attacks hitting my armor. There's no way I can. Wait a minute, the magic is hitting me, but at the same time it's not hurting me no matter how much it hits me. Haven't you noticed until now? What are you talking about? Your Trihexa forms possess magic negation, even if you are bombarded by immense amounts of the Valkyrie's magic while you are using any of your Trihexa forms, it is impossible for you to get hurt. Oh, I didn't know. And not only that, you can also absorb certain properties of the energy you were attacked with. Remember that Trihexa has nth metal as part of its special structure. It seems the Dominator's mind control on my friends wasn't that great, as I'm almost certain that at least Ravel and Rossweisse would know more than me about metals and the structure of Trihexa. Or maybe was it their unconscious way of always wanting to help me? This morning I had burned a huge amount of energy, and now thanks to the printout I received, I feel more recharged than before. Hey, watch out for. Ooh. Ah. I was so distracted by the energy refill I got from Irina, Ravel and Rossweisse that I didn't see Kara in time, and she attacked me with a brutal heat vision that collided right in the jewel on my chest. The impact of his attack was so great and deadly on me that I was thrown forward until I crashed into the place in Queens where Zez was fighting. Preayosh. It hurt so much, ugh. I gasped in pain and the jewel in my chest was completely destroyed. I also felt a sharp pain in my chest, in the part where I received Kara's attack. While I was on the ground I saw Zez in a compromising position. He was being stopped by Gasper's sacred gear and the magic that Asia was using, and not only that, he was about to be destroyed by Rias and Akeno, who kept loading an immense amount of demonic powers in their attacks. I tried to push myself off the ground, but I could barely lift a muscle until. Swash. A dark blur flashed by and hit Asia and Gasper at the same time. It was then that Rias and Akeno fired their most powerful attacks at Zez, but thanks to that blur that hit Asia and Gasper, everything holding Zez down fell apart in time. Before my eyes I saw Zez's sword slowly fall into his right hand, and he grabbed it with both hands from its hilt, then did a somersault and held his sword over his right shoulder. It is then that an immense amount of dark crimson red aura emanates completely into that powerful sword, taking a great length in the form of a turbulent aura. End of Fafnir. Zez made a powerful cut in the air with his sword, and from it came an immense amount of dark crimson red aura in the form of a powerful slash, which took the shape of the head of a gigantic dragon, and it headed with great divine speed against Rias and Akeno's attacks. Before the impact, the dragon split into 6 other equal dragons, 3 of them went for Akeno's most powerful attack, and the other 3 towards the most powerful attack that Rias had performed. Hey boo. An immense explosion of dark crimson-red aura struck with too much force, causing the entire Queen's district to tremble. Rias and Akeno slowly fell to the ground, having spent too much of their demonic powers in that attack, and the same was true for Zez, who after carrying out that final attack, began to breathe with difficulty. All of that happened in less than a second, and we both looked at the blur that helped him in the first place, and that person was none other than Mon-El. Mon-El smiled at me and said, "Tell Cisco I want a name." Even in this alarming situation, he knows how to defuse the situation in his own way. Fly Ash. Suddenly, Kara appeared as a reddish line of light behind me and continued on her way until she collided head-on with Mon-El. Mon-El was unable to react in time to Kara's attack and he was sent flying, falling to the ground from a great height. Kara then rose back into the air and turned around to look at me, her eyes shining a deep intense crimson red. Zez and I stayed put, as much as we wanted to check on Mon-El, we just couldn't do it with Kara lurking around. Unless. Ddraig, do you trust me? Of course, mate. Saying that, Ddraig restored the jewel on my armor's chest. Hey Supergirl. Kara leaned her head toward her left shoulder, staring at me with a blank expression. A look I'd never get used to. I swear the Dominators will pay for what they did to him. But before that. Let's see who's faster. As soon as I said that I flew into the sky at my top speed. Play Ash. Kara instantly chased me, and the two of us flew with such insane godlike super speed that we quickly shot off Earth, beginning a race off the planet. Not even 1,000th of a second passed and we flew so fast that we passed close to the moon, and then Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and when a second passed we had practically left the solar system. My arms were extended out to my sides to act as wings, while the aura in my thrusters was expelled to its maximum capacity, this way I could turn in a zigzag if necessary. Outer space was colder than I had thought, but thanks to my stamina, the stamina of my balance breaker, and the stamina of my Trihexa form itself, the feeling was comparable to standing in front of an air conditioner in summer. There were no layers of ice even on the jewels of my armor, and the aura that surrounded me was warm enough to make this journey comfortable. But the most impressive thing about this whole journey through space was the feeling of power and seeing the stars passing by at great speed, appearing as very horizontal lines of light. Unlike the times I flew on Earth, here I felt freer, and there was also a strong sense of nostalgia in all this. Of course, it's a feeling that can't be described, and it gives you the feeling that everything else doesn't matter, just you and your desire. Me and my wishes. Yes, I still have memories of flying through space with my body and advancing trillions of kilometers per second, using the universe as my personal space to fly and fight endlessly against Albion. It must have been a very splendid sight, but also very terrifying. Just then, Kara took the lead, she kept pointing her gaze at me, and her beautiful eyes shot a beautiful ray of crimson red that was directed towards the jewel on my chest. Boost. My power greatly doubled, and my speed surpassed the range of the crimson beams Kara fired at me. Once again I was able to take the lead and turn 90 degrees to my left, then 90 degrees to my right in a continuous zigzag, leaving Kara further and further behind. Kara kept trying to attack me with her heat vision, but I was too fast for her. Oh partner, she's getting faster and faster, you have to use all your power before. It was at that very moment that Kara passed in front of me again with a divine super speed far superior to mine, and her eyes shot a brutal crimson beam directly at the jewel on my chest. Boost. Wreck. The crimson rays were inches away from hitting the jewel on my chest, but my power and Trihexa doubled for the second time, and I was able to perform a quick sliding movement in space to dodge them. In the process, I quickly turned around and flew with maximum speed to my right, without a fixed course, although I would swear that for an instant a gap formed in space-time. Kara kept chasing me the whole time, her speed kept increasing, she kept gaining ground until she couldn't anymore. Ddraig, what does this mean? She was shown to be able to surpass your maximum speed in Trihexa, with the power doubled once, but apparently her limit is below Trihexa when you double your power a second time. Great. But why is she still under enemy control if we're at? I don't know, it surprises me too since with every passing second we are moving 1 light year away from Earth. Are we going that fast? Ahahahaha. What? Didn't you notice that? Well I'm getting a call from the Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels, he's communicating with me, he must be using Fafnir's jewel for it. Master Azazel. Please put him online. Teacher. What's going on? Ice, what the heck are you doing almost 50 light years from Earth? Azazel's voice was heard inside my armor's HUD. Oh well, Kara mind control space chase, you know every romantic couple has their problems, hahaha. Ah, well. That makes sense. I'm dealing with Diana here. But things, right. In the end, we always end up facing the most powerful women. You can tell me, anyway, Batman here wants to talk to you, I'll join him on the call. Seki, I'm at the factory and we can't break the force field surrounding the mind control pillar. But you already have a plan to break that barrier, right? Yes, I need you to fire the Dragon Blaster with your defense ignoring ability. Why what? Ah, I see what you're getting at, you need us to use penetrate on the Dragon Blaster. Ddraig understood it immediately. Can you do it? Sure you can, but the problem is that Kara's Or-El keeps hunting us. My partner could use his disintegrator cannon form with super light speed and I could direct the shot so that its course goes directly to Earth, where you are, but firing something like that from the distance we are could cause the impact to completely destroy the planet. We are talking about a shot sent light years away that would hit Earth in seconds. What Ddraig said made my blood run cold. Could we destroy our planet? Zez could take care of eliminating the danger of impact with his demonic sword. He wouldn't be able to react in time and he wouldn't have enough power either. Suddenly someone else joins our conversation. Issei? Can you hear me? Barry, what's going on? Are you in on Batman's plan? Yeah, hey, remember what Ravel told us during the training session? What she said? Ah. Yes, I remember. You have 2 cannons, fire one in attack mode and try to put the other in transfer mode. If you do that you might power up Zez enough so that he can manipulate the attack shot and thus end the Dominator's mind control. I will share my speed with him so that he can react in time. Can you share your speed? Yeah, it's a skill I got earlier this year. Listen, you're the only one with the attack and the skill, and Zez is the only one who can wield that demonic sword, and I'm fast enough to make sure everything goes smoothly. Are you ready? We have to do it. Ddraig. Of course, mate. Okay, on the count of 3. 1 2 3. Switch to the Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Blaster. Change Fang Blast. My armor returned to its balance breaker scale male form, recovering all the armor and adding an additional one to my back and shoulders, being the cannons and backpack for the Dragon Blaster. The charging time for the cannons was originally the weak point of this form, but thanks to the super light speed used in the previous form, the charge for the cannons would have to be. Ooh. The Omega's dragon aura and energy accumulated quite quickly in the backpack. It seems that the Trihexa's weakness can be countered by the super light Trihexa's top speed. This time the cannon fire shouldn't be for destruction, one should be for transfer, and my target is Earth, but I can't see Earth. Ddraig, can you see the target? Yes, I will lock both cannons on Earth, which is currently 72 light years away from us, and make sure one of the cannons is a transfer shot. Excellent. Ddraig, we all trust you, mate. It must be said together, at 3 o'clock. Dragon Blaster. Dragon Blaster. The immense blast of lightning-like aura traveled at the maximum divine speed she had been using. Kara reacted evasively, believing the shot was going to be for her, and the attack continued its course, traveling almost a light year away per second. Then the cannons and backpack detached from my armor, dissolving into space, along with the excess armor plating. Change star superluminal. 2 changes made at my maximum divine speed. This is as far as I can go. Zez Zatenberg. Zez Zatenberg had gathered next to Mon-El, who was unconscious due to the blow that Kara gave him with her divine speed and was now surrounded by each and every one of my friends and companions. At least I don't have to deal with Supergirl. Play Ash. Before I knew it, a yellow flash of lightning grabbed me and another Mon-El lookalike and brought us back to the factory where this whole fight started. But Flash, oh thanks, I owe you one. I realized that it was Barry who got me out of that terrible situation, and Wally took Mon-El. You can return the favor by redirecting Seki's Dragon Blaster shot from a distance of 72 light years. What did I miss? To destroy the pillar, you have to overcome the energy field. Issei has the power and the technique, but to prevent the shot from destroying the planet, you have to control it by manipulating Gram. I don't know if I have enough speed to. Take my hand, I'll share my speed with you. Barry and I shook hands, and I saw an immense amount of yellow electricity engulf him and then me. Is this feeling? Electricity. You're in flash time now, we have to hurry. Barry aimed his gaze at the sky, I did the same and saw how in the distance there was a star that seemed to shine in red and emerald. That must be Issei's shot. Listen, the one on the left is a transfer, it will give you enough power so you can manipulate the shot on the right. Transfer and attack every single thing you do. Okay, I'll do my best, but I'd need to be from a very height. Fly Ash. No sooner had I said that than Barry took me for a run with his super speed, and before I knew what he was doing, we were racing through the air to a very high peak near the clouds. And I thought I'd seen it all. Two immense rays of pure energy fall from the skies. Seeing that sent shivers down my spine, but it wasn't the time. I was given a mission and I'm going to fulfill it. Okay, left transfer and right attack. Flash carried me even higher into the sky, and then we separated just as the huge lightning bolt coming from my left was about to hit me. At first I was scared but then. Transfer. The powerful and immense beam of pure energy became my aura of power and I felt as if I was being recharged with immense amounts of energies. I've never felt so energized before. I see, so this power, this immense power, is one of Trina's cannons used for the transfer. I have never felt so powerful in my life as I do now. I gripped Graham's handle more tightly with both hands and moved towards the huge shot on the right. Come on Graham, it's time to master the power of the celestial dragon. I gave a deep stab to that immense beam of pure energy and Graham began to work faster than ever. The excess power of that attack began to be taken by Graham, eliminating itself, consuming itself almost entirely, like an immense amount of leaves coming into contact with fire. This was also possible thanks to the power of the transfer recharge I received, and before it was too much I began to spin around and around to manipulate the rest of that powerful attack. It wasn't easy nor was it impossible, and then after the last turn, I pointed the sword at the abandoned factory, and the remainder of that absurdly powerful attack was sent slashing towards the factory while being consumed by Graham's dark crimson red aura. Zayaz. The entire factory was consumed by that attack. Then suddenly I felt gravity against me, and I fell from high in the sky until Flash with his super speed caught me again and carried me safely to the street outside the factory, which was now consumed by the aura and on fire from it. Wow, that was incredible. Flash finished what he was going to say, and then several teleportation magic circles appeared in the sky. Several were red, with the Gremory clan symbol, others had an Asgardian symbol, and those who appeared were all my friends and companions. For a moment they kept their blank stares, but after a second that blank expression they had changed to one filled with confusion as the bright red aura reformed around their heads before disappearing. Another second passes and I see each of them looking at me and the sprinters with a worried expression, as if they have come to. Friends, they're back. God, it really worked. Sekiryuutei x Supergirl. It happened when I, Issei Hyoudou, had changed my Triana form back to the super light form. Kara, under mind control, rammed me with a maneuver similar to one used in American football and sent me hurtling back to Earth at full speed. The impact I received from her was so strong that I couldn't do anything until suddenly she showed a very confused face and just before we both crashed into Earth, she stopped and we both separated. We both stayed in Earth's stratosphere and luckily we didn't collide with my planet, our planet. I was still on guard and Kara, whose face was still very confused, looked at her hands as if she couldn't understand what was happening. That's when she looks at me again, not with that painful blank expression, but with her beautiful confused expression. But what happened? Her voice, she's back. Ha. Of course he did. Even Ddraig was happy that she came back to her senses. That means you did it, mate. I just received a message from the Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels. It seems that the Queen of the Amazons and the other Kryptonian have come to their senses and are very confused. He did it? Oh my god, Zez did it. With a happy expression I removed the helmet from my armor and approached Kara. You didn't kill me, so her day is looking up. My voice was full of joy and Kara became very distressed and scared. I'm so sorry. I'm really so sorry. As soon as she finished saying that, she jumped at me and as we floated she gave me a very strong hug which I immediately reciprocated. Oh thank yous as Barry, Batman, Azazel, and most of all you, Ddraig. Whenever you want, that's what companions are for, right? Ddraig was quite happy. I was too. Don't worry, it's not the first time you've been mind controlled and it might not be the last either. First it was with Darkseid, I don't know if red kryptonite counts, maybe, and no, so with this one, it would be 2 times that Kara's mind is controlled. I felt Kara sigh with relief as her face rested on my chest. Then she raised her gaze and with a smile full of love, she quickly moved towards my lips, giving me a kiss full of affection as we continued in the Earth's stratosphere with such a beautiful and unparalleled view. The heat his lips generated against mine was like feeling a passion that never ran out, and for now this was just our moment. Her arms wrapped around my neck and mine around her waist, and we stayed very close, enjoying this fantastic kiss. After a while, Kara separated from me, and the helmet of my armor reformed. While it was removed, Ddraig made sure to safely manage the aura around my face so that I could stay alive despite the position we were in. Well, I guess that's enough space adventure for one day. Come on, we have to go back to the others, you weren't the only one they controlled. Kara nodded with a very understanding look and hugged me tighter for a moment before pulling away again. A few minutes later. Everyone gathered back on the street in front of the enormous skyscraper that is the Azazel Tower. What does it feel like to have your mind controlled and all that? HR asked Ralph, smiling, who still had a strange expression from the horrible experience. I didn't know I had a mind they could control. Cisco responded in a rather mocking manner, making more than one person laugh, especially Frost, who enjoys teasing his classmates. Next to us was also a sore Monel who was being cared for by Asia. "What happened to you?" Asia asked worriedly, to which Monel replied proudly. "I fell down some stairs, yeah, that's what happened." Zez and I smiled knowingly, then I took a step closer to Monel, who was now fine. He and I looked at each other for a second and then I said, hitting my chest with my right fist. "You saved Zez." Monel nodded happily, beating his chest with his fist. "Where did Azazel, Superman and Supergirl go?" Rias asked and I turned around to see her. "They scanned the entire planet to make sure there are no more of those pillars that control them." Rias nodded and Rossweisse said. "Okay, now what?" Batman responds by saying. "We saved the president and the Dominators proved they don't come in peace. We have the green light to take them on. Flash and Kid Flash will go collect the Dominator technology the government has in possession of after 4 of their ships landed in Central City." As soon as she said that, a strange light fell from the sky onto Zenobia and she suddenly disappeared, dropping X-Urandal on the ground. Zenobia. That same light fell on HR and Harry Wells, who were the next to disappear. "Everyone enter Azazel Tower, immediately." Batman screamed and he was the next to disappear into that light. Asia, Irina, Rossweisse, Ravel, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Gasper, Kiba, Johns, Cisco, Frost, and Monel entered Azazel Tower and only Zez and I remained. We both looked at each other and that same light fell on him. Change to Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change star Superluminal. Boost. My armor shifted into its super light Trina form and I rushed towards Zez as fast as I could and then I saw him disappear into the light so slowly and painfully and by the time I reached his position it was too late and Graham fell to the ground with a rather dull sound. Oh no. Chapter 90. Invasion, Part 3. Gotham City. February 23, 2018, 12:05 a.m. While the Justice League faced the threat of the Dominators in New York, Gotham City was guarded by a hooded vigilante, once a Robin, but today known by another alias, one that like Batman, filled with fear the hearts of all the people with evil intentions in the city, but with the difference that this vigilante would not think twice before pulling the trigger. This person is Red Hood. Some call him the black sheep of the Bat family and others consider him everything Batman cannot be because of his code. He was currently standing on top of a skyscraper, overlooking his city, hidden protecting it. The heavy rain with thunder and lightning had begun for quite some time, but that would never bother Red Hood. "I knew you'd be here." Someone else had found him and came up behind him. It took Red Hood less than a second to know whose voice that was. How could he forget it? It was the person he considers his older brother. The first Robin, the hero and vigilante known as Nightwing. Red Hood didn't turn to look at him and continued to watch over the streets of Gotham, maintaining the law of silence. I mean, not exactly here. But somewhere around here. Despite how friendly he was and how he tried to engage in conversation, Red Hood continued to ignore him. It's nice. Familiar. Very familiar. Red Hood took a few steps to his right to survey other streets of Gotham, as if no one was talking to him. "I like how you use the bricks." "Nothing," Red Hood continued ignoring him as if nothing had happened until Nightwing came up with a better idea and advanced to Red Hood's left, bending his right leg forward on the edge of the skyscraper and resting both hands there. "I could stay here all night." And finally saying that, Red Hood turns his head in his direction to look at him. What he wanted was a solitary night, but it seems that will be impossible for him, although that doesn't bother him either. Of course. Red Hood nods, punching Nightwing in a friendly manner with his left arm, looking back to his right, ignoring the fact that his friendly punch caused Nightwing to appear to stumble backwards and fall from where he was. Red Hood looked to his left again, and when he didn't see Nightwing anywhere, he realized what he could have done. Dick. Worry fills every cell in his body, he stands up and approaches the edge, but sees no sign of Nightwing. It is at that moment that Nightwing reappears climbing behind where Red Hood was, standing on both hands and walking towards him. Red Hood hears the sound of Nightwing's hands and realizing it was all a damn joke of his, takes a deep breath as he turns to look at him. Nightwing continued moving forward on his hands until he performed a somersault in which he ended up standing again, with both arms extended upwards, as if he had put on a show. "I was an acrobat, you know." Red Hood couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing, having momentarily forgotten Nightwing's past, who had managed to make him smile that night. "Fine. Sit down. But you have to be quiet." Red Hood warned him, sitting back down on the edge. Nightwing seemed to think about it for a while and agreed, now sitting to Red Hood's right. For a few seconds there was silence and when he was about to say something, Red Hood silenced him after pointing at him with his right hand. Nightwing let out a sigh and suddenly, without the two of them being prepared, a strange yellow light enveloped Nightwing completely and made him disappear from the face of the earth. Red Hood immediately stood up upon seeing Nightwing disappear so suddenly and looked up, seeing nothing but knowing deep down in his heart that the ones who kidnapped his older brother had to be the Dominators. He's most likely the next one to be kidnapped, or so he thought until 2 seconds passed and nothing still happened. He clenched his fists tightly and silently made a promise to himself that they would pay for it somehow. Gotham City location. My name is Bruce Wayne, and for several years I have been I don't remember what I was doing. I feel a kind of emptiness inside my mind. That's why during these morning hours I got up early to go for a run. It's what I do every morning after waking up. Now I find myself on my way to Wayne Manor, my home, the home where I live with my parents, Alfred and. And how is your career? I already told you how it was. I mentioned it to you in the shower. The person I'm talking to after taking a shower is Thalia, the love of my life, my wife and the future mother of my child. Here you go. I handed her a towel so she could get out of the shower, and when she did, she looked into my eyes with immense affection. Thalia Wayne is a beautiful slender woman, 94, 60, 89. Her hair is brown, and her eyes are a beautiful, very bright green color. How could I forget? She came closer to me and her lips overlapped mine. It was a kiss full of love and desire. Her soft hands cradled both sides of my face, and my hands took her by the waist. But even though all this was perfect, I couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right, and every now and then I had that strange feeling that something wasn't real. But it must be just a strange effect of some bad dream, right? As night fell, I went out with my dad after quite some time. My mom is with Thalia, surely planning with my mother about what she and my father will do since their anniversary is approaching. Commitment. I don't know, something is celebrated about them, but I can't remember what exactly. This is so strange. Ignoring that confusing detail, I continued spending the night with my father. During this time that we both spent together, we went to a tailor to see the suit my father would wear when he officially becomes the mayor of the city. On our way, we both passed through a dark alley, the same alley my mother and I had walked through that night after we finished watching a play. I still remember what we saw that night, but what happened after we left I can't remember. Something didn't feel quite right, but I also felt a strange calm, like I'd never been at peace with myself until now. As we left the tailor shop, my dad spoke to me again about the future of Wayne Enterprises, reminding me that in 2 months he would be mayor and that he specifically required me to be his successor to Wayne Enterprises, something I wasn't comfortable with despite all the good it would bring. Why don't you name Lucius Fox instead? My dad sighed a little when I made that suggestion. The board doesn't support it. Besides, Wayne Enterprises is a family business, it will stay in the family. I stopped in front of him and told him in all honesty. Hey, I want to make my own name, not just carry yours. Bruce, if you don't, the board will vote in favor of Harrison Wells buying Star Labs. They. Suddenly I saw something that didn't quite fit. The tall skyscraper called the Azazel Tower. That? Don't know. There's something strange about that skyscraper. It's not supposed to be here. This is Gotham City, not Manhattan. Suddenly someone crossed in front of me, bumping my shoulder into his. Excuse me. Apologize. Well. That strange man threatened us. My dad and I turned around and saw that strange man who threatened us both with a gun. Watches. Wallets. Phones. Are you deaf? Do you want a bullet? Calm down now. My dad spoke calmly, trying to relax the tension that had formed. I'm going to cool them right here. He pointed at my father and I immediately stood in front of him. Suddenly, something strange happened to me. I saw inside my mind my parents being murdered by a guy similar to this guy. The same thing happened when I was with Thalia. Something drove me to defend my father from danger, no matter what might happen to me. Hey. Don't aim at my dad. But you want lead in your meat. Oz. It happened at that moment. A strange bat-shaped object disarmed this man, who dropped the weapon in the distance. Ugh. Then, a hooded man wearing a black cloak descended from above and with a quick movement, knocked out the man, giving him a brutal beating. It all happened in seconds, and the hooded man shot a strange hook towards the roof and rose high above the buildings of Gotham, disappearing as quickly as he came. Are you okay? My dad asked, in shock just like me. Yes. They could have killed you. Why did you do this? I don't know. After that incident where my father and I were rescued by that strange vigilante, I went to the Gotham City police station because someone had to testify about that failed robbery attempt. Something still didn't add up and the person I went to look for was Commissioner Gordon. I was just on my way out. It was him I was looking for. Do you have a minute for me? Yes. I actually had to call you. The detective told me what happened to you and your father. Are you okay? Yes, my dad and I are fine. We both entered his office, where there were some trophies and photos of him with his family. What caught my eye was a picture of him with his daughter, Barbara Gordon, if I'm not mistaken. When I thought of her I felt like my head was hurting and a strange girl resembling the guy who saved me and my father appeared in my thoughts. I'm glad, by the way, we caught the guy. That's when I see the whiteboard in his office filled with cases referencing that guy. Because of the masked man? Yes. He calls himself Batman. He's the kind of hero this city deserves. He's a silent guardian, a protective vigilante, a dark knight. What the commissioner said triggered a series of flashes in me that I couldn't explain. Gotham, a cave, bats, a league of shadows, orphan children, a joker, and I never thanked him. And you never should. That last one is a conversation between the commissioner with me. Is there anything wrong? I hadn't realized I'd been acting really weird for a long time. I looked back at the commissioner with a poker face and shook my head. No, I'm fine. Thank you for your time. Wayne Enterprises privately owned. Upon leaving the police station, I headed toward one of Wayne Enterprises' private properties, as I felt that there I would find the answers to the various flashes I was experiencing. I had two possible locations. The first one seemed impossible, it wouldn't make sense to go there, but the second, that one was much more likely if I thought about it, and that's why I went there at such a late hour of the night. The place looked abandoned, but something told me that wasn't the case. Burnt rubber on the pavement coming from something that was definitely much bigger than an ordinary car. Then more flashes passed through my mind of a private meeting I had with Lucius Fox, where he introduced me to a strange armored vehicle. The Acrobat. It's a vehicle for building bridges. During a fight, two of these jumped over the river by pulling some cables. I remember the feeling of driving at the speed it had. Right here on the lever you activate it. You accelerate and the vehicle does a jump without a ramp. I had pressed a button on the gear lever and the vehicle accelerated brutally. Not now. No. Don't do it, sir. Lucius became worried and pulled the lever back to stop the acceleration. It was a very funny memory. They were never able to work on bridges, but they run like a charm. And after completing the test, use the handbrake to stop the vehicle. Did you like it, sir? I'll take it in black. As I stood up again, I looked at all the containers in this abandoned warehouse. There was one that caught my eye, a red one. As I approached, I saw that it was locked with a huge padlock, but I was able to improvise and open it with the help of a lockpick. Once inside the container, I closed it again from the inside and heard as if a platform was activated. Everything was dark until the platform stopped on a large sub-level where the Acrobat was located, along with some high-tech boxes, training equipment, and a man behind some computers at the end of this wide corridor. That guy quickly put on a mask and turned around to face me. You shouldn't be here. His voice was familiar. Even though he made his voice quite deep, he immediately lunged at me and knocked me down. I fell on my back and he threatened to hit me with his right fist, but before receiving it, I blocked his blow using my forearms and immediately got rid of him with a quick movement that I didn't even expect to be able to do. We both stood up and were on guard. I know who you are, or rather who you are not. His face brought back memories of a boy who was orphaned after a circus accident, someone I took in and trained. Next, he tried to hit me with strong and fast blows that I kept deflecting or blocking. I knew each of his movements, as if I had taught it to him myself, and as this confrontation continued, more and more visions of a boy kept hitting my brain until a name stuck in my head. Dick Grayson. It was at that moment that I stopped his last blow, and he decided to stop, taking a step back. For a second he remained hesitant, then he removed his mask revealing the face of the boy who was in my thoughts. How do you know who I am? There was doubt in his voice, also distrust, mixed with feelings that were not very difficult for me to decipher, since the exact same thing was happening to me as to him. I know you're not Batman and you're not Robin, either you're Nightwing. Nightwing? We both said at the same time and looked into each other's eyes with great surprise. After a minute of silence. That name was when I stopped being Robin. And Superman helped you choose it. Bruce, how did we end up here? We have to find out. I then headed over to the computers and worked on a search for certain people on them, with Dick standing behind me with his arms crossed. So Thalia Wayne. Dick said it like it was something funny. I ignored him and continued working on the computers, trying to remember something that might help us understand what was going on. Come on, try hard to remember something, anything. Suddenly, a strange hunch came to me, and I conducted a personal search for certain people. It didn't take me long to find the location of Zez Zatenberg, Zenobia Quarta, and the Harrison Wells of the Parallel Earths. Bruce, have you been walking around the city these days? Did you happen to notice any buildings that shouldn't be in this city? The Azazel Tower. I answered after finding the first person of the four people I set out to find, Zez. Yes, that one. When I went with my dad today, I saw him and thought. What shouldn't be there? Exact. Gosh, ever since you appeared I haven't stopped having these strange visions. I remember that I met Jason, we were going to keep watch together and out of nowhere this strange light, and I wake up being you, but not being you. Visions. I've been having them too all day, but maybe it's not that, maybe they're memories. I remember that you left Gotham after that meteor shower. It wasn't a meteor shower. It was an invasion, and it's happening. It was at that moment that a memory of a strange alien species came to me, and the next thing I did was use the computer to make a drawing of it that I felt in my thoughts, and shortly after I finished it, a very strong memory hit me in my mind, and I said to Dick. It's them, the Dominators. The Dominators? What kind of name is that? An unfriendly species, they must be responsible for creating this unreal world. Even though you and I are real, whatever it is, I think what they did to us is starting to fail. Then they'll most likely try to stop us, they'll know something's going on. How do you think they'll do it? It was at that moment that Dick and I saw someone's reflection through the monitor glass, and when we turned around we saw Bane in the company of several League of Shadows assassins. So? I told Dick, and the two of us immediately began the confrontation against Bane and the assassins who came with him. They were all silent, but the strength they possessed, their fighting styles, all of it felt very real, the danger felt very real. Dick and I defended ourselves as best we could, managing to take down a couple of assassins, but that didn't stop us both from being taken down by the immense brute strength this Bane possesses. We both got back on our feet, but now the number of assassins within this sub-level has expanded considerably, and that's when. Zaz 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 zaz. Countless lashes of dark crimson red and very bright gold aura struck each and every assassin present here. That surprised Bane, so Dick and I gave each other a quick nod and used those few seconds of advantage to attack Bane again. This time we managed to take him by surprise, and he was unable to decide in time which of the two to attack first. Dick threw various types of batarangs, some of which hit Bane in very vulnerable spots that were connected to his vent, and after a final blow together, the two of us finally managed to make him fall to the ground. It's strange, even though he felt stronger, his defense was considerably lower compared to the Bane I remember. That only further reinforces the fact that this isn't real, but what about those aura lines? Are they coming with you? Dick asked, looking at two people who were standing in front of a multitude of brutally slaughtered murderers. These are Zenobia and Zez, two of the four people I've been looking for. They looked at each other and then at me and Dick with a confused expression. That's why Nightwing. Nightwing? I thought his name was Nalgwing. Zenobia looked confused and Zez shook his head with a half smile. My name is Nightwing, a pleasure. Dick corrected her as we approached her and Zez. Zenobia Corda. I think I remember you if my visions don't fail me, you were in Gotham the night there was a supernatural alliance. Visions? Have you been having them too? They started talking and I approached Zez to do the same, since I had several questions for him, starting with. How did you find us? Do you know the situation we're in? Zez nodded and said to us. At first everything was very confusing, but then Graham's aura started to help me come to my senses. I remember we were in a fight and they took 5 of us. We're 2. I don't know, Graham's aura, his true aura has been very weak. Zez apologized and looked at Zenobia. She nodded after finishing talking to Dick and said to us. Sorry, I don't know either, but I know that the Harrison Wells of Earth 2 and Earth 19 took you with us. We also detected strange anomalies in this abandoned warehouse, which led us to you too. How strange, they took 2 humans from different Earths, and also her and Zez, also me, but why take Dick? Dick looked at me and shrugged. I've already said it, the last thing I remember from my visions is that I met Jason and we were going to watch over Gotham together, then there was a light and the next thing I saw when I woke up was that I was Batman. And that's the strange thing, you were in Gotham when the Dominators attacked New York. It doesn't make sense that they went to the trouble of kidnapping you along with us. There has to be something more to all this, but first we have to find both Wells, then we'll figure out how to escape this shared illusion. Zenobia raised her hand and said. Excuse me for saying this, but how exactly do we get out of here? There isn't really an exit door, is there? If there is one, the Azazel Tower. The 3 of us saw Dick who said that, and when we thought about it carefully, it made perfect sense. Maybe that's why this seems so strange to us, maybe that's the way out of here. Zez then added. The sooner the better, we have to go through the wells, and it won't be easy to get to the tower, who knows what we might meet along the way. Right, we have to be ready. Zenobia and Zez, go for the wells, Nightwing, and I will go to the tower. We will meet at 0300 hours. By this time it was almost 2 AM, which gave us an hour's time. The 2 swordsmen nodded in agreement, looked at each other, and left the sub-level. Although this was an illusion, the equipment in this old Batcave lived up to my expectations and included more than one full suit. Kevlar plates over 3-layer titanium fibers for flexibility. A special award granted by Lucius Fox a long time ago, I think. My memories are still somewhat distorted by these memories of mine colliding with this dream world, but there is one constant memory that not even these aliens can take away from me, and that memory is that I am Batman. Once I finished getting ready I went back to see Dick, who adapted the suit he had been wearing to more closely resemble what he really is, Nightwing. I'll be driving the Batmobile. I've been Batman before you in this reality. I frowned at Nightwing and after a second he sighed and shrugged. Okay, you drive it. Hurry, Azazel, Gotham City. Nightwing and I arrived at Azazel Tower at the scheduled time, and there we met Zenobia, Zez and the two Wells, who seemed to have woken up very recently. We both got out of the Batmobile, and both Wells were surprised to see Nightwing. So you two, that's quite curious. I wonder what they were trying to achieve by kidnapping us. There will be time to find out, we have to go too. Nightwing responded to the Earth 2 Wells but was interrupted when he saw everyone who came out of Azazel Tower. There were two exorcists who appeared to be twins, though one looked more like the Joker, while the other looked more relaxed. And not just them. Ra's al Ghul, the man who was supposed to be my father-in-law in this life, was also there, along with Ddraig, a speedster in a completely dark suit and… in this perfect world it was very obvious that I would be there too, Bats. Joker. But you know what? It's a shame the other Robin isn't here. A second round with him would have been a lot of fun. Look, I even brought a crowbar. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Crowbar. I wish I had one to finish off Zenobia-chan. The crazy exorcist who was laughing at the Joker's jokes responded with laughter. Zenobia looked at him bitterly and said to Zez. Can you handle Siegfried alone? There's no way I'm letting Fried through with that slack mouth. He's not real, so I won't have mercy. Zez responded by sharpening his gaze towards the exorcist called Siegfried. The next to speak were the Wells. Please tell me you might have something to take down Zoom, I've heard many stories about him. I can use you as bait while I come up with a plan. Understand? It's clear those two get along well. It is then that Nightwing tells me. I'm going for Ddraig, Ra's al Ghul and Joker are all yours. But that decided, the 6 of us faced the 7 of them. The 2 enemy exorcists advanced towards Zenobia and Zez with such absurd super speeds that they made each of them look like lines of light, and the same thing happened with Zez. Zenobia, despite not using that kind of speed, was able to block with her sword the offensive attempts of the exorcist she had to face. The dark-suited speedster, when he was about to eliminate the 2 Wells, found himself blocked by a burst of dark crimson-red aura, and when he turned around he saw Zez who, after distancing himself a little from his rival exorcist, made signs of challenge. Nightwing deflected all of Ddraig's thrusts with his fencing sticks, and it didn't take long for him to overcome the techniques and moves the assassin attempted against him. Joker was the first to try to attack me, but his crowbar shattered as it was cut by the harpoons on my gauntlets, and just as I was about to attack him, Ra's al Ghul closed the distance between us and tried to attack me with his fists that ended in sharp blades. My reaction time was almost instantaneous, but Ra's al Ghul didn't stop and continued attacking me with increasing precision until I managed to jam one of his weapons with the harpoons on my gauntlets, and just before being attacked by the Joker, I used my physical strength to send Ra's al Ghul against the Joker, knocking one down with the other. Unlike the Joker, Ra's al Ghul landed on his feet and then made a great leap into the air, launching himself at me again. Shock. His hand weapons collided again with the harpoons in my gauntlets. He tried to attack from the right and also from the left, but in each of his attacks, I managed to block him at the exact moment when it was necessary. I tried to knee him under his chin between successful blocks, but Ra's al Ghul dodged his blow in time, protecting himself from it with both arms. He then continued trying his frontal attacks, which I blocked just as I had been doing for a few moments. Then I tried to hit him with my straight left fist, but he managed to block my blow using his own right forearm. And that's when Ra's al Ghul tries to stab me in the waist, or so I thought, so I protected that part of my body, but his target wasn't my waist, but rather my batbolt, but in doing so, he lowered his guard long enough for me to hit him with great force, impacting my right forearm on his left shoulder. The force of my blow made him fall to one knee, then I put him in a headlock and threw him into the distance again. You tried to win this war for years. For what? Corruption will continue to thrive in Gotham, permeating the entire city. You allowed this blasphemy, this sacrilege. Ra's al Ghul, even though he wasn't the real one, his fighting style and way of speaking were almost as identical as I remembered. Without my batbolt I have lost access to several of my weapons, but luckily I had already anticipated that something like this could have happened to me in the future, and that day was today. That is why the gauntlets of my suit contained certain special weapons, among which were sonic weapons, and while Ra's al Ghul was giving his speech, I took one of the small sound bombs and threw it at him, causing a large sonic explosion that disoriented him greatly. I quickly advanced towards him again and connected a strong blow with my left fist directly to his face, which made him take a few steps back, and then he tried another attack with his right arm, but his movement was clumsy and slow. Ugh. I easily grabbed his right arm with my left hand and connected a rather hard blow with my right fist on his arm joint that filled him with pain for a second, and I took advantage of that second to disarm his right hand, breaking his fist weapon with the harpoons on my right arm. Then I took my cape with my left fist and gave him another blow to the face with my fist that was grabbing my cape, managing to disorient him for a longer time, and before he could recover, I managed to connect a strong kick to his face after making a quick 360-degree turn. Your tricks won't save Gotham. Nor will they save you. Bang. Suddenly, a high-caliber bullet shot hit the most vulnerable parts of my suit and blood pooled between the plates of my armor. The person who fired that shot was. What's wrong, Bats? Are you out of shape? Did you think this was going to be a fair fight? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The bullet shot I received was deadly, and the suit I was using had the weakness that would make me vulnerable to bullets or blades due to the separations of the plates, but this Joker had an aim that seemed almost unreal, and the type of weapon he was using. Of course, the Dominators. Ra's al Ghul on the other hand took the sword he carried on his back with both hands and said, "Even if you manage to escape, no one will come to help you. This may not be real, but still the pain I feel and the amount of blood I'm losing. I'll take care of you myself." With great effort I got back to my feet while trying to stop the bleeding from the bullet wound, applying pressure with my right hand. Joker was about to shoot, but this time I was quick enough to step aside, but as I dodged the Joker's bullet shots, I was unable to avoid a deep cut along my left arm from Ra's al Ghul's sword. I then had to dodge another bullet shot, and Ra's al Ghul took advantage of that moment to launch another thrust that I couldn't avoid, and due to his great superhuman strength, I ended up being thrown towards the entrance of the Azazel Tower building. I was having more and more trouble standing up, and when I turned around I found myself facing Ra's al Ghul again, who was about to stab me with his sword for the third time, but I barely managed to dodge it. His movements were getting faster and faster, and mine were getting slower and slower. And if that weren't enough, his sword had a special mechanism that allowed him to extend the blade to greater distances without losing his grip on the hilt. It is then that in one of Ra's al Ghul's attacking movements, I managed to grab him by the arm where he wielded that sword, and using my fist from the other arm, I managed to deliver a stronger blow directly to the jaw. He took a step back and I put both arms in an arm lock with the intention of making him drop that sword, but Ra's al Ghul didn't give in, and before he could try to counterattack, I hit him with a quick elbow straight to his face, and since I couldn't get him to drop that sword, I used his arm to throw him forward. Ra's al Ghul stands back up and says, "You should know by now that you can't defeat me. I'm eternal." An emerald green aura that came from the jewel on the hilt of that sword completely envelops him. That's when I see a strange fallen shield. It seems that in this part of the Azazel Tower, there are a lot of ancient artifacts that served as display. You are eternally destined to lose. I took that shield and defended myself in time from what could have been a deadly thrust from Ra's al Ghul, but he managed to slice through that shield as if it were nothing, although I was able to use it to charge at him and distance him from me. Then I looked for any object that could be useful to me, and luck seemed to smile on me since I found an ancient spear and immediately used it to crash it against Ra's al Ghul's sword. Shock. Shock. In just 2 clashes that spear was cut twice and I was about to receive a 360-degree kick from him, but I ducked in time, and when Ra's al Ghul finished his spin, I managed to hit his face with the remains of the spear I still had in my hands. Still he didn't give up, and I managed to use the spear to try to block his sword, but Ra's al Ghul performed a special move, managing to get away from me, causing me to be thrown into the air. Crack. My back hit a statue and as I fell to the ground, the axe that was on that statue almost fell on my head. Did you never understand the honor I granted you? Ra's al Ghul reappears in front of me and before it was too late, I stood up and took the axe that was embedded in the ground with both hands and used it to defend myself from his sword. We both struggle with our weapons and this time I managed to knock him off balance, causing him to fall to my right. When Ra's al Ghul falls to the ground, he briefly releases the sword he had been using while defending himself from each of my attempts to stab me with the axe, and it was during one of my attempts to attack that I couldn't avoid receiving his brutal blow to my face, which clouded my mind for a few moments. I could have made you my heir. The instant Ra's al Ghul said that, he picked up his sword again, which he had left on the ground, and we resumed the combat. Clash after clash, technique after technique, the axe in my hands wore down until he managed to destroy it, leaving me almost within touching distance of receiving a thrust of his sword straight to my chest, but before that happened, I managed to deflect it with the help of my right forearm. With the Lazarus pit you would have survived even this. Unlike you I am not afraid of dying, I prefer to stay human. Seeing that I had no other option, I took the blade of his sword with both hands and stabbed myself in the abdomen, something that surprised Ras Al Ghul, and before he could do anything I took advantage of the short distance between us and slammed my head into his with such force that I caused a cut and inevitably he released his sword again, which continued stabbing me. The blood kept pouring onto the floor, and even though my consciousness was coming and going, I didn't stop with that headbutt and continued hitting him in the face with my fists, using all my willpower in each blow. It's not death that I fear, but the fact of dying without being able to do anything. No, that's not how I'm going to fall, and if I have to fall, I'll do it giving until the last blow. After a minute of beating him to the point of filling my knuckles with his blood, Ras Al Ghul finally fell, being knocked out, and now all that was left was to face the Joker. The Joker had not appeared again since I managed to defeat Ras Al Ghul. Dick managed to finish off Ddraig, Zez with Siegfried, Zenobia with the other exorcist, and together they were able to defeat Zoom, helping the two Wells. My body was in terrible condition. My left hand was resting on my abdomen, trying to stop the terrible bleeding inside me, and with every step I take, I feel like I'm about to collapse. At some point, without me being fully aware, Dick helped me stand by my right arm, supporting me with each step, while I felt my consciousness was at the point where I lose it and regain it with each step. "Bruce, we're almost there, okay, Zez, where now?" Dick asked Zez, who pointed towards a hallway on the left. There was a strange portal that emanated a strong bright green light. "I don't think that should be here. The exit has to be through there, or we'll click our heels 3 times, saying, 'There's no place like home.'" "What if that doesn't work?" Zenobia questioned, not very convinced. "It has to work, Bruce is running out of time." I had to force a smile at what Dick said in his concern. It's then that I realize something we've all overlooked and I separate myself from Dick, making a great effort to stay on my own. "Okay, you all go, I'll cover for you." "Bruce, this isn't the time to yeah, I understand. Sorry." Dick smiled ruefully at the realization, then looked at the others and nodded in agreement with me. The first to cross that portal were the two Wells, then Zenobia, Zez and finally Dick. When I was alone I heard that damned deranged laugh again, and when I turned around I saw the Joker. "And I thought you wouldn't say goodbye, but of course we both know what awaits you the moment you leave, or well what doesn't await you. My parents in the real world, they are dead. Decades have passed since they died in that alley, and here, even though this isn't real they are, and returning to the real world means I have to give up on them. The part of me doesn't want to go back, I want to stay and be happy with this life where I have so much to lose, but my sense of duty tells me that I must keep fighting, no matter how painful it is to leave here. And you're going to stop me?" The Joker's smile grew wider. "I don't want to stop you, Bats. I need you to keep us playing our insanely fun game. I told you once, didn't I? We're destined to repeat this over and over again. You live through tragedies, and I laugh at every single one. And knowing what you have to give up for us to keep fighting fills me with happiness. If only I could see them one last time before I go. No, just having interacted with them is more than enough." With a sigh I turned around and walked towards the portal, ignoring the Joker's sick laughter, and that's when I was about to cross that portal. "You never let us down, my wonderful boy." That voice was my mother's. When I turned around, I saw her, she looked like a projection, and next to her was my dad too. There's nothing else to say, except that I couldn't be more proud of you. Dear son, I know that some things happen by chance, and some things happen because we want them to. Don't live your life only for those you've lost, live also for those who are still with you. I know this is your responsibility, but just your mother and I. We want you to find a way to be happy. My eyes filled with tears, and I nodded determinedly as I turned around and walked back through that portal. Thanks mom, thanks dad, I promise I'll try. Chapter 91. Invasion, Part 4. Where are we? This is the question I, Zez Zatenberg, asked myself upon waking up in a strange alien chamber, apparently in suspended animation with a strange alien device on my head, and I wasn't the only person here. Zenobia, Batman, Harry Wells, H.R. Wells, and Nightwing were with me, each awakening just like me from their previous state of suspended animation. I also noticed that we were all wearing the same clothes, which consisted of pants and a long-sleeved shirt, both in gray. Where are we? Zenobia asked shortly after we all left the chambers taking off that alien device. When Batman got up from his bedroom, even though he had no physical injuries, the expression on his face was very fatal. Are you okay? Nightwing was the first to ask him, to which Batman responded with a sour expression. Whatever we experienced found a way to alter my pain threshold. I hope Bats recovers soon. While thinking about this, Harry Wells walked up to one of the walls inside this place and said, "Hey, you have to come see this." He was looking out a window where the night could be seen with a low red glow in the distance. Wait a minute, can't the night look so vast? And what's with that red glow? Thinking about this, I moved closer to Harry and saw that the red glow was due to a very distant red star. Is that a red sun? Looking more closely at that red star, I realized that yes, it was a red sun, which means that we are not in our solar system, and, even worse, we are in one where Superman and Supergirl will not be able to rescue us. After a short time, we all left the room in which we woke up and carefully made our way through the many corridors inside this immense alien ship. Everywhere I looked, there were a large number of dominators, which increased the risk of us all being discovered. Pelikto Naglaba Shaktu. Naglabashu Wa. I heard one dominator say to another, Zenobia and I were at the front of our comrades, keeping watch at the front to ensure the path was clear. For quite some time now, she and I have been trying to call our swords, but neither has responded to our calls. Perhaps because they are in a place where the connection is cut off, or simply because we are too far away in the universe, or perhaps it is a matter of both. When everything was clear, the six of us moved forward. Not to be pushy, but how do we find our way out of a spaceship? We have to go that way. Harry pointed down a path to the right, answering his doppelganger's question. Even though this is extraterrestrial technology, certain principles are always universal. He added just before the six of us crossed another path, and that's when we saw a bunch of dominators, each one armed, and the moment a few of them saw us, the rest of them did the same. Or not. When everything seemed to be going wrong, I saw an alien gun on the wall to my right, and without thinking twice I grabbed it and opened fire on those aliens literally. I thought about putting into practice what Harry said not long ago, and boy did it work. The jet of fire knocked some of the dominators back, and the rest tried to rush us, but I quickly shot each of them immediately. Wells is right. Certain principles are universal. The five behind me ran into another hallway as I covered each of them, opening fire on the dominators without losing track of my companions. In another of the many corridors, Zenobia found a weapon similar to mine, and together we opened fire on the dominators, who didn't expect to find us wandering through their corridors. We needed to find an exit immediately, and luckily, while we were all running from one corridor to another, we managed to reach what appeared to be a hangar. The bad thing was that all those ships were alien, and I wasn't familiar with any of them, none of us were. Do you think you can handle it, Bruce? There's only one way to find out, everyone get on the ship. The five of us listened to Batman and entered the ship with him. The interior of this craft was circular, with room for 6 or more passengers. We all took our seats, but there were no controls or instructions on how to make it take off. So what's next? Wells. Zenobia and Batman insisted. I'm trying. Fuck everything, I'm going to press this button. Zenobia exclaimed, hitting an alien panel, which lit up with a light blue glow. Immediately afterward, everything went dark inside the ship, then everything turned on, along with the sound of an alien engine. Ha! And I didn't even go to college. Zenobia, I don't think you should say that with too much pride. The seats that were being occupied made sure that none of us could get up, and then the ship descended with great momentum. It seems that we finally found a way out of that ship thanks to Zenobia. I hope the ship has autopilot because I don't see any controls on this thing. Hold on, they're going to shoot us. Batman spoke after Nightwing making HR turn to look at him. Why are you so sure? Sure enough, they started shooting at us. I would do it. Batman simply responded, and in one of the following shots the ship began to flicker and short out a few times. We have to find a way to control this or we won't last long. Nightwing exclaimed worriedly, and then for a second there was calm. What is happening in space? Will we be able to get back to Earth in one piece? Azazel Tower, Manhattan. February 23, 2018, 12:15 a.m. The remaining founding members of the Justice League, Azazel, the Fallen Angels, the Gremory Group, Team Flash, my team and I, Issei Hyoudou, were gathered at the Azazel Tower headquarters, trying to locate the whereabouts of our friends who were abducted by the Dominators. Batman, Zenobia, Zez, the Wells. Only they were kidnapped, and of my two friends, only their legendary swords remained. Durandal and Graham, right now they were resting on a table not far from where we all were here at the barracks. The demonic aura emanated strongly throughout Graham's blade and hilt, and the same was happening with Durandal, but with the difference that it emanated strong amounts of holy aura. He's not the one we want. It's you. I still couldn't get what that Dominator said out of my head. What would a strange alien race want against someone like me? Why did they take them away? Maybe it's a strategy to weaken us or find out our weaknesses, or they might have captured them for other reasons. Ddraig responded to my thoughts while ignoring the outside conversations a bit. What would Zez and Zenobia have in common with Batman and the Wells? I don't see many similarities between them at first glance. They're quite diverse individuals, but I suspect we'll discover a connection when we get them back. Do you remember what that Dominator said when he saw us? They didn't want the president, they wanted us, you and me. I remember it clearly. It seems we are the main target of their interests. But why us specifically? If there's Superman, Kara, the big three, the Flash, what would an alien race want with us? You and I are powerful beings, but we are not the only ones with that status in this universe. Did any of my predecessors happen to bother you? Not that I recall. None of my previous hosts had any encounters with that pesky breed. Suddenly I felt a soft hand rest on my left shoulder, and when I looked to my left, I found Kara's beautiful and curious face. Ice, are you okay? The warm smile formed on my face, and I nodded gently before answering him. Sorry, Ddraig and I were just talking. Kara's expression went from curious to filled with relief. She sighed lightly and still with her hand on my shoulder, she said. Oh, I see, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You can still see that she is stunned by what happened not long ago. Ddraig was right, what an experience those damn dominators ended up giving us. Understanding Kara's concern, I took her hand in mine, still smiling at her. I'm fine, are you okay? As I took his hand, his smile grew warmer, and with a grateful expression he nodded to my question. I'm fine too, I'm here with you, right? His voice was quite calm, and I felt a gentle squeeze from his hand that was clasped to mine as a sign of affection and unbreakable connection, something that exists quite strongly between us. We were both quite close, and I felt like we were about to kiss until. Cisco, maybe you shouldn't this time. Kara and I turned our attention back to Barry and Cisco, still holding hands tightly and intertwined. What happens now? They were debating whether or not he should touch the legendary swords to use their vibration powers. Calm down, Barry, we'll find them right away, I guaranteed. Cisco approached Graham and with some caution and excitement, placed the palm of his right hand on the blade of the sword. Slap. A shockwave of dark crimson-red energy was released from the sword, and Cisco was sent flying and fell far away in a very painful manner. Asia immediately sent her healing aura toward Cisco, and Azazel just smiled and said. Maybe next time you'll think twice about trying to touch the strongest demonic sword. It is true, swords like Graham can only be wielded and touched safely by those who were chosen by said sword. Kara, who was next to me, said that with a somewhat amused smile seeing Cisco's failed attempt. Barry helped his friend to his feet, then disappeared in a flash of lightning and reappeared carrying certain objects in his hands. Try these, Harry's cup and HR's drumsticks. Cisco seemed to hesitate about whether to touch them or not, his previous experience had shaken him. After 2 seconds passed, Cisco finally made up his mind and touched both objects, then it seemed as if his gaze got lost in something, as he didn't see anyone at all. I saw them. He finally spoke after several more seconds and dropped both objects, the astonishment in his eyes still present. They're in a kind of stasis, on a ship. I'd say it's similar to Alien and Star Trek, J.J. Abrams style. But there was someone else besides them, and the sunlight coming through the window seemed to be red. Was anyone else kidnapped? I didn't expect that, and is the filtered sunlight on that ship red? How does it help us to know what color the sunlight is there? Our solar system's sun is yellow, so the red light implies they're in another solar system whose sun is red. That's quite clever of them, as it prevents the Kryptonians here from being able to act with the freedom they would enjoy in our solar system. Oh. If that's the case, then our friends are in trouble. But that doesn't help us determine where they are so we can go rescue them. Ahaha, on the contrary. That's all we need. Ddraig, what are you talking about? While I was having doubts about whether knowing that would be of use to us or not, Azazel approached in front of Cisco and extended his arm towards him, pointing at him with his index finger. Then several magic circles with the characteristic Gregory pattern formed in front of his finger, half spinning clockwise and the other half counterclockwise. Hey, what's up? Cisco exclaimed in surprise at Azazel's sudden actions and took a few steps back, but my teacher interrupted him, speaking in a rather analytical voice. According to my analysis, the range of your vibration reached a distance of 300 light-years from Earth, coincidentally in the orbit of the planet Kepler 1649. Everyone, including Cisco himself, was surprised by how confidently Azazel said those words. The magic circles disappeared when Azazel lowered his arm, and then he addressed us all with his words. There is a high probability that the Dominator's ship is orbiting there, where they are holding our human comrades prisoners. Ice and I can get there in half an hour of flight. Ddraig, did I hear correctly, or did my teacher just say that we could? Taking into account Trina's maximum speed with or without boost, what he says is quite correct. Are we really that fast? Instead of answering my question, Ddraig snorted in amusement. Will they go alone? It could be a trap. Superman said with a voice that reflected how worried he was at my teacher's words, to which he nods and responds by saying. That place is already a trap for Kara and you, since there is a red sun in that location. Do you understand what that means? Under the light of the yellow sun, Kara and Clark gain their superpowers, but under a red sun those superpowers just fade away. Yes, it's a rather problematic weakness for this kind of situation, especially considering Superman would do anything to save Batman. But it seems that for this rescue mission, the most viable options to ensure success are my master and me. At that moment I realized that Kara had looked at me again, and when I looked at her, I could see the look of concern and determination on her face. She knows we have to save our dear friends, but she is also aware of the risks that may be involved in this rescue mission. Our eyes remained locked, and with a smile and a rather happy expression I said to him. Okay, Azazel and I are more than enough, we'll find our friends and bring them back. Kara held a spirited smile at the determination I had in speaking those words to her. She knows what my master and I are capable of, yet I could feel the concern lingering in her beautiful blue eyes. After only a few seconds, Kara nodded, her gaze filled with faith and confidence. Her lips curved into a slight smile, showing her encouragement and willingness to take on this dangerously essential mission. I was about to approach Azazel, but before I could, Kara stopped me for a moment and her hands gently rested on my arms. Our eyes met again, and with an expression that reflected a mixture of concern and love, she said to me. Ice, please be careful. His words were like a very soft whisper to my ears, his hands gently caressed my arms, and I was lost in his beautiful gaze in which there was a bit of fear. I'm always careful. The FFF. The FFF. I said it without thinking, and then I heard murmurs of stifled laughter coming from several of those who were present here with us, including Ddraig. Which made me feel a little embarrassed by my quick statement. Kara sighed with some resignation at my quick response. Okay, maybe I was a little wrong when I said I was always careful, but that's just my nature. I'm always ready to jump into action without even thinking about how dangerous it might be. Ice. Kara's eyes narrowed slightly as she raised her voice a little as she named me with affection and reproach. Okay, I promise I'll come back to you. This time, the confidence in my words was more sincere, and without thinking twice, I took her by the hips. Her slightly irritated expression softened slightly. Her eyes remained fixed on mine, and she nodded slightly, though her concern remained, albeit very slight. Kara sighed lightly again and moved closer to me, wrapping her arms around my neck in a rather strong and protective hug, full of love. I felt the pressure of his super strength throughout my entire body, and the feeling was quite relaxing, comforting, and enthralling. His face rested on my right shoulder, and his next sigh was much more relaxed than the previous ones. In the same way, I also wrapped her in a hug, surrounding her waist, trying to hold her as tightly as I could, while allowing myself to be carried away by the reciprocated affection. I always feel lucky to have Kara with me, and even more so at times like this. And as I breathed, I felt myself absorbing the familiar and very stimulating feminine scent she possesses. This gave me greater confidence and made my promise carry more weight. The tension felt a little stronger in my neck, but I didn't complain about it, on the contrary, I continued enjoying it as much as I could, since Kara could exert quite a bit of her super strength and still be in one piece since she was tough enough and could withstand all this and more displays of affection. I'm going to miss you. Kara whispered softly against my neck, and a wide smile formed on my lips as I felt her smile even wider with her beautiful lips and her eyes closed as we shared this intimate and loving moment. Not that I was going to be gone for long. A small laugh escaped her when I said that confidently, and her grip on my neck relaxed slightly. Kara knows I'm right and this mission won't take long, though that doesn't change her concern for me. She lifted her head from my shoulder, and we looked at each other's faces again. Her smile was quite mischievous at this point. And no matter how long it takes, I'm going to miss you. Ahem. Every second counts, pair of lovebirds. Kara and I were slightly startled by Azazel's unexpected interruption. We both looked at Azazel, but he wasn't the only one looking at us, in fact everyone was, and when Kara met her cousin's mocking gaze, I felt her blush even more. Not wanting to separate, we made a great effort to try to maintain a stoic and focused gaze, without being able to stop seeing the looks of others, but doing so was a rather complicated task, and irritation also made itself felt in me. For a moment I had forgotten that we were all gathered in the same room, and realizing that we were acting so romantic in front of them all. Ugh, shame is consuming me, damn it. We both sighed, and when we looked at each other again, we saw that the embarrassment in our eyes was almost the same, although luckily for me we weren't in front of a relative of mine, something that Kara wasn't so lucky about since her cousin was here. This really got out of hand. I'll see you later. With those words I said, Kara's eyes softened a little, and a slight, affectionate smile formed on her lips. Be careful. Her response was again a soft whisper, and with one last squeeze of her arms around my neck, Kara let go of me slightly, and I walked over to Azazel's side, avoiding any eye contact with my master, as he was quite an expert at making me feel embarrassed in these situations. Who needs the mocking glares of a familiar when you have Azazel's? Ugh, seems like Kara had better luck than me in the end. Good luck to both of you. Take care, Issei, Bruce needs you now. We will defend the tower, but act with caution. Don't hesitate to let us know if you need reinforcements, although I doubt you will. We're counting on you. After a series of farewells and good luck wishes for us from Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, John Johns, Green Lantern. Azazel and I took off from the roof of Azazel Tower and left Earth to go rescue our friends and comrades from the hands of the Dominators. Here we go, get ready, Ice. Understood, Master. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Superluminal Change Star. Play-I-Osh. My armor was overloaded with a powerful, quite luminous red aura, changing into the superluminal Trihexa form quite precisely, and at the same time as my change, Azazel released his immense bright golden aura, and together we accelerated with immense divine super speed through space. This was my second time traveling through space in my Trihexa form, the feeling of power, and seeing the stars passing by at great speed, well I saw them as lines that became horizontal. Yes, it was just like Ddraig explained it to me a few hours ago when Supergirl was jazzing me with her mind controlled. How do you feel? Azazel asked me, and seeing him in passing, I couldn't help but be surprised that he was flying at these same speeds, as if it were no big deal. His gaze was so relaxed and fresh, his arms were crossed, his 12 fallen angel wings were extended back, and the golden aura that surrounded him was so powerful but at the same time so calm, transmitting a feeling of security and confidence that only someone of his level was capable of transmitting. How the hell can he talk in space without armor? I'm fine, and it's a magnificent view. HMPH. HMPH. Yes, it always was. When we reach our destination, I need you to infiltrate the Dominator's ship. Ddraig could help you use the sacred gear to store vital information about the Dominator's current plans. Really? Is that true, Ddraig? I was quite surprised to hear my teacher say that. Of course I can, it won't be very different from when we store special objects, although of course, this time it will be different since we would be storing information. I think I'm getting it. Yes. That sounds perfect, Master. Once we find our comrades, I'll create a giant teleportation circle. We'll have to be very precise. Can you handle the pressure? Yes, I'm used to a lot of pressure. At that moment, Azazel smiled rather playfully. What's he thinking about now? Of course you're used to a lot of pressure. Especially when you're inside Kara. Master. This is not the time. As soon as he said that I couldn't help but turn almost as red as my armor. Ahahaha. Yes. Oh, but I understand you. You know, I'm a little jealous, you have Kara, and I honestly would have loved to taste Gabriel. Gabriel? Who is it? What is it? Azazel changed the expression on his face to a rather serious one, pausing dramatically. The most beautiful celestial busty blonde in heaven, the divinity she carries in her breasts is so powerful that any demon would be purified just by seeing her once. Damn, that got my full attention. Teacher, please tell me more. The wicked smile on Azazel's face widened. This will be a secret between you and me, Ice. Without realizing it, half an hour flew by. Azazel and I stopped our flight 300 light-years from Earth above the stratosphere of this planet that was very similar to Earth, except that this one looks slightly larger. So this is Kleeper 1649C. Buddy, look up. Following Ddraig's instructions, I looked up and the HUD inside my armor showed me a gigantic alien ship orbiting near the sun, followed by a smaller ship that was chased by many more. Ddraig performed a super zoom in the HUD towards the ship that was being hunted, and then I saw 6 human life forms, of which were the figures of Zenobia, Zez. Azazel turned around to where I pointed. TCH. Fine, I'll take care of it. You do your part, Ice. I understand. I moved forward with my great divine super speed and saw that the ship where Zenobia and Zez were was about to be destroyed by a massive offensive attack from many other ships until an immense rain of light spears mercilessly riddled the enemy ships, causing great destruction. I didn't have to turn around to know that it was my master whose great long-range combat skills were once again evident. My teacher is the best. Especially for everything he told me about the wonderful, divine and legendary breasts of the seraph called Gabriel. I hope one day I can see her breasts in person. I quickly approached the alien ship without being detected. Ascalon. Lie-I-I'd. The blade of my holy sword appeared on my left gauntlet, and with it, I drew an opening in the ship wide enough for me to enter. Upon entering, I saw that Sisko's statements were very accurate when he made references to Alien and Star Trek. Okay, this is my first time infiltrating an alien spaceship in a different solar system. Are you ready? I'm ready when you're ready. Huh? It seems the Dominators are more focused on what's happening outside the ship. Let's take advantage of this to make this quick, move forward. Yeah. Throughout the endless corridors, Ddraig guided me, and thanks to my super speed, this experience was quite fast. In a short time I realized that there were many dominators inside this ship, but thanks to my divine super speed, it would take them a while to realize my infiltration. This way, that's it. Place your hand and I'll take care of the rest. Ddraig pointed out to me as we entered a very dark room where there was some sort of alien energy source. I fully trusted Ddraig and did not hesitate to follow his instructions and placed my hand on that energy source. When this starts they'll know we're here, don't let your guard down. Okay, I'll be ready. You can start. Ddraig began storing information. This was comparable to touching large amounts of electricity with rubber gloves. The emerald green aura emanating jewel on my left hand grew brighter and strange symbols appeared on it that I couldn't read with the naked eye. Soon after, strange blue lights activated inside this chamber and flickered as if it were some kind of alarm. Don't worry, we're almost done here. Panisha, Hikinitsa. Several very strange alien voices were heard in the hallway, as well as growls like in those fictional horror movies, as well as the sound of blaster weapons being activated. Okay, we can go now. Ddraig warned me and I removed my hand from that energy source, then I turned around and when I left the bedroom, I found several dozen dominators who pointed their alien weapons at me. Poros. All the dominators opened fire on me. Ascalon. Pleiad. Ascalon's blade re-emerged above my left gauntlet and with it, I deflected the shots they attempted at me. Their shots were too fast, but thanks to my super developed senses, and even more so because I was using a more powerful and faster form than the normal balance breaker, I had no trouble seeing each of the enemy's attacks. The holy dragon slaying aura also appeared along the blade, allowing me to successfully deflect the fire type attacks. Ice, it's time. I heard Azazel alert me on my communicators and instantly the thrusters of my Triana form activated and expelled an immense amount of aura. Ash. With my super godlike speed, I made my way very easily through the long corridors inside this ship and followed the same path I used to get to where I am. None of the dominators were able to react in time to my super god speed and in less than a blink of an eye I was out of their ship. As I left I saw Azazel create a gigantic teleportation circle around the ship that Batman, Zenobia, Zez and the Wells were in. He was also containing the shots from the enemy ships and judging by the movements of said circle, the teleportation had already begun. To me, everything seemed to happen slowly and thanks to my super speed, I was able to arrive in time and the three of us Azazel, the ship and I disappeared from space instantly. Azazel Tower Manhattan. The moment I disappeared, the next thing I saw was the Azazel Tower hangar, the Dominator's ship landed there and I descended at the same time Azazel did. The strange doors of that ship opened and the people who came out of the ship were Batman, Zenobia, Zez, the two Wells and a young man, quite tall and muscular with a quite handsome face. My armor then returned to its normal form before I deactivated it and I heard several people entering the hangar. Swash. It almost felt like someone super fast had run me over with a pretty tight warm hug. Oh. That quick action and sensation overwhelmed me for a moment and soon I realized it was Kara. Her arms wrapped quite tightly around my neck, she clung to me as if she never wanted to let me go and her face remained hidden in my neck and I felt her inhale my scent with a tranquility that seemed to have been contained for quite some time. I missed you. He whispered softly without leaving me or my neck. A wide smile spread across my face and without a second thought I reciprocated her hug, resting my face against her hair, inhaling her charming feminine scent. It hadn't been long since Azazel and I departed, but being greeted by her in such a romantic way made me feel a relief I didn't know I'd been holding in during this entire trip. And you. Kara let out a soft laugh as we continued to hold on to each other, our voices filled with happiness and relief. After a short while, she pulled away from me slightly and met mine, her arms still wrapped around my neck. A loving sigh escaped her lips and I felt a soft gentle touch on my cheeks. Her attention and dedication made my heart beat faster and happier. I was really worried. I was worried too. Thanks for rescuing us, Ice. At that same instant I heard Zenobia say those words and I also felt her lean against my back, as surprising and daring as she could be, her arms wrapped around my waist very tightly and her face rested against my right shoulder. Zenobia, what are you? That's when I felt a warm sensation on my right cheek as she kissed me in gratitude and I heard Zez's loud laugh as he witnessed this scene. My eyes abruptly opened and my expression became happier, but I was also filled with worry as I witnessed Kara's slightly astonished look as Zenobia approached me. Kara smiled irritably and her brow furrowed slightly and Zez's laughter only increased her irritation. Hey, calm down Kara, this isn't what. Kara cleared her throat slightly, trying to control her emotions while remaining surprisingly calm and polite. However, the wry smile remained on her lips and she gave Zenobia a rather withering look as she continued to lean behind me with her arms tightly pressed against my waist. Enough. Kara spoke in a stern tone of voice, with a slight hint of jealousy. Nice to see you too, Kara. Zenobia's tone of voice when she said those words was quite flirtatious, and I felt her separate from me. She walked forward and stretched out both arms, while there was a smug smile in her eyes, as if she had obtained a very great reward for herself. Interestingly, both she and Zez, along with the others we rescued, were wearing grey clothing. What happened to their outfits? Kara kept her arms crossed over her chest with a gesture that seemed to be somewhat defensive in the face of the happiness that was now in Zenobia. Well, I hope everyone is well. Her voice was a little dry, still somewhat irritated. However, her calm was impressive despite everything. Zenobia. Zenobia-san. Irina and Asia's voices were heard throughout the hangar, and both girls ran to their friend and hugged her tightly in front of everyone. Yeah, please, yes. I'm fine. Zenobia replied rather embarrassedly at the warm welcome she received from her friends, which made me smile. Bruce, I'm glad to see you. Welcome. Those voices were Diana and Superman's. When I looked at the Trinity, I was surprised to see that he was hugged by the Queen of the Amazons and lifted into the air by her, while he refrained from any emotion with a rather serious expression. That made the young adult who was accompanying him laugh, and looking back at Kara, I couldn't help but smile at that display of jealousy she had a few moments ago. So without thinking twice, I put our lips together and kissed her quite lovingly. A smile formed on her face along with a wave of affection and happiness, and for a while, she reciprocated my kiss with great devotion until we separated, since our friends kept coming to greet us, now being Ravel and Rossweisse. Welcome back, Isama. The mission went pretty well, as far as I can see. Thank you, Ravel. I responded happily by gently stroking her head with my right hand, making her blush deeply, and that made Kara let out a soft laugh, since Ravel looked quite adorable with her reactions that were somewhat sun, and after separating my hand from Ravel's adorable head, I finally looked at Zez. The last time I saw him was when I couldn't stop the Dominators from kidnapping him and Zenobia. I'm glad he's okay, although the clothes he and Zenobia wear still really weird me out. Nice outfit, did you get it at a discount store in space? I asked in a somewhat mocking voice, and Zez responded by rolling his eyes. It's not funny. He answered quite seriously, but after a few seconds his expression changed to a broad smile. Thanks for rescuing us, Ice. What he said took me by surprise, since he had never called me that before. I quickly recovered from that surprise, and we both bumped fists. Whenever you want. TCH. You're welcome, Azazel, for getting us out of there. The one who said that was Azazel, and we all turned to look at him with some amusement since he was standing with his arms crossed with a false irritation since no one had thanked him. You have my gratitude, Azazel. Mine too. Very well done. They said. Batman, Superman, and Diana with deep honesty, and the smile my teacher had turned somewhat arrogant and cool as he feigned a lack of interest. You're welcome. If they're done, we should focus on this new problem. The one who said that was Harry Wells, whose expression on his face was quite bitter. We all turned to look at him, and Barry asks the next question with a frown. What problem? After waking up, I reviewed the technology the Dominators used to control us. They used a neuromorphic interface, which somewhat resembles the simulation systems you use to create those artificial fields. The things he said confused me quite a bit, and several of his words couldn't stay inside my mind. What did you say? Everyone left the hangar to go to headquarters, and as we advance, Wells continues explaining to us. We were under a hallucination together, which kept our minds occupied, while the Dominators apparently probed our subconscious, trying to extract information from us. Perhaps that's why they didn't choose us at random. Perhaps they chose us because, in a way, they thought we wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. That last point surprised me greatly, but before I could express my doubt, Cisco got ahead of me, understanding the statements made by this Wells. Because none of you are metahumans or possessors of any sacred gear. And what data exactly were you looking for? What's your plan? The one who asked those questions was the young adult man who apparently was not an unfamiliar face to most of those present. Don't you remember? That's the human known as Nightwing over there. Nulgwing. When I realized who he was, I felt like a complete idiot for not having realized it sooner. Pelikto Naglabashaktu. Zez muttered those words that seemed like some kind of curse. What thing of what for whom? I asked, looking back at him as we were just a few steps away from the headquarters. That's what one Dominator said to another, which sounds like the beginning of a bad joke. What you said translates as the weapon is almost ready. Azazel replied quite seriously, clicking his tongue. Weapon? What kind of weapon, Master? That's what we're going to find out. Do you have what I asked for? Yeah. Great, go load them on the main table. Following my master's instructions, I approached the main table with my boosted gear still active and touched a technological mechanism on it, and the next thing that happened was that Ddraig uploaded all the data he collected from the Dominators into Gregory's system. "Sir, we have a problem. Multiple enemy ships, including the mothership, are on course for Earth." One of the fallen angels warned Azazel, and on the large screens at headquarters, we could see an immense number of alien ships. Apparently the invasion has finally begun. Chapter 92. Invasion, Part 5. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. February 23, 2018, 1:25 a.m. 30 minutes have passed since all the Dominator ships landed on each of the Earth's continents. It's still a long way off until dawn. I, Issei Hyoudou, am currently at Azazel Tower headquarters. The tower's defenses have already been activated. If the Dominators make any false moves, we'll cause a lot of damage. At the beginning of this invasion, the first thing I thought about was the possible panic that would arise among people upon receiving a hostile invasion of this magnitude. I was greatly surprised to learn that none of that happened due to the intervention of Archangel Michael, who at this time hid each and every one of the Dominator's ships from humanizer Earth technology that has no supernatural origins. Another thing to keep in mind is that the Dominators have not attempted any hostile moves, nor have they attempted to communicate with any government or force on Earth. This was the calm before the storm. And for the past half hour, my master Azazel along with my girlfriend Kara's Orel, Kara's cousin Superman, Batman, Bruce Wayne, Barry Allen, The Flash, Cisco Ramon Vibe, Harry Wells, Sona Citri, Tsubaki Shinra, Ravel Phoenix, Rossweisse, along with several highly skilled fallen angels of Gregory, were analyzing all the information that Ddraig and I could get from the Dominator ship that we had infiltrated when my master and I went to rescue Zenobia, Zez and the others. At that time, Diana, John Johns, and Green Lantern, along with Barakiel, Rias and Akeno, remained on the rooftop of the tower, keeping an eye on the Dominator's ship orbiting very close to Manhattan Island. Others like Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Zez, Kiba, Gaspar, Kaneko, Saji and the other Sonadir returned to the artificial battlefield to be able to train once more and be ready for when the Dominators begin their attack. As for HR, Elongated Man, Kid Flash and Nalgwing, they went to the cafeteria to eat and catch up. It seems that each one already knew each other quite well. Pillar Frost probably went to raid Azazel's liquor store, since the last time I saw her, she was holding a bottle of whiskey my master had been saving for centuries. Mon-El is probably around there too. During that pause I felt anxious to leave the tower and face this threat that dared to attack us. I want to go out and fight them now. I can't stay here all night waiting for the enemy to have the privilege of striking first. Oh no, I'm already thinking like Zenobia. A somewhat guilty smile formed on my lips as I thought of her and remembered the kiss she gave me not long ago. Now, everyone has gathered back at headquarters after Superman and Batman called us back. The meeting took place at the main table inside the enormous headquarters. The first thing I saw when I arrived was Kara, who smiled happily upon seeing me and subtly gestured for me to come to her side, which I did, standing on her left. Her smile widened for a second, and the tension surrounding the Dominators eased a little between us. Silently, I felt him take my right hand in his left, interlacing our fingers in an instinctive gesture of security and affection, something we both shared as the others settled around this main table. Before I knew it, Zez was on my left and not a single person was missing. But tension. Superman gave the floor to my teacher. It was just as we suspected, the Dominators are here to evaluate whether or not metahumans and humans with a sacred gear are a threat. It was the first thing he told us, confirming the suspicions we'd been having since the rescue mission ended. 67 years ago they came to Earth to assess the emerging genetic anomaly, and that same anomaly is partly due to metahumans, just like Balance Breaker. Azazel paused, allowing us all to absorb his words. So they've been watching us so cautiously since those dates, they must be prepared for whatever they have secretly planned. That's when Azazel sees me and makes a rather sarcastic smile. Coincidentally, at that time there was a predecessor of yours who acted as a threat, Ice. That. What Azazel said made everyone turn to look at me now. Even Kara was looking at me with a raised eyebrow. What? But even Ddraig told me he's never interacted with any Dominator until now. I defended myself and raised my left arm with the boosted gear on above the table and looked at the shining jewel on my gauntlet with some reproach. This made more than one person smile, especially Kara, and Ddraig answers me saying out loud. There was never a meeting, although I did have several problematic hosts. Perhaps at that time your predecessor was drunk with power. That doesn't help either. Now the person speaking is Superman. It also happens that these Dominators seem to have a strong interest in you, they perceive you as a threat and they may not stop until they have you. The calm way she stated it sent a shiver down my spine until Kara made me feel a gentle yet powerful squeeze on my hand. This relaxed me and I sighed with relief. Thanks Kara, I really needed this. Don't worry, we'll never give you up, right Kara? Superman said it with a warm but also funny smile, and looking back at Kara, I saw her smile with a softer and more determined expression, while I saw her shake her head. Never. He answered his cousin with great firmness and confidence. I truly love you with all my being. I can feel in our tightly held hands the determination he has to protect me, a determination I also possess. I'm going to protect you too Kara. Now the person speaking is Batman. Azazel, it seems the Dominators are trying to communicate with us. We all turned our gaze to Batman and my teacher. So they'll finally make contact with us, huh? Well, it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. My teacher nods with a smile. Alright, let's not keep them waiting. What confidence. Worthy of my master. The holoprojector on the main table lights up, displaying a gigantic image of a Dominator who looks quite different from the rest, and also, so to speak, more dominant. Greetings, Supreme Ruler of the Fallen Angels. It was a very deep voice and full of respect. Azazel was not impressed and crossed his arms, responding to the greeting as follows. I was wondering when you deigned to speak. It took you longer than I thought. I hope this is an apology from you. Leave Earth while there's still time. Straight to the point as always, and looking for ways to avoid waging war. The Dominator nods and answers. Of course, we have no intention of starting a war against the three great factions and their allied forces, we will leave in peace. We all listened calmly to this Dominator's declaration, HR and Gasper sighed in relief, but the rest of us didn't believe it so easily. We can't, there must be some deception or malice hidden in those words. Suspicions and tensions remain, and we have learned to be wary of them because of their past actions. It is then that the Dominator adds something else. But first we'll need the Sekiryuutei Hyoudou to surrender peacefully. Huh? I felt a growing alarm within me as this Dominator demanded that I surrender peacefully. So you really want me, huh? But why? What did I do to those damn Xenomorphs? Kara's grip on my right hand tightened, and when I glanced at her, I noticed the way her jaw clenched and her gaze became quite serious, almost threatening to fire a blast of her heat vision at the holoprojector. Kara wasn't the only one to have that kind of reaction. The aura emanating from Zez and Zenovia's legendary swords seemed to go out of control for a second. There was a spark of flaming aura in Ravel's eyes. Rossweisse slightly lifted her Valkyrie aura. Ria's crimson aura of destruction grew very intense in her blue orbs. Akeno's smile became quite terrifying with certain lines of electricity. Superman clenched his fists quite a bit. Diana slowly took her lasso of truth. Green Lantern's eyes glowed emerald green. Barry's hand vibrated for a few brief moments, and my master tightened his crossed arms, frowning at the Dominator. What do you want with Ice? Why are you so interested in him? My teacher asked with great calm, and I felt Kara's gaze on me again, as if she was asking herself that same question. The Dominator pauses before answering and says. Eons ago, when you, the three great factions, were at war, the Hakuryuku and the original Sekiryuutei, Albion and Ddraig. You caused great devastation across the universe in your relentless battle. Following your defeats at the hands of the all-powerful presence, you were no longer a dangerous threat to be reckoned with until a few months ago Issei, the current Sekiryuutei who is also a metahuman, managed to surpass the limitations of his powers. It is only a matter of time before he becomes the threat that Ddraig once was. That is why he has to be eliminated before it is too late. Ddraig, do you have something to say? He is afraid of us, I say let's make those fears of his real. Do we have a deal, Supreme Governor? The Dominator insisted on what my master seemed to be meditating on. Azazel remained thoughtful, we all waited to hear his decision, and Kara tensed quite a bit while keeping a hopeful look with what my master would say. I too hold my breath, waiting for his decision, and then my teacher finally answers saying. Here's my deal, you leave Earth, and you will never return to this planet with hostile intentions. In exchange, I won't try anything against you. And as for Ice, the answer is no. I don't give a damn what your fears are. We'll fight for that idiot, and if necessary, we'll defeat all of you. How much determination? My teacher responded with great calm and confidence. I watched the others who at the same time nodded with confidence, showing great support for Azazel's decision. The grunt of exasperation can be heard from the Dominator who now responds by saying. In that case, the negotiations are over. At 3:33, we will begin the attack. You have decided to condemn all of your civilizations. The broadcast has come to an end. It seems the time has come to prepare for what's coming. Ever since the broadcast ended, Azazel and Batman have been maintaining a rather serious look. Could it be that they know something we don't? Azazel. What's up, Batman? Kara and Superman asked with some curiosity and some urgency. The first of the two to speak is Batman. We discovered something disturbing about the Dominators. Saying only that, he showed us on the holoprojector a very strange giant alien weapon, which also increased my curiosity and fear about whatever he and my teacher were going to say about that weapon. "What's that?" Kara asked, pointing her right index finger at the image on the holoprojector. "Sure, at first glance we all know it's a weapon, but what kind of weapon is that? How can something like that cause such tension between Azazel and Bats?" "It's the Dominator's ultimate weapon. Azazel and I found it hidden deep within the Dominator's archives. It possesses enough power to destroy several galaxies." "That?" My face held an expression of confusion, which then changed to horror as I silently stared at that terrible weapon of destruction. "Holy Star Wars Death Stars. Did you say several galaxies?" Cisco screamed in horror, something that could be seen on almost every face of the people gathered here. For an alien species that has existed since such ancient times to secretly possess a weapon of that caliber, I'm not surprised. Ddraig on the other hand feels very confident in himself. "Ddraig, you can't act like this when the enemy has something that can." "Ugh, I can't even complete that sentence. The good thing is that it's a weapon that will take a while to load, which is why they decided to give us a break. We don't know the exact location of this weapon. Perhaps the attack they're planning is a distraction to keep us busy. Obviously, we can't let them attack our cities, just as we can't allow them to load said weapon." Azazel smiled as he gave us that explanation, without losing his cool. "Locating the weapon might be easier than stopping it, but we'll do everything in our power." That man spoke after Azazel. Everyone talked about how they would do everything possible to stop that weapon. No one thought about the consequences that would occur if we couldn't stop it in time. But perhaps the best way to prevent this from happening is if we don't give them reasons to shoot in the first place. "What are you saying? Aren't you suggesting that we? Our life or everyone's life?" You know what my answer to that is. The founding members continued to argue with Azazel, having already made the decision to fight, but I had to put a stop to this for the sake of everyone. "No." I exclaimed with great negativity, drawing the attention of my teacher, the founding members of the league, Kara, and my classmates and friends. "It's decided, I can't just fight and let others fight when the sacrifice is too high. No one has to die for me if the Dominators have that weapon. I won't risk anyone's life just for my own. I should do the right thing and surrender." The shock my words caused made no one else say a word. I spoke from my heart, showing my determination and sacrifice in the decision I am about to make. Kara's grip on my hand tightened. I could feel her admiration, appreciation, and love as well as her sadness and fear. "I understand, I would feel the same if things were the other way around, but you have doubts, we can't give up. I tell you, we must fight and win." I need to be alone for a moment. Although I didn't want to, I took his hand away from mine and left the headquarters. 3:03 a.m. There was only half an hour left. I thought about it several times, here on the rooftop of this tower, as I sat on the edge, looking out over my city like the night sky. Ddraig kept trying to convince me to change my mind, and on certain occasions he almost succeeded, but just thinking about the consequences kept me from budging. I don't want anyone to pay for just me existing. It's not fair. It's not fair for us to just give up either. No, it isn't. The cold winter wind at this time of night was quite strong, although if I compare it to the cold of space, this is more like a warm breeze. Suddenly, I felt someone standing behind me, and through the jewel on my gauntlet, I could see it was Kara. She stood silently, a few feet behind me. I wanted to get up and give her a big hug, telling her everything would be okay, but I didn't feel strong enough to do so, especially now that I looked up at the night sky again, appreciating the view. Kara took slow steps forward until she was standing next to me. A few seconds of silence passed until she sat down on my right, with her hands on her knees. I wasn't sure if she would start the conversation or I would. I really appreciate having her company, I always do, and it's one of the things that still makes me doubt what I should or shouldn't do. What of you, huh? When you leave Earth, it's as if the night never ends. There's a certain beauty in emptiness. She replied softly as we looked at the starry sky together. Yes, that's how it is. An honest smile formed on my face and I stopped looking at the sky to see Kara. She did the same with a smile that was as genuine as mine. At this point, concerns about what would happen took a backseat, at least for a while. You know I don't want you to do this, right? His voice was soft, but firm. I know. The sigh gently escaped her lips and her gaze filled with tenderness. I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to leave us. I don't want to lose you. His voice was like a soft whisper, expressing everything he felt in his heart about my decision. For a few moments Kara remained silent, lightly biting her lower lip, struggling to keep under control the avalanche of emotions that were building in her beautiful eyes. I was about to say something, but she didn't let me and continued talking, pouring out her feelings for me with every word. I want to be by your side, walk, fly, and face anything, just together. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I don't want to live without you. If we fight we'd be putting countless lives at stake, one mistake and we'd lose everything. We can't just give up. You can't give up. You didn't give up to Darkseid or Vali and you won't now. Kara was filled with determination, refusing to accept the fate the Dominators imposed on her. Silently, she placed her hand back on top of mine, applying light pressure, pleading with me to reconsider that decision, and I must say she's sort of succeeding. The Dominators see us as a threat. What if we make that fear a reality? Ddraig. Kara. Yeah. We will show them the future in the true crimson light. Yes, we will show the Dominators what we are made of. I will not allow them to separate us. Kara smiled at me again and stepped a little closer. Her voice was more determined than before. She would fight alongside me, no matter what stood in our way. And so he remained by my side, his hand still holding mine and his gaze looking into my eyes with a trust full of love. My face moved closer to his as the moment surrounded us, filled with tension and electricity. And because of the closeness we shared, I could even feel his warm breath against mine. Kara brings her other hand closer, sliding it gently up to my cheek, gently caressing my skin with her thumb. My face leans slightly into her hand, responding to her gentle caresses, and for a moment my eyes close, and when I open them again, we both bring our lips together, finally sharing the kiss we'd been waiting for so long. I can feel a sigh of relief and happiness escape in a small, shared breath. Our eyes close again, and together we enjoy this special moment filled with love, desire, and passion, while I let myself be carried away by the softness and affection Kara conveyed through her lips, which always surrendered so devotedly to mine. It won't be long before that time arrives, but that didn't stop us from showing how much we mean to each other. Chapter 93. Like a heavenly dragon and a dragon king. Times Square, Manhattan. The agreed time finally arrived. It was 3:33 a.m., and an army of thousands of Dominators descended from the gigantic ship orbiting Manhattan Island. Every major building was swarmed with an absurd number of invaders, each armed with an alien weapon on either their left or right arm. Even though we know this is a distraction, we must act, and that is exactly what we're going to do. In the half hour that passed since I made the decision to fight and not give up, Azazel and Batman took charge of creating a plan to confront this great threat. Knowing that they outnumber us and the strength of each one could be above the average of high-class devils, it was determined that the vanguard would be us. Kara and I, my team, except for Asia, Azazel, Brachial, Team Flash and the founding members of the Justice League. The Gremory and Sitri groups, with Asia included, would be in charge of attacking and providing support from a distance, since the vast majority of their members excel at performing powerful attacks from a distance, especially Rias, Akeno and Sona. Kiba would also go in the main vanguard, and the same goes for Nalgwing. Saji could well have also gone in the main vanguard with his Dragon King form, but lately something strange has been happening to him, and that's why he's now behind Sona. What the hell is wrong with you, Saji? We also need to be careful, as all the civilians in the city are currently resting in their buildings. Azazel confirmed this as he contacted a sleep god to make sure the entire country except for us stays asleep for at least the next hour. Evacuation simply cannot be an option as it would cause unnecessary panic. To my left was Zez, wearing a shiny new armor, and to my right was my master Azazel, wearing the same trench coat he wore at that meeting of the three great factions in Gotham City. Zenobia, for her part, returned to using her exorcist outfit since her previous outfit could not be recovered, and Cisco will have to make another one for her. Batman and Nalgwing on the other hand did have a backup suit that was very similar to the previous one that each would have used. And as for Kara, she was already wearing her blue Supergirl costume from the start and now she was floating above me, looking at our enemies with a rather sharp look and her arms crossed. Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels, this is your last chance. The Dominator who led this entire invading army threatened. Ahahahaha. My master did nothing but laugh as he played with the artificial sacred gear he held in his right hand and then pointed its hilt at the one who spoke to him. Are you ready, Ice? Azazel asked me that question, and in response, I raised my left fist to the height of my right shoulder, with the boosted gear activated. Of course, teacher. The jewel on my gauntlet released an insane amount of red aura, and the Fafnir jewel that my master possesses shone in the same way, releasing an immense and insane amount of golden aura that looked like pure gold. Balance breaker. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. The red aura that had enveloped me formed my balance breaker armor, and the golden aura that enveloped my master formed his artificial balance breaker armor, like a silent wave of power. The jewels on my armor shone with a powerful amount of emerald aura, while the jewels on my master's armor shone with a large amount of violet aura, and together with our respective wings, we advanced forward with our powers at their maximum to begin the final confrontation against the Dominators. The countless Dominators responded to the attack and did the same. Play Ash. Even though Azazel and I were the first to advance forward, the ones who launched the first attack, managing to surpass our divine speeds, were the speedsters. The Flash and Kid Flash. They looked like yellow lightning bolts moving at a speed that I simply couldn't keep up with even with my balance breaker at full capacity, and just trying to keep up with them with my eyes gave me a severe headache. Several of the dominators in front of Azazel and me were rammed by the great speed force these two speedsters possessed. Azazel immediately created a spear of light in his right hand and entered the center of the Dominator's formation and performed various types of offensive movements, brandishing his spear of golden light to riddle them in such a way that they would not get up again from the first cut. Hara quickly positioned herself to my left, and as she looked at us, she gave me a quick wink, and then her beautiful blue eyes flashed a beautiful crimson-red glow, and she fired her heat vision at the Dominators on my left, quickly clearing the way as more of them came for us. In the distance I could see a large group of Dominators trying to reach Times Square, but they were quickly intercepted by Diana who, blow after blow, knocked down each one, and whoever tried to escape was quickly held by the ankle by her lasso of truth. In the sky I could see Green Lantern and Superman teaming up as they fired a large amount of beams straight at the Dominator ship, orbiting further ahead of where Kara, Azazel and I were, and in response, the same ship began to attack the two of them, or rather the four of them, since before I knew it, Azazel and the Martian Manhunter joined them, and the four of them greatly reduced the offensive attacks of the ship itself. Where I had previously seen Azazel was now Zez who with great divine speed, wielded Graham making cuts and movements that resembled those I had previously seen Azazel perform. They didn't even have a chance to land a single hit on him. He's simply too fast for them. A huge blast of aura came from behind where Kara and I were, and as we turned around we saw Zenobia with a rather proud look, and the entire path in front of her was swept away by a brutal wave of holy aura that she herself had released in that instant. He's taking it out on them. Kara exclaimed in a rather funny voice, making me laugh. Yes. And who doesn't when you're kidnapped against your own will? Touch. Besides Zenobia, I saw Irina, who was covering her from above, shooting a large number of angelic halos filled with her holy power into the distance, and further away I saw Rossweisse shooting an almost unlimited number of Asgardian magic bullets from the enormous magic seal she held in front of her hands. Behind you. Ddraig immediately warned us, and when I turned around I saw that a large number of Dominators tried to attack me at the same time, with a large number of pure energy attacks fired from the weapons they carried in their arms. But before they could do so, I gathered a small flame of power in my stomach and at the same time. Boost. 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 Transfer. Ddraig transferred half of the power duplicated 6 times directly to the flame in my stomach, and I instantly spat it out, enveloping all the Dominators in front of me, with flames so gigantic and scorching that it seemed to leave nothing alive in front of them, and at the same time Kara shot her powerful icy breath against my own flames to contain the damage caused by them. Thanks to this, instead of everything in front of me being reduced to mere ashes, it was reduced to thawed snow without affecting the city streets. So cold. What a shame. Kara said to the Dominators with both fists on her waist, leaning forward in the air with an expression full of mockery. I highly doubt they can hear. Liest. At that moment I narrowly missed receiving a powerful alien blaster blast from my right, courtesy of another large group of Dominators who were equipped with extremely lethal weapons. They mess with him, they mess with me. Saying those words, Kara became angry and rushed at that group of Dominators with maximum speed, and with movements that were impossible for me to follow in my balance breaker form, she knocked them down with fists, kicks and lethal blows. Every Dominator that took a hit from her was sent either flying into the sky or in a straight line, until they collided with a faraway Dominator causing a double fall, and when many more of them tried to throw themselves on top of her, Kara pointed her gaze upwards and let her powerful and beautiful heat vision eliminate them all with a beautiful crimson glow that reached up to the sky. She is so amazing. Those were the words that came out of my mouth filled with admiration. The woman I love is lethal and incredible. Incredibly lethal. I looked at Kara in admiration, and then my master descended beside me, seeing her too. Well, she's certainly amazing. But the way she fights and the power she demonstrates to her enemies are mainly due to her crush on you. The Dominators believe that you, as the Sekiryuutei that you are, pose a danger to all of them, but they've completely forgotten that there is something more dangerous. Supergirl, the woman who loves you and who was deified by the yellow sun. As my master Azazel gave that speech, we watched Kara take out 100 Dominators in less than a second, and then the number increased to 200, 300, 400, 500. I can't even keep up with those movements. Hey Kara. I says the maximum number of Dominators you defeat in a minute will be the same amount of kicks he's willing to take from you. I was immediately almost as red as my armor. No. I was redder than my own armor. Kara stopped dead in her tracks for a moment and turned around to look at me with a shocked expression, as red as her cape and not knowing what to say. I don't know what to say either, and I don't dare say otherwise. My master Azazel, on the other hand, was probably grinning like a rascal and raised his left thumb as if confirming his own perverted nonsense. You better keep that promise I Seki. Kara turned around again and with great euphoria, rushed towards another large number of dominators and they, seeing what was coming towards them, felt true terror, quickly turned around and ran as if their lives depended on it. I am. Suddenly a deadly blast of holy aura flew past me and collided with a group of dominators further away. That almost hit me. When I turned around to see where that came from, I saw Zenobia who seemed to be giving a dirty look. That's not fair, Ice. Even in the middle of a battle when we're all fighting for you. You only make those erotic promises to Supergirl. It's unfair. What? But it was my teacher who said those outrageous things in the middle of battle, not me. And you decided to stay quiet without denying those statements, huh? Ddraig, don't start this for the love of Great Red. At that moment Irina approached Zenobia and looked at her with a rather amused and happy grimace. What are you complaining about, Zenobia? Supergirl is his girlfriend, so he can make those sinful promises to her whenever and wherever he wants. Oh no. That's not it. I will not accept the mockery of a self-proclaimed angel who simply says that because she's afraid of becoming a self-proclaimed fallen angel. Now Rina turned quite red and bumped her forehead against Zenobia's while making a rather adorable angelic pout with her face. I'm not a self-proclaimed angel. I'm Archangel Michael's ace. A self-proclaimed ace. You've even self-proclaimed that. NGH. Zenobia, you are the worst. Hey boom. A huge phoenix flare bombarded very close to where Zenobia and Irina were and abruptly cut short the conversation they were having. The one who did it was Ravel, whose expression was full of embarrassment. Ah. For the love of Mao. You two stop that fight already. Do you really want to show the League your jealousy and bad behavior? Do you really think you'll have a chance with Isama if you keep behaving like this in the middle of a bucking fight over and for him? Zenobia and Irina were left with their mouths open by the great authority that Ravel had with those words, and they almost seemed to have been scolded by someone superior. Now the two girls from the church turned around and looked at me with some regret. I'm sorry, Ice. I got carried away by the heat of battle. I'm going to claim the heads of 1,000 Domina no. I'll claim the heads of 5,000 dominators in your name. I'm sorry too, Ice Kun. I'll go purify 1,000 dominators in the name of Archangel Michael and UNGH. Zenobia, don't start without me. Geez, I can't even finish talking because of you. Zenobia had already moved forward and quickly advanced to attack with Irina flying behind her. And faced with this whole scene, my teacher couldn't take it anymore. Ahahahahaha. What the heck was all that? Hahahahaha. This is all your fault, Azazel. You started all this and got me into trouble. Damn, if it were up to you, I'd probably even take the full brunt of a spaceship piloted by you. Huh? That's a good idea. If I ever get a UFO, I'll be sure to shoot you out of the sky. Stop reading my mind. For a moment things between my teacher and me calmed down, and then I remembered something that had been worrying me about this invasion. Master, I want to know how are things going around the world. Azazel snapped the fingers of his left hand to create a magic circle in which a holographic projection of the planet was seen. It seems that 5% of the Great Invasion remains in Africa, 15% in Europe, 30% in Japan, and the 50%, well, you can see them everywhere you go in every district of this island. Japan 30%. But if Rias and Sona are here, then who? My teacher raised his right hand towards me to stop me. Don't worry, the /dog team is taking care of them. /you. I didn't have time to ask my master that question as from a distance I saw another large number of dominators trying to attack my master and me from great distances. In response, I channeled half of my duplicated power and metahuman energy into both hands to quickly create several dragon shots whose power and potency would be limited only to taking down the dominators. The power of each attack I fired per second was more than enough to take down all of our attackers, but they kept coming, and we also knew that this big attack was just a distraction to finish us all off. What do you say, Fafnir? Oh. Interesting, very well, Ice, come with me. It seems that my master was having a private conversation with that dragon king of his. I didn't know what it was about, but I listened to him and accompanied him. Along the way we took down a large number of other dominators, performing combined attack movements, their light spear with my Ascalon sword, their long-range light shots with my dragon shot. The place my teacher led us to was where Rias and Sona's groups were, who despite being the long-distance support, were now dealing with an immense number of dominators, whose target seemed to be the younger sisters of the current demon kings. Ria's power of destruction and Akeno's holy lightning had become truly very powerful. A year ago each of them was at a very basic level, but now they were able to stand up to a large number of dominators who are estimated to be stronger than the average upper class of demons. The same thing happened in the Citri group, who have worked hard every month since the end of last year to improve themselves, knowing who they will face in a month and a half. But Saji, why is he so pitiful? He never showed his Dragon King form, and he's not using the powers of his countless sacred gears either. I couldn't keep this to myself and asked my teacher. What's going on? Can you feel it? The irregularity in his aura. Irregularity. I foolishly repeated what my teacher said and focused solely on Saji. That's right. There's something strange about him, could it be that? No. It's very close but not quite there. Just as I was thinking about such things, with a treacherous attack one of the dominators tried to bombard Sona while she was protecting with strong demonic spells a hospital that had become the target of this group of dominators. I immediately prepared to fly alongside Sona, but my master placed his right arm to block my path. Field. If you intervene, I might not succeed. Trust him. Azazel and Ddraig asked me not to act, and I had no choice but to clench my fists tightly and wait for what has to happen to happen. Due to my super speed, I saw how slowly that deadly blast from Blaster was approaching Sona, and she was realizing this very slowly. But the blaster stops behind her because Saji moved forward and protected her with his body. He acted as his king's protective shield and is now being burned by the alien blaster's fire. Its black flames were disabled, which further worsened his condition. His scream of agony was quite heart-wrenching, and I could only clench my teeth and fists as I watched from above. Run, Saji. You'll die at this rate before Argento can heal you. Sona screams, but Saji doesn't back down and continues to give his all to keep the blaster's blast at bay with his body. Saji starts talking as his entire body is being consumed by blaster fire. I wanted to be like Hyoudou. The blaster's fire weakened. Saji was able to withstand it with his entire body. Hyoudou and I we each started a new life at the same time. Me is upon him as a hero on this side of the planet. He can get so perverted, indecent, insanely lewd when you get to know him, and his girlfriend is Supergirl for crying out loud, but he's someone who always gives it his all and always keeps going for her, for his friends and comrades. The blaster's fire regains its intensity and lashes out at Saji with great intensity once again. I wanted to become a man like Hyoudou, who is strong and someone people trust. Only someone like him could be able to stand up to someone like Sekiryuutei. But when I think I take a step towards him, Hyoudou is already 50 or 100 steps ahead of me and is getting further and further away. No matter how much I train, he will continue to surpass me by miles, kilometers, or light years. Realizing that I said, I'll never be able to surpass him, I became so frustrated with myself that I lost the ability to properly use my sacred gears. Saji's fighting spirit, something I haven't felt in him for a long time, finally returns to his eyes. The black flames that all this time seemed non-existent began to burst from his burns. I can't be like Hyoudou, but there's something I can be. I'll find my own way into something I want to be. Saji is shouting all this from the bottom of his heart. I will become a teacher. Those children. I will teach the students who attend my King Sona Citri school. I will teach them that there is something that only they are capable of doing. And that is why no matter how much of a difference there is, I will fight Sekiryuutei for the sake of Sona Citri's dream. For the sake of my dream. Behind Saji, Sona is crying. She must have realized that her own dream has become Saji's dream. It is then that a gigantic black snake appears next to Saji. Vritra. It seems that after so long you have finally matured, my other half. Vritra smiles very boldly as her eyes shine with pride due to Saji's bravery. Yes, let's do this, Vritra. It took me a long time to achieve this, but now I feel like I can do it. My other half. I've waited so long for you to realize this. Now, let's show these space invaders that there's more than one legendary dragon they need to worry about. The power of my evil flames that gave me the name Prison Dragon. Saji and Vritra are now covered by a black aura, and jet black flames begin to envelop their bodies. Seeing this, my teacher with a broad smile said. He did it, that crazy son of a bitch did it. Yes, when the dreams and hopes of a sacred gear's owner change to such an extent that it moves against the flow of the rest of the world, the sacred gear surpasses its limits, creating the balance breaker. Balance breaker. Saji and Vritra's voices became one as the black aura exploded from both of them, and now my colleague is covered in jet black armor. There are many tentacle-like things coming out of his armor, and on it are many jet black flames burning. Saji, who has just achieved balance breaker, shouts. Vritra's malleable promotion. I know, we, who are like the fires of hell. Which is stronger? Our black flames or their alien weapons? It's time to find out. Saji's voice is mixed with Vritra's. Now I understand, those two fused. They were able to achieve it because their thoughts became one. So there's a balance breaker like this too. Azazel then says. Melibulge. It's the floor above the deepest floor of hell. It's said to be the place where those with evil minds and who have committed sins are sent. At that very moment, the powerful fire from the Dominator's blasters was consumed by these dark flames that were part of Saji's aura, and immediately afterwards, without them being able to do anything, the flames acted as if they had a life of their own and attacked the Dominators, who screamed in agony as their bodies were reduced to ashes by that lethal flame. More Dominators appear and try to attack Saji from every possible angle, but the many tentacles on his armor capture them, and soon after being captured, it seemed as if all the power they have was instantly drained until they were left as empty shells. Then many curses that are visible to my eyes appear around Saji and then scatter throughout this district and beyond. The balance breaker formed from all of Vritra's sacred gears. It definitely falls into a new category of balance breaker, the same goes for the Trihexa movement tch. There's so much I have to organize when this is all over. It's worth spending a few weeks awake on all of this. Ah, my master has already started thinking to himself. Once he's in his own world, he doesn't leave it so easily, no matter what situation we find ourselves in. I looked back at Saji, who had already finished off all the Dominators in this part of the district, and descended to his position. Good job, Saji. Noticing my presence, Saji quickly turned around, his arm seeming to shake from this new experience. Hyoudou, it's so good to see you, this feels amazing. But I won't last long in this form since this is the first time we've reached balance breaker, my time is limited to 10 minutes or less. That's still twice the time I had the first time. Hyoudou-kun, Saji. The person who approached and greeted me was Sona Citri, who had returned to her usual self after wiping her fogged-up glasses. Saji and I looked at her and she said to me. You're just in time. I just received notice that the financial district is under attack by a large number of Dominators. Take Saji with you. I understand. Ready to do this? Yes. We will not fail you, Sona-sama. Saji and I looked at each other again, and after a mutual nod, we both flew off towards the financial district. While I fly with my big dragon wings, Saji does it without the need to have wings. Well, that's because Vritra, being an eastern dragon, doesn't have wings in the first place, although seeing him with all those scary tentacles gives me the creeps. We arrived just in time as we dispatched the Dominators that appeared in our path and witnessed the team effort of my dear comrades. Irina, Zenobia, Zez, and Kiba. 4 swordsmen fighting together while outnumbered. You're just in time, Ice-kun. Wait, Saji-kun, is that you? As always, trying to make your entrance at the climax of the battle like a protagonist of what the hell. Is that Saji? Watch your tongue, Zenobia. Welcome back, Ice-kun. Welcome back, Saji-kun. Ahahaha. Good to see you too. It's about time you did it, Saji. And that makes 2 the number of times I've helped a sacred gear user awaken their balance breaker. Maybe I should do the same to Asia. Ah, calm down, Zenobia, I'm just kidding. Stop looking at me like you want to rip my head off. Kiba, Zenobia, Irina and Zez greeted us. Without wasting time, I double my power until I almost reach my limit and share it with my 4 comrades, who already looked quite worn out by the intense battle we had been carrying out against this invading race. The emerald green aura completely enveloped Zenobia and Irina, who let out a moan of pleasure upon receiving the transfer, unlike Kiba and Zez, which is something I will never understand. I can't transfer power to Saji since he might lose control of his newly awakened balance breaker, but it's not like he needs it right now. A slash of holy aura there, a slash of demonic aura here, an angelic halo thrown there, and a holy demonic sword thrown here. The Dominators were being overpowered by our combined attacks. Saji was shooting jet black flames to the left and I was spitting my powerful dragon flames to the right. Something I quickly realized is that Saji's jet black flames, although very dangerous and destructive, possessed such a high level of technique that they were only limited to eliminating their targets, while mine were pure power that burned everything in its path, whether it was the target or what was next to the target. Luckily, a powerful blast of cold made sure to keep my flames under control before I accidentally did something I might regret later. Oh Ice, I leave you for a few minutes and you're already trying to burn everything to ashes. With a rather sarcastic and mocking voice, the person who got off next to me was my beloved girlfriend Kara, who was standing with her arms crossed looking at me with a rather arrogant and flirtatious smile. His arrogant and flirtatious smile changed to an expression full of astonishment when he saw the person who was next to me. Is that Saji? Saji gave a thumbs up while trying to look cool enough. It's me, Supergirl. And this is my balance Brea. Ice, they're retreating. Saji couldn't finish speaking and seemed to stumble when Kara pointed in front of me to the remaining Dominators, who began to disappear almost at the same time in a flash of light. Cowards. Come back here and fight. Wait, Zenobia. Remember, they weren't trying to win this battle. Irina-san is right, they were just stalling. The complete loading the weapon that can destroy galaxies. But Zez, Kiba, Irina and Zenobia said made my blood run cold, and just as I was about to decide my next move, I felt everything around me go blank. Oh no. Did they already activate the weapon? Is this what happens when you die? Am I already dead? Are we all dead? Damn, the Dominators really just erased us from existence itself. Wait a minute, I know this world in white. This place is. Hey Hyoudou Issei. Looks like everyone is in trouble. This is very problematic. Dominators are so annoying. These voices, are they my predecessors, the Sekiryuuteis of the past? The intense glowing light gradually faded, losing its intensity, and I was able to regain my sight. It was then that I realized my consciousness had returned to the depths of my sacred gear. As usual, the white world was filled with tables and chairs. But my predecessors were now dressed in evening gowns, holding wine glasses, and looking like gentlemen, sitting elegantly on the chairs. They look pretty fine. One of my predecessors shook the wine glass without wine in it and said to me in a gentlemanly tone. Fufu. To get out of a crisis like this, we can only use that, right? What do they mean by that? Yes. We can only use that. That must be it. My predecessors began to agree with each other. This flow. You aren't trying to possess me with a new curse, are you? Thinking about that possibility made me feel quite worried, but my predecessors wagged their fingers to the side saying. No. Just. Yes. The curse has already been removed, you don't have to worry about that. And you showed us something even more interesting. The Crimson Heavenly Dragon's way of justice. At that moment I felt a gigantic shadow behind me, and when I turned around for the first time I saw Ddraig inside this blank world. Ddraig, but how? I believe that now that there is no longer a curse, it is possible for me to accompany you in this way, even in these depths of the sacred gear. Surprising. For some reason, having Ddraig's company in this world filled me with even greater confidence. It is then that another of my predecessors speaks. Come on, Hyoudou Issei. We have to do it. Kara's Orel is also present, you have to show off, right? You might be wondering why so many changes have occurred since the last time we met, right? I nodded, still unable to believe everyone looks so like that. Since we connected with you we became gentlemen who enjoy watching your adventures with Supergirl and the Justice League. We also enjoy the nightly show you put on. Another of my predecessors nodded while smoking a cigar and said. Fuck, brothers. Now that's cinema. What the hell? What are you all muttering about now? Why are you suddenly talking about my relationship with Kara with such serious faces? After a second, the strange and embarrassing murmurs ceased, and each of my predecessors looked at me with a rather serious expression, saying. Hyoudou Issei, it's time. Cardinal Crimson Fusion is the key. With Cardinal Crimson Fusion there are no limits to what can be achieved. The Cardinal Crimson Fusion. The path of justice with infinite hopes and dreams. The warm feeling struck inside my heart. Is it the Omega? Yes, it's the Omega, and it's burning in a blaze of heat, a heat that envelops my soul, strengthening me. My eyes closed again, and when I opened them again I realized that I had returned from the depths of my sacred gear. The Dominators kept disappearing one after another. Swash. The dragon wings of my armor spread to their fullest extent and I took a swift flight to the highest part of the sky. Whereas. The voice of my beloved. When I looked down, I saw Kara ascending to where I was standing. She rose to my level, then closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, they looked at me with a beautiful sky blue glow and a smile full of love, confidence and determination, she told me. It glows crimson. The warm feeling I felt inside me grew more intense, and with a wide smile, I nodded once as the Omega, along with all the nano gears inside my body, exploded in a deep crimson color. Cardinal Crimson Fusion. The Crimson Cardinal Fusion, as named by my longtime partner, Ddraig the Red Dragon Emperor. With my left arm raised upwards and my fist clenched with all my strength, I began the chant for the activation of my true self. I, the one who will awaken, am the Sekiryuutei who hold the real truth above. My singing was accompanied this time by the voices of the previous Sekiryuuteis. Let's go, Hyoudou Issei. Yes, that's true. We are the ones who follow the path of the Sekiryuutei who will protect the future. It's time to walk the red path of justice. I will walk the path of justice carrying infinite hope and indestructible dreams. This is the new chant. My words of justice that led the juggernaut drive from the crimson purgatory to the bright crimson future. I will be the Crimson Dragon Emperor. And I will guide you all on the path of heaven in the deep and true crimson light. And I will guide you all along the path of heaven in the deep and true crimson light. My predecessors accompanied me in the last part of the song. Then the sacred gear announced. Cardinal Crimson Fusion Overdrive. A massive crimson aura completely enveloped me as well as the entire sky. Sunlight at night. Sunlight. But it's a crimson glow. I could hear the voices of Flash and Kid Flash in the distance, they were now in the company of Zez and the others. But how? The power emanating from Ice-kun now feels like that of the Domination Dragon. Is he going to use the Juggernaut Drive? No Kiba. Ice is going to use a power that goes beyond the Juggernaut Drive. Cardinal Crimson Fusion, huh? I haven't seen him since that time. You can do it, Ice. I do, so this is what a celestial dragon is capable of. The voices of Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, Zez and Saji. I can feel that my dear friends and Zez are very excited, while Kiba and Saji, seeing me with this power for the first time, are scared. My armor changed completely and was now a deep crimson color. Kara, who was still in front of me, smiled quite pleased and said. You shine like the light of the sun, Rao, watching the change from red to crimson always delights my eyes. Especially because it's the man I love with all my heart. My power has increased tremendously. No. It continues to increase tremendously with every passing second. The counter appeared on the jewel of my left gauntlet. 1 o'clock. 1 minute. So that's still my limit, huh? I say that's an acceptable time limit considering that it no longer consumes your life like the old Juggernaut Drive. True. I looked back at Kara and said to my beloved girlfriend. Let's end this with a clash of powers. Kara immediately understood my idea and nodded with great excitement. I understand, you shoot and I follow you with my eyes. Kara gave me a mischievous wink and together we soared higher, completely leaving our planet's orbit. At that moment we both received a call on our communicators, it was Azazel and Batman. Azazel began by saying. If they do what I think they're going to do, they have approximately. Batman took advantage of the pause and said. 10 seconds from now. The instant he said that, and with 59 seconds left to lose my crimson armor, the special cannons appeared on top of my celestial dragon wings, and I began to prepare to fire what would be my only attack. Ooh. The calm aura surge. Enormous power was being charged into the wing cannons of my armor, while I was enveloped in an immense deep crimson aura. Kara, who was at my side, a beautiful crimson light shone in her eyes, similar to the one loaded into the cannons of my wings. In the distance we saw what appeared to be a flash of emerald green aura coming towards us. So that's the Dominator's most powerful weapon, huh? Ddraig sounded slightly impressed, but also like me he was full of confidence. The 10 seconds that Batman warned about were not long in coming and then. With me, Ddraig, Kara now. Yeah. Let's go all out. Final Crimson Blast. Fang Blast Booster. An immense beam of deep crimson shot out from my wing cannons and advanced with immense super divine speed towards the emerald green glow that was growing larger and more dangerous. Ooh. Crimson glow finna. A second later, Kara followed the crimson beam I fired with her gaze and she fired her own from her eyes and combined it with mine, further strengthening my shot. Seki. Break. A huge impact took place in space. Finally my final crimson blast struck the emerald beam of the Dominator's ultimate weapon. My whole body instantly tensed and I felt as if an even greater force was trying to repel my crimson lightning. TCH. I've never felt anything like this. It is then that in the infinite distance you can see how the emerald glow was getting closer and closer to our position. Then G G G G G G G G G G G H H H H. Come on Ice, you can do it. We can do it. Kara was also pushing herself to the limit and the crimson beams in her eyes grew more intense as the seconds passed and the same went for the crimson beams she kept firing from my wing cannons. Yes, with you by my side we both can of course. I am the Sekiryuutei just like Ddraig and you are Supergirl. The intensity in my crimson aura became greater and I felt as if the emerald glow in the far distance where the clash of powers took place was beginning to subside. We're doing it. We're beating them. Just a little bit more. 0-10. What the heck, the counter said there were only 10 seconds left but it hasn't even gone 30 seconds yet. It's because you're losing too much aura. Keeping the final crimson blast channeled caused the time limit on your crimson armor to change from 1 minute to 10 seconds. Damn, but we're getting past the emerald glow. We're about to send it back to the Dominators where it came from. That's true, the power you're channeling into your cannons is equal to the maximum power of that weapon and thanks to your girlfriend who's combining her power with yours, you're managing to overwhelm them. But the way you say it, won't that be enough? If the time limit on you hadn't dropped by 90%, it would eventually be more than enough. So what can we do? I need more power. Ddraig, we have to force the crimson armor and use boost. Impossible. In your current state you can't do that yet and if you do that instead of powering up the crimson cannon you'd self-destruct. Well, we need to do something fast. I only have 5 seconds left. Looks like they need the help of a Dragon King. That voice. A line of jet black fire flew by with divine speed until it was in front of me and Kara. Saji. What are you doing here? To fulfill my role. And help my friend and rival the celestial dragon and his beloved partner, Supergirl, to save us all. Saji exclaimed and with great effort extended all the tentacles on the left side of his armor towards infinite space, while the right ones went towards where Kara and I were. Half wrapped around the muzzle of my wing cannons and the others around Kara's waist, wrapping around her hips as well. This feels disgusting, what can you do about it? Kara complained in embarrassment, making Saji and me burst out laughing. But then worry hit my heart again about what crazy things Saji was about to do. Idiot. That's your first balance breaker. Do you have any idea what will happen if you try that hard? For the sake of my dream and the dream of my dear Sona. And the future of my dearest little sister and brother. And for all my other loved ones. I will survive. How much determination. It was then that I felt the power in my crimson cannons increase more drastically and there was less resistance from the enemy's emerald glow. Saji is using the powers of his sacred gear to absorb and redistribute to transfer the power of the enemy's attack to Kara and me and thus take a quick advantage. Ugh. Hyoudou Supergirl. Dense Prissa. Saji's armor was being overloaded with power beyond what he could process. It would have been normal for his armor to explode from the start, but somehow he was enduring it. His arms were spread out in a way that looked very painful as he gave more than he could so that Kara and I could get him. Yes, the power of the celestial dragon is superior to that of any dragon king. A Kryptonian like Kara also has a power far superior to that of a dragon king, but only a dragon king like Vritra possesses the necessary techniques for my beloved and I to overcome the dominators. Double power and ultimate techniques. 004. 003. 002. 001. Jackmate. A deep calm. I felt a deep calm just before reaching the limit of my crimson armor. My cannon stopped firing, Kara also stopped her heat vision, and the glow that shone in an intense emerald green now shone in a deep crimson light. There's no danger now. Comrade. We've completely overcome and destroyed the Dominator's ultimate weapon. Really? Well, if you say so, of course I'll believe it. With a sigh of relief, my crimson armor became translucent and without me being able to do anything, the power that was in me disappeared along with my armor. I reached my limit. Further in the distance I could see that the same thing happened to Saji, who was now floating in the drift of space without his armor. I couldn't help but laugh a little at him since he looked so funny, but tiredness got the better of me. I began to fall back to earth until I felt someone gently catch me in their arms. I have you. I already imagined it was Kara. Even though I had trouble keeping my eyes open, I could see her smiling at me, as happy as ever, but what surprised me most was that she still didn't seem weakened by everything we did. How come you still have energy? Kara let out a soft laugh, and with a rather mischievous look she answered me. Hey, you know the Kryptonians can absorb the sun's energy to recover, right? Realizing something so obvious and remembering where we were, I nodded with a wide smile and made myself even more comfortable in my beloved's arms, closing my eyes to rest in her arms. True, true. My smile also grew even wider and more mischievous as I remembered that a certain dragon king was still floating in space, waiting for someone to save him. It was finally over. The Dominators have been defeated. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.